specters don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap, or fail when on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything, only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
The truth is an endless sea of darkness, and humanity resides on an island known as ignorance. If I knew of the madness waiting beyond the door, I would have never gone on a voyage into the unknown.
I heard the scene was as tragic as the others.
The ancient texts point to the city of stars, Providence. And the shepherd I have yet to meet is long gone. That night, I had a dream. A new opportunity broke the deadlock. They heard my calls, the organization behind Halsey. I know now that they are not mad. They are searching, pathfinding, and calling to him. From then on, this recurring dream grew clearer every night. They truly understand my existence, and I yearn to be with them.
Returning at last.
Under the endless darkness, the mountaintop ritual is our final call.
Pre-tournament analysis, club analysis, highlights. Find them all in Call of the Biz 6 Global Finals Spectators Guide. Call of the Biz 6 Global Finals is here. The group stage is from April 7th to April 18th, and the playoff will be from April 30th to May 3rd. This video will take you on a journey for the prediction from the group stages highlights. The top clubs from all 6 tournament regions are ready for battle. Club GG, Club Wolves, Club ACT, Club Day10, Club WBG, Club FPX-ZQ, Club RB, Club GR, and Club GW from mainland China will be meeting at the venue in Guangzhou, China for the group stages. Clubs advancing from other regions will be traveling to the venue in Tokyo, Japan to compete, including Club Zeta, Club SC, Club AXZ, Club FL, and Club RC from Japan, Club B4U, and Club OM from NAEU, Club Club GH and Club ZT from Southeast Asia, Club MS from the Republic of Korea, and Club RD from HK and MO and TW. The clubs from mainland China and Japan are professional clubs, and all other clubs in COA 6 are privately organized non-professional clubs. These 20 top classes from all over the world will be coming together to compete for the championship in the annual Call of the Abyss. The group stage of this year's COA will be based on the group points system. 20 clubs will be divided into 4 groups, with each group consisting of 5 clubs competing in round-robin matches. The clubs will be the most points in each group will advance directly into the top 8 of the playoffs. The second and third ranked clubs will advance to the top 12 of the playoffs, and the remaining 2 clubs will be ending their journey and be eliminated. The following is an analysis of the group stage based on the draw. Firstly, we have Group A. Group A consists of Club RC, Club FBX ZQ, Club GW, Club B4U, and Club GG. Club RC is a professional club from Japan. Aka is an expert with Hermit and very skilled with Dream Wedge and Smiley Face. Club FBX ZQ, GW, and GG are professional clubs from mainland China. The hunters from all 3 clubs are highly skilled with Guard 26. D from Club FBX ZQ specializes in Guard 26 and Wax Artist, and usually relies on these 2 characters to gain an advantage in the earlier games. Aniv, Club GW, wants to use Guard 26 to pursue Survivor with only bombs while it's being slowed by the dancer's music box. Club GG is more than just the champion of the 2022 IVO Autumn Grand Finals, they are also the champions of COA 4. The hunter, Zom, is an extraordinary player who always does the unexpected in matches. Club FBX ZQ Survivor Moen picked an Aquarian and Prospector repeatedly in the qualifiers and have an average containment time of 117.9 seconds. Club GW's Inel and Dis are experts at playing dancers and thief. Kuta from Club GG took the FMVP of the IVL Autumn event with an average containment time of 84.79 seconds. Club B4U is from the NAEU region, and they are a familiar face at international tournaments of Identity 5. The Hunter Sprinter follows closely with the version updates and gained an average elimination rate of 3.67 and winning rate as high as 100% in the qualifiers. Based on this alone, the club in Group A must repeatedly face and overcome the path of bombs of Guard 26 used by IVL players. Who will earn the glory of rescuing their teammates from Guard 26 this year? Will Club RC will be able to advance successfully in their first appearance in the global finals? Club B4U, on the other hand, will have to give it their all against the formidable opponents they will be facing from both regions. As for now, it seems like anything is possible. Let's move on to Group B. Group B consists of Club AXZ, Club RD, Club OM, Club ZT, and Club FL. The 5 clubs in Group B are from 4 regions, and in the group with the largest number of representatives from all the tournament's regions. Club AXZ and FL are professional clubs from Japan. Club RD, OM, and ZT are non-professional clubs from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and AU and Southeast Asia, respectively. The diversity of Club AXZ's character pool for both factions is beyond comprehension. They have played a total of 25 different characters in the qualifiers and maintained a survival win rate of 77.8% in the qualifiers. Club FL's Hunter, Pipicha, and Survivor Umpire and Rauri are COA veterans. Pipicha's Scavenger and Umpire's Perfumer are still forced to be reckoned with. Relatively speaking, Club FL is better at coping with pressure and difficult situations. Club RD impressed by clinching the IVT championship. The Hunter Ryan played a total of 8 matches with 7 different characters, while their survivors always had an average of 2 assist characters. If you wish to witness a variety of setups, then don't miss Club RD's matches. Club OM is the dark horse of the NAU qualifiers, a club made entirely out of new players, and it's their first time playing in the global finals. PB and Jen had an average rescue rate of 1.71, taking the top spot in the NAU region and should not be underestimated. Club ZT is from the Southeast Asia and were the runner-up in the 2022 IVC Southeast Asia. Their survivor player MX often brought some of the older characters like Doctor, Thief, and Lawyer onto the battlefield during the qualifiers and successfully worked with their teammates to seize victory for the survivor team. We can look forward to the Club ZT's skillful non-mainstream lineups consisting of characters that aren't as popular in the version of the game. The highlight of Group B is the competition between the IJL clubs, and on the other hand, the non-professional clubs OM, RD, and ZT have varying inclinations. What kind of sparks will be ignited from the clash between non-professional and professional setups? Group C consisted of Club ACT, Club SZ, Club RB, Club WBG, and Club Do5. Club SZ is a professional club from Japan, while the remaining 4 are professional clubs from mainland China. Club SCT has been doing very well in the last year's COA. In the qualifiers, their Hunter, Chin Ash, and Yue respectively eliminated and 2.67 survivors on average. And the Hunters were crowned the best with a win rate of 57.1%, led by veteran player QY and a new Survivor TX, Club RB will ascend to the global stage of COA for the first time. Will Club RB be able to break the curse and grab points from the other professional clubs? Club WBG are the club with a 50% average win rate when facing all the other clubs. Yim, who eliminated 2.33 survivors on average, had the courage to risk it all. Iron, who had an average containment time of 92.2 seconds, used OB characters like Prospectors and Antiquarian to actively abstract the hunter, often effectively providing his teammates with time to decode the cipher machines. Club Day10 is picking back up where they left off, especially their new member Nan and Silver G. Their amazing performance with Antiquarian made up for Club Day10's lack of strength in the OB position. As a result, the pressure on their hunter Don X was elevated, and there was no need to worry about maintaining 4 eliminations to maintain the tie. Club SC was seeded for the group stage of COA 6 with the second highest score in the IJL event, and they are familiar face in the international arena of Identity 5 too. Club SZ thoroughly studied the opposition in the Japan region. Their survivors are extraordinary and their character pool is diverse. Group C can be described as a battle of fire and water, a clash of titans, the group of death. The clash between professional clubs of mainland China can be called an IVL sprint, where all of them have their sights on the crown. As one of the top 3 in the Japan region, Club SZ has always had a strong desire to take the global championship, but in light of their luck in the group stages, only time will tell if Club SZ is able to overcome adversity and rise above the other top IVL clubs. In the Clash of Titans, it's the brave who come out on top. We can't wait to see what happens in Group C. Finally, we have Group D, which consists of Club MS, Club GH, Club Zeta, Club Wolves, and Club GR. Club MS is representing the Republic of Korea in the group stage for the second time. It's still the same club of veterans, both in terms of players and characters. Their survivors has no frequent roles, and their average containment time is over 80 seconds. Club GH is a veteran powerhouse. They have won 2 consecutive championships in IVC Southeast Asia and represented Southeast Asia in numerous international tournaments. Seichu from Club GH has added Hermit to his character pool, and besides wax artist and sculptor that they are known for, Gojay had added a guard 26 to his character pool too. After bringing in 3 members of the runner-up club of COA 5 in 2022, Alf, KZNK, and Multi, Club Zeta's strength grew tremendously, and they took the championship in Japan's 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn. Their members, Alf and Dolisu, won the FMVP in the 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn respectively. On the other hand, KZNK won the Best Deduction Survivor Award and the Most Popular Contestant Award in the IJL Autumn. Club Zeta is definitely the strongest and most eye-catching club in Japan. Club Wolves are the defending champion from COA 5 and the first club to complete a Grand Slam after going pro in Identity 5. Their hunter, Alex, has a very diverse character pool, abundant experience and attention to detail, which make them want to be watched. Their survivors, on the other hand, adopt a rare dual command lineup as former triple championship winner and Grand Slam club from before going pro. Club GR's legacy is still thriving, and they never cease to innovate. PPX Dream Witch still linger in our memories for most of us, and Super Richard's X-Boy is no more the personification of a tie. Club GR's survivor lineup revolves around AK selection. The first match on April 8th will be between Club Wolves and Club Zeta. Familiar foes meet again in the group stage, and it will be the match to watch for all players throughout the world. All 3 professional clubs in Group D are formidable COA veterans. So will Club MS and Club GH, the non-professional local champions, be able to catch their professional counterparts off guard and grab some points? The results of the group these 5 clubs form is a mystery. Mainland China is a formidable tournament region and has taken the COA champions 5 years in a row. Will they be able to maintain their dominance for another year? After 2 years of turning professional, the Japan tournament region has also become a formidable competitor for the COA championship. Will they succeed this time and make COA history? While the clubs from NAEU, Southeast Asia, the Republic of Korea, and HKML and TW are non-professional clubs, there are still powerful clubs that often take the limelight in the international arena. These non-professional teams always bring exceptional lineups and outstanding performances to the stage. So will they succeed at breaking new ground this time? The battle is at hand. Get ready to rumble! What kind of sparks will we see in the collision between these 20 diverse teams? Let's look forward to enjoy Call of the Beast 6 together. The group stage begins on April 7th. We'll see you there.
大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区 G2 战队的担任监管者的皮皮宪。然后我们战队成立了5年，参与过深渊1到5，还参与了 IVL。然后我们战队的成员有监管者皮皮宪和张发财，然后求生者有伊查、卡梦、傻周、吴昕和陈仔。然后我们的口号是向冠而生，永不言败。我们的目标是拿第一。
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区狼队的487。我们战队成立了3年左右了，参加过的比赛有 IVL、深渊4到5，拿过202的大满贯。然后我们的战队成员监管者是艾丽，求生者是我、果冻、幻鹤、狮子、黎明。我们的打法是基本功比较扎实，然后就是大家都很厉害。我们的战队宣言是以狼之名许我荣光，然后我们的目标是冠军。
Dear detectives, Identity 5 Call of the Best 6 Global Finals is about to begin. The Global Finals has been upgraded this time and the participating clubs have increased from 16 to 20. The top clubs from the 6 major regions will gather to compete for the highest honor of the Global Championship and a total prize pool of 4 million RMB, around 600,000 US dollars. The knockout stage will be held in both Chinese and Japanese offline venues. Meanwhile, the design of the trophy has been changed, adding meaningful COA 6-themed elements. For a better watching experience, let's get to know some information about Global Finals format. This year's Global Finals will be held for a month. The schedule is divided into 2 stages, Group Stage and Knockout Stage. The Group Stage will start on April 7th and end on April 18th in BO3 single elimination. The clubs are ACT, DOU5, FPX, ZQ, GR, GW, WBG, RB from the Chinese mainland qualifiers, Club RD from HMT, Club AXZ, FL and RC from the Japan qualifiers, Club B4U and OM from the NAEU qualifiers, Club MS from the Republic of Korea qualifiers, and Club ZT from ACEA qualifiers. With the clubs that have the direct invitation, Club GG, Wolves, Zeta, SZ, and GH competes. The 20 clubs were divided into 4 groups by drawing lots and split into 4 clubs in each group. Each club must play a match against the other clubs in the group. The top 3 clubs in each group will advance directly to the knockout stage. The bottom 2 will be eliminated. Knockout stage will start on April 30th. The 12 clubs that have successfully advanced to the knockout stage will adopt the single elimination format and will be divided into 2 semi-finals by drawing lots. With 6 clubs in each half zone, the 12 clubs will be reduced to 8, who will then advance to the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals. In the knockout stage, the best of 3 BO3 format will be used for 12 to 8 and quarterfinals, while the best of 5 BO5 will be used for the semi-finals and finals. The final 2 clubs will compete on May 3rd, and the winner will be the global champion of Identity 5 Call of Abyss 6. The time for gathering of stars and glory of both sun and moon shines ahead of us. Converging on the narrow path, we shall witness the emergence of the brave. We shall see who is brave enough to be champions.
北关山诺斯救不了，一个来不及。
とりあえずグループ戦勝ち上がって優勝できたらなって。
いや素晴らしい作敵、引き打ちで。
솔직히 힘들겠다라고 생각을 안 했다면 거짓말이겠죠.
했거든요. 아대를 안 꺼가지고 지금 아대를.
그런 팀들을 상대로 저희가 만약에 우승을 하게 되면 어떨까 이런 생각도 가지면서
进入到右没打到，一点右迅出来，空了，最后空了，也有地窖吗？
Tension's out in 14 seconds here. Dungeon is close by. Goes for the wall.
我们每个人的上限也很高，这个就是我们的优势吧。
什么呢？
被辅导上来了，
没收到补偿。
是的，
哎呀，恐惧症上了，战术性炸爆了。
CD 好了，抢先喷倒咒术，
哎呦，
直接
疯了呀！这把要四抓了。
这一波，哎，有打到，哎，那油车，这还有床台，这波坏了。
What is going on, everyone, and welcome to our final 10th and final day of group stage. It comes down to this. This is the final day to determine who will be advancing to the playoffs of the Call of Abyss 6 and who will be sent home. My name is Elio, joined here with Veronica, and we have some very intense matchups ahead of us. The first one actually being very relevant to placement, and we will go over that in a second. But Veronica, it comes down to this. We've been here for 10 long days. We're down to the last one. And this will ultimately be the decider at who has a chance at winning Call of Abyss 6 and who will be returning home. How do you feel about this?
I'm very excited. Of course, all of the teams have worked extremely hard to get to this point. They fought their way tooth and nails through the qualifiers or their respective region tournaments in order to, bypass qualify. But here we are at really the heart of the machine. We are now dealing with everything that's going to cement in place who is going and who is going home, as you said. But for now, let's get into, of course, the most exciting part of the day, or maybe not really, who knows. But this is the illustration star and the story star, of course taken from the binary star. And these are our COA6 global support hashtags. So if you post your artwork with the tag COA6 global support and mention the official account of Game Identity V, we will have some winners getting some season essences and one winner receiving a random A costume from the store. So if you've ever wanted Colonel Dax at random, now is the time. However, as for the story star, if you post your story with the tag MyStoryWithKoa and mention the official account at GameIdentity5, or leave your story on this tweet's comment, just recall a special moment between you and Koa. I think me personally is waiting about 2 years to get pumping tires. The story supporting prize, however, will receive one whole winner of 10 season essences, which is very exciting if you love pulse and things. So, avid Twitter user, avid Koa fan, give it a go. Just throw your hat in the ring and see what happens.
Yep, absolutely. There you go. Apologies, I actually don't know any of the names of the Koa skins. That's just very unfortunate. But so definitely if you want an opportunity to potentially get some of those essences, I know how much that is very appealing to many people. Being able to get those Koa skins is really important. And I actually, of course, again, me being someone who's not a big skin fan, I still really like to be able to get something like that as well. I think it's really cool. I think my favorite one was the Wildling one. Was it last Koa or maybe the Koa the race one? The Koa, I think that was Koa 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was able to get that one actually. The one ace skin I got was that one, so it actually worked out quite nicely. And that's back when Wildling got an adjustment and became good. So I was like, I'm just gonna start playing Wildling now, And then he got nerfed, and then and then he fell out of the meta, and it's just like, it sucks, but it is what it is. Anyways, we're gonna get into the prize pool as well. We do have here 4,500,000 Chinese yuan. You see the first place championships at 1,700,000 and the runner-up at 520. And also in the 3rd and 4th place, again, we do have a constellation championships on the final day. I believe that is going to be May 3rd. The championships, we are going to have the constellation first, and to see who is 3rd place, and then the finals to see who is first. Now we are going to do our groups for today. This is really important. It comes down to this. Certain teams will be fighting to make it into that top 3 spot, and certain teams will be going home. Also, it is quite relevant to be able to get that first seed if possible. Getting the first seed does allow you to bypass the first round of the playoffs, essentially. We do have FPX-CQ here making it into first after a very interesting drawn-out match against GG yesterday. Looks like GG had that one not in their grasp the entire time, but actually because of a very, I would say, unique 4th round, not something everyone predicted, I would say. It kind of turned out with a different result. And because of this, this actually secures that all 3 mainland China teams make it into the top 3 because FPX-CQ was able to kind of get that victory yesterday, and RC actually falls out, and the Japanese team RC does not make it. So because FPX-CQ had a really big upset victory against GG, now they're the top 3 teams from China. The 3 Chinese teams actually will make it through, and now the match between RC and B4U is no longer relevant to placement. So even if RC gets a 2-0 victory against B4U, they still will not be able to make it because GW was able to defeat RC. That automatically places them higher. And if FPX-CQ actually lost to GG yesterday, then there's a good chance RC would have been 3rd and FPX-CQ would have been 4th. But because FPX-CQ was able to just get a very sort of interesting round 4 victory there, it actually secures all 3 of those mainland China teams making it through, and RC and B4U will be falling out of that placement. So just a all around back and forth we've seen thus far. But now we get into our important match of the day. We do have GR versus Wolves, and in terms of placement, this is also quite relevant too. So if you look into the standings, okay, you will see that GR is currently in 3rd place, and we have Wolves in 1st with Zeta in 2nd. But because it's really weird how this works. So essentially, the first when you have the same record, it goes based off of who won against who first. But because Wolves, and assuming that GR wins against Wolves, GR would have then beat Wolves, but Wolves beat Zeta, so they have to be higher than them. But Zeta beat GR, so Zeta has to be higher than GR. But then if GR beats Wolves, then they have to be higher than Wolves. So at that point, it completely nullifies. Then it comes down to net wins. And at that point, if Wolves if GR were to get a 2-0 against Wolves today, that would mean that Wolves and GR both have 4 net wins, but Zeta only has 3. So Zeta automatically becomes 3rd place, and then GR and Wolves are then tied on net wins for that first place placement, and the first place placement is really important for playoffs. So then it comes down to whoever gets the most points within the rounds. And by that I mean whoever gets the most survivor escapes, whoever gets the most hunter kills throughout the entire majority of the group stage. So the only way that this placement changes is if Wolves if GR gets a 2-0 victory against Wolves today. That means that GR and Wolves will both be 1st and 2nd place. And then it will come down to whoever got the most points, not within rounds because the net wins are still the same at that point. Then it comes down to whoever gets the most individual points, whether that's survivor escapes or hunter kills, in the entire playoff and the entire group stage put together, and then Zeta would be 3rd. And if it's not a 2-0, then it's automatically just Wolves first, Zeta 2nd, GR 3rd, no changes. So GR has to get a 2-0 here for there to be any difference in this playoff, in this group here. So if that does come up, we'll go back and review that. But for now, the goal for GR is a must 2-0. If they're not able to 2-0, then the standings are set at Wolves first, Zeta Division 2nd, and GR 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Eli, for your insight on those. Of course, I know that the rankings can be a little bit confusing in COA sometimes. I myself grappled with them for a little bit when I woke up today as I was going over stuff. But for now, we're going to get into our little lineups of the survivors, starting with Wolves on their end. Here we're going to see Lion. This is our sub-survivor as far as I recall, so currently just in place of someone else. Usually serves as a good dedicated rescue player who, is capable of bringing out the mercenary, the officer, the wildling, as we were just talking about earlier, and really rocking the split dye on the hair with those cool red bangs. But we're gonna get into Juan now, who plays psychologist, priestess, acrobat, barmaid, dancer, has pulled out the entomologist as well, tends to sort of gravitate towards those fun support survivors who really help out the team. And Wolves, of course, being a really survivor support heavy lineup of players. Of course, they did win Call of the Abyss 5, which preceded this one that we're in right now. If you know your numbers, you know 5, 6. So they've changed the meta and shaken it up a little bit. They did come in from something that used to be very hunters would win, hunters would pull, and then you would achieve your wins via their strength, but now their survivors have to kind of hold their own, and Wolves is very good at doing so. We're also going to see 487 here, who is perhaps one of the most popular survivors from Wolves, and you know, they've already got a lot of popularity. They're winners, and they're great at what they do, and they're fun to watch, but 487 really taking the cake. Antiquarian, Acrobat brings out the Prospector as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 487, also known as Sabachi, is only having 162 containment seconds, which is actually quite low for him, considering that he's usually one of the strong cards of the team. We've seen him kind of have a bit of a weaker call performance than we're typically used to, but also hasn't kited quite as much. You see the 75% escape probability, and that's just mainly because the Wolves survivors are so consistent at constantly winning games. You rarely see them ever draw, and we do see Jelly here as the final survivor, 71 seconds of containment time with a 50% escape probability. But mostly, of course, Jelly obviously has a lot of kiting characters available. It often will play characters when we do see things like Forward come out. Actually, that's also usually more 487. So I guess Jelly does actually play a lot of containment characters in reality. But yeah, overall, we'll see how it does impact this matchup. One more thing I also wanted to address as well, when it comes down to standings. Actually, we'll get into that during the in-between time. We'll continue with the players here. But there is something else that's really relevant for the standings for one of the later matches, which I'm sure will be addressed by the other casters as well. But we'll get into that in a little bit later. But yeah, we do have Super Rich as well on the Hunter side here. Of course, listed as Naiad and Bloody Queen. We've seen that first round Naiad from Super more often than not. Also has options to play characters such as Bonbon and Wax Artist as well. An average survivor elimination of 2, so quite consistent throughout the majority of this event. However, you know, we'll see how it works out here. Again, the GR survivors, you know, you're playing against, not only playing against Wolves, which is one of the stronger survivor teams, if not the best in the world. You know, you also have to deal with the inconsistency of the GR survivors not quite being there as much as GR would like to see. So Super Rich is definitely need to put up a good performance today. The key for GR here, of course, will be their survivors playing against Wolves Alex, because at the end of the day, while we do have, Super Rich being a very consistent at securing draws in tournaments, Wolves survivors rarely draw. I mean, I think their win probability, if you count draws towards them not winning, their win probability is still like something around 90%. It's ridiculous. So you have to take all these things into consideration. And so I think at the end of the day, the key here for GR is that the GR survivors will have to outperform the Wolves survivors and play well against Alex when they go for their survivor gameplay.
Yeah, not going to be an easy feat, of course. As mentioned, Wolves are currently technically a reigning champion over the entirety of Call of the Abyss. You know, they heard the call, they answered it, and they did it with glee. So we're going to be seeing, of course, probably a very, very strong performance out of the gate by Wolves. They are looking to maintain their crown, maintain their title. They are, of course, in first place at the moment in the Group D bracket standings. So we're going to see, of course, some support and love from their fans in the little stands in the audience, wanting to give them all of the love that they can. And speaking of giving love, if you're interested in supporting either GR Glory or Wolves, classical emoji choice is very simple. We are going to be on Leo's memory to begin, but in the meanwhile, before we hop into our exact selections of who's playing who and what's going on, crowns for Glory and Wolves for Wolves. I mean, if I said anything different, I'd probably look like a fool and everyone would laugh at me. So if you'd like to spam either of those, maybe both at once, if these are both teams that you're really, really gearing towards and interested in seeing do their best today, feel free to do so. We'd love to see it. But here we are in round 1 on Leo's memory, first half. If you're just tuning in, again, I'm Veronica the CLIO. We will be your casters for the first half of today. And our first ban is going to be a Seer, of course, on Super Rich's side. And we are going to be seeing the Antiquarian and the Mercenary come out first, which is totally not surprising.
Yeah, and we honestly, you know, we've seen Leo's memory really start to take over as that first round map, which is quite surprising considering that it's typically not very favorable for a lot of for both factions. So yeah, it's sort of really just found its way into the meta, which is very interesting. But yeah, Super Rich first ban Seer here is sort of we usually see him lead with something a little bit different, such as Antiquarian, maybe something as such as Priestess, but I would imagine because we're seeing first ban Seer, we're going to go straight into Naiad. You're not going to ban Seer first if you're playing Wax Artist, so that's most likely going to be the case here. It looks like Psychologist as well. We see the Antiquarian Psychologist being such a strong combination. A new meta strategy throughout this event where you have that Antiquarian going for the Harass. You can go for a stun, take a body block, and Psychologist then heal her after that. And allow that person to potentially rebound kite, and then Antiquarian can continue to support. So it's really a nice combination of strategies there. And it also works as, being a triple hit character, having a lot of kiting potential against something like a Naiad, if Psychologist does ultimately get that first chase. We're going to see Mechanic as the final ban here, which definitely is a strong ban for Super Rich. We see Wolves survivors often go for that Mechanic. Again, a similar strategy. If you play Mechanic, often Mechanic will get the first chase. We see them go in Balmer instead here. It's the same strategy. Basically, exactly what Wolves wants. They want Embalmer to get first chasing instead of coughing inside Factory. And then after Embalmer goes down, he's going to cough himself into Factory, down to the upstairs part of the Factory. And then it's very hard to actually make it to a rocket share because the rocket shares are so far away from that upstairs window. Antiquarian can then support and harass and prevent the hunter from even making it to the chair in the first place. So such a strong combination of survivors here. And then also just the ability to coffin yourself back into Factory, the strongest kiting area on the map, is going to be extremely beneficial for the Wolves survivors.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again, Eli, for your insight. Hi guys. I'm really into the way that the Wolves mascot is dancing in the back there. Lots of rhythm to him. I mean, he's excited to get things going here. He's hanging out behind all of those little generated cool survivors for us to see, ready to cheer on his team and show them the motions with his sick moves there. But beautiful lineup that they've begun with. Of course, that just show you right off the bat and remind you of how strong Wolves are as a support-heavy team. They really want to work together. They want to be able to achieve this win all together as a team, which is they're not really everyone for himself, and they never have been, which has been a strategy that has worked out extremely well for them thus far. So the Mechanic ban, of course, being counteracted by the immediate Embalmer, it's one or the other, and Super Rich would prefer to deal with that Embalmer over that Mechanic. So we'll see what he'll select soon, but we're all fingers crossed and totally expecting a Naiad, which is what comes out. Naiad, of course, on Leo's memory. What are your thoughts on that, Eli? Perfectly fine, maybe a little bit difficult, or no trouble at all?
So Naiad's not bad on Leo's, because again, the key to Leo's memory is, of course, the Factory loop area. So the ability for Naiad to be able to swim fast, catch survivors close distance, and avoid being looped is really relevant. Naiad's an anti-loop hunter. Any hunter that is very fast, has good mobility, can close off distance, can avoid being looped for the most part. And on top of that, Naiad can also water off large areas of the Factory to force the survivors to leave that kiting area and transition to a new spot. So that's also something you have to consider too. So Naiad, I think, is perfectly fine for this sort of map. And yeah, in reality, Naiad, I think, is just out of Super Rich's hunter pool, I think is a great pick for this option. We should see a bomb respond into the Factory area with the Antiquarian and Psychologist outside. Probably Psychologist Shack, I think. Antiquarian Mill, yeah, there we go. So Embalmer is going to be Factory. You can set up that coffin immediately inside the Factory area. Of course, the Mercenary spawn is not relevant. And then we are going to have the Antiquarian in the middle of the map, so it's easy for survivors to kite towards that area, get the Antiquarian support, and then Psychologist being a triple head carrier character is going to spawn over at Shack. Now, the question for Super Rich here is you have two sort of options. You can eliminate the Antiquarian first, which is unlikely considering that's a strong kiter against a Naiad. But then, in that case, you wouldn't have to deal with the upstairs harassment from the Antiquarian. However, if you do that, there's a good chance you're going to get kited longer because Antiquarian is such a strong kiter against something like a Naiad. Now, if you go for Embalmer first, that's obviously going to be your easiest chase target, but you play right into the strategy of dying into the upstairs part of the Factory, and then the Embalmer is easily able to be kept alive by the Antiquarian support if you die in the top corner of the map. Now, if you go for Psychologist first, that might be your best chase target, but the biggest issue with that is as a 3-hit character, and it's going to take a long time to go down, and Psychologist can easily kite to the center of the map, where Antiquarian can go for the support. Now, I'm also very curious to see if Naiad actually brings excitement here in preparation of that Antiquarian play where they go for the harass in the upstairs area. It looks like he's actually going to go Trump card and Blink. So we usually see Blink, Insolence, Attention, but I actually like to see this strategy because the biggest problem here for the Naiad, right, is that if you, as the Embalmer, again, die in the upstairs corner of the Factory, there's no counterplay to that Antiquarian harassing. So you really want to have excitement. But the problem is if you bring excitement, then you have a really difficult chase against something like a Psychologist because you have to hit her 3 times when you don't blink. You have to go for 3 hits with no extra blink to get the extra free hit down. So it's really challenging for the Knight to actually kill the Psychologist. So it creates a really weird position where you want to have both. So in this case, it's actually better to bring Trump card because you can start with blink. If you ever do chase that Psychologist, you can get that down with the blink. and then you can trump card to Excitement later in the game to avoid the Antiquarian. But it looks like he's actually going for Antiquarian first, and because he doesn't have Excitement, this might be a slightly difficult chase for him. He's going to pull like a Trident right away, not able to loop off this entire area, but Antiquarian, of course, still has Stick to work with, so this should be a reasonably easy kite for her, at least for the time being.
Yeah, we're in a fun stick versus stick situation if you'll count the Bamboo Flute. We're going to see our first few stuns with the Antiquarian's Bamboo Flute. She is going to be able to stop Super Rich for just a few crucial seconds here. Managed to get Pallet Stun at the last second. That really didn't seem like it was going to hit, but working out, of course, in the Survivor of Wolves' favor. We are going to continue on with our chase here, transitioning over back into the middle, which was the original spawn, of course, for the Antiquarian. Comfortable to be here. Gotta be careful of the Psychologist decoding there in the shack, but it seems that Super Rich, of course, is fixated on this Antiquarian, not going to change targets. We're going to see another hit here, and another on top of that, but she's not pulling back the Harpoon just yet, so the lack of swing that she can do will not affect her until now. So we are going to see the Pallet Beat throw down. She's going to transition into a different area, and 487 really just going all around the map here. He is transitioning from place to place to place and able to put up a really good fight against Super Rich's Naiad in this position. And another Pallet Stun Uli. Plus she still has the flywheel to utilize, but she has used up all of her sticks so far.
Yeah, but that's pretty much irrelevant at this point. The fact that they already have almost 3 ciphers completed is already creating a winning position here for the Survivors. You see that 80% cipher is not being worked on. Going for the flywheel, not able to time the flywheel. He actually predicted the slow swing there, but the swing is so slow, it's sometimes even hard for a strong player like 487 actually predict here. Looks like the coffin was placed onto the Antiquarian here, so they can coffin them into that factory area. Super Rich already on the back foot because of this kite, but the ability to get the Survivor to such a strong kiting area can be very important too. We're going to see 487 transition away from this water area, trying to make it to this next pallet here. Goes for the blink, that's just going to secure the down, but full of coffin. There's a good chance we'll see the coffin get utilized after the first chair, just because you don't really want to you don't want to have to rescue under full presence. So if you go for a basic rescue now, you can save that coffin for when the Naiad has more presence. Oh no, actually they're gonna go for it right away, and the Mercenary was still here. So Mercenary could have easily gotten this rescue, but they're gonna immediately coffin just so they can promote the Cypher Rush, I suppose. And this does place the Antiquarian into that factory you see in the upstairs area. Is able to make it to the windows too. This force back of the Naiad's Trident. So this does allow Antiquarian to be able to kite here a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful start from Wolves so far. They are doing really well against Super Rich. Might have been a little bit of miscommunication with the coffin, but elbow pads have been dropped here as well to support her kite. Of course, as we mentioned, she didn't have any more stick to utilize, so now she has these Mercenaries elbow pads in order to get her around. Going to break the pallet, of course, trait is still offline, was utilized earlier, is on cooldown, so we will wait for that to come back to us when it does. Going to stop here for a second and then vault over, kind of going back and forth, but gotta be careful. The humidity is in the area. You don't want to stay in there for too long. It will spell out drowning for you. So still not at full presence yet, so not too much of an issue in terms of the Mercenary coming in for rescue, and we are finally on a primed Cypher. So it's not completed quite yet, but we are just seeing a little bit of a fun little game here that they're playing. I'm not quite sure, but I'm enjoying watching it, so maybe it's fine. They are working on priming the Cypher. We maybe are actually seeing an attempt at forcing a pop or something along those lines in order to get the down when everything's said and done.
So what's happening here is he's actually waiting for his trait. He doesn't. He knows the Cypher Machine's going to be primed soon, so he doesn't want to chair right away. He's actually going to wait for his cooldown to come up as soon as possible, and then he's going to go for then potentially go for the chair or just hit her when they go for the pop. So that's sort of the strategy he's playing into. Super Rich wants to have trait available endgame, because if you do have trait available endgame, then you can potentially down the Antiquarian, teleport to the gate, and still get a draw from a losing position. It's still more unlikely than not, but it's still possible. So you still give yourself a potential possibility to work with. Now, the only downside of this, it does allow the Survivors to eventually get to the exit gates and already be positioned for the end game. But you see, look at that cooldown on the trade now, 15 seconds. He was waiting till, and by the time he gets the chair, it's going to be down to pretty much 0. So basically the idea there was that he's just waiting for the trade to come online, so he will have an option for that end game. Now, there's 2 ways he could play the end game. He can use he can potentially switch to teleport, use that to go for the exit gate, or because he does a trump card, or he can go for a blink to just secure at least 1 kill. And you really see here, he only has 3 hit of presence. We're this far into the game, he's only hit the Survivor 3 times. That's how strong this game has been for Wolves here. We're going to see Mercenary come for the rescue, trying to get that double hit out of the Mercenary. Unable to get the second dash there. Does get the pop there, the pullback. Can he get the hit on the Mercenary? It's really important that he hits the Mercenary, because now they cannot pop the Cypher Machine until Mercenary is half health, or he will go down. And he's actually going to go for Merc. So this is a little bit of an interesting play. I guess the idea here is that if you could potentially pick up Mercenary before they pop the Cypher, they have to pop the Cypher really soon here. And let's see if they're going to do so. Mercenary holding onto the solution. See, they have to pop it before Mercenary goes down. They're going to pop it right now. Super does have Blink to work with, so he's going to wait for Mercenary Speed Boost to run out and then go for the Blink on him. Does he use that illusion? He does use it early, so he doesn't get blinked here, but Naya does see the foot trail there. Is going to be able to down the Mercenary. Go for the chair. Does she have enough time to make it to the X gate? And I think the answer is going to be no. Even with Super Rich preparing for the situation, the Survivor's already positioned on the exit gate. This should be 3 out the gate for Wolves here, and this will secure 3-1 in favor of both Survivors in the first round. You see that strategy of just, you know, it's so interesting how, you know, Naya never wants to chase Antiquarian first, but if you don't eliminate that Antiquarian first, you get in a situation where it's so easy for the Embalmer. If you chase Embalmer, which is your easiest target, you create a situation where Embalmer's just going to constantly die in Factory over and over and over, or the Embalmer can even coffin the Psychologist into Factory, and the Antiquarian can prevent the Naiad from ever getting a chair, because you just keeps harassing every time they die upstairs, and the chair's too far away to do anything, and there's no counterplay for the Naiad. So that's basically why Super Rich is almost forced to chase Naiad first, but you see there, Naiad, Antiquarian is such a strong counter to Naiad. As soon as she pulls back the Trident, you go for the stun, and leave the water zone, and there's nothing they can do to injure you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, needed that blink in order to get the down a little bit better, but maybe it might have been a decent idea to carry Excitement if really aiming to chase that Antiquarian first. It probably would have really eased the kite up at least a little bit and been able to, you know, get the down or the hit a little bit easier. That, or of course, we have been seeing a lot of Naiads bring Insolence, so maybe that could have been a better option as well, considering the lack of full presence was a struggle. But it really does go to show you how well Wolves work together with one another. They're very support heavy, they're very, very clean cut on their Survivor lineup. They take in these strats that they're very familiar with, they practice very well. They are reigning champions, so you got to be careful and watch out for sort of their wolf attacks. But a beautiful, very, very long kite here that I like. You found that funny. We're seeing almost 3 minutes of kite time from 487's Antiquarian there, which is absolutely nuts and totally deserving of applause and congratulations, because it goes to show you why we, you know, open with saying things like 487 is very popular for his kite.
Right.
This is why.
Yeah, I think I have a lot of energy today. It's just the final day. It's really exciting. You know, it all comes down to these matches. So you guys can tell I'm definitely very excited for right now, especially when to see such incredible Survivor gameplay like this. It makes me really happy to see. I love to see just, you know, I'm always like, obviously it's like, oh, you know, obviously for your favorite teams, like you want the hunter to do well and whatever, but sometimes when I'm watching my favorite team play in these sort of events and things, I still am like, oh, what if the Survivor team does well, even if it's the opposing team Survivors? Like, it still impresses me. It's always great to see. It's good Survivor, because, you know, Hunter, it's like when you make good plays, Hunter, it's like, oh, that's really awesome. But when you have incredible teamwork, it's so much harder. Believe it or not, it's actually a lot harder to play successful Survivor teamwork and successful Survivor support than it is to actually play Hunter. And a lot of people may think that's not true, and that's why more people play Survivor, because playing Survivor in rank is actually quite easy. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You know, you go for a rescue, you go for a kite, you do code ciphers, whatever. When it comes to tournament gameplay, it's actually harder to play Survivor in tournament than it is to play Hunter, and more stressful because you have to have proper support, proper communication, proper teamwork, proper preparation, and it's so difficult to pull these strategies off. But every single time, consistently, this Wolf Survivor team is able to do so. And now it comes down to, can GR turn things around? We talked about the key to this matchup here. GR Survivors have to be strong, because Super Rich is going to struggle against this Wolf Survivor team. Even being the consistent Hunter is, you saw in the first round, was only able to get a single kill there, and that was onto a Mercenary, which, I mean, again, he didn't even have full presence the entire match. So now you're in a situation where, you know, it's like, the GR Survivors, again, they're not the most consistent Survivor team, and they're going against Alex. Alex had struggled a little bit in this event. We saw him actually fall to the GH Survivors, the Thailand team, earlier in this event, which was a bit of an upset victory, but we have seen, of course, impressive gameplay from the GH Survivors. I think they've impressed most people in this event, but even so, statistically, Wolves Alex usually would be able to take down a team like that, but GH with of course, another upset in that situation, which is great to see. But Alex, he's struggled. He needs to be more consistent. He needs to be strong against the GR Survivors team. If he's not able to do so, then this does open up the opportunity for GR. Now, keep in mind, GR has to get a 2-0 victory in this match for the standings to be any different. So the GR Survivors have to force escape right now, or else the standings will not change. So that's going to be really important for them right now. Already a 3-1 start for Wolves is exactly what they're looking for to keep that first seed.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, we really do need a 2-0 from GR, which they're now not in really the position to get. They're in a difficult situation, but we are now seeing them in all of their glory, and by that I mean more of them. So we just went over AK, who a little birdie told me is Posh's favorite, who plays the Prospector and the Seer and is, you know, pretty good, pretty great. We're gonna get into Shadow now, of course, plays Priestess, Barmaid, the Toy Merchant, the Embalmer is displayed up here. We've got, you know, 111 decoding progress and 73 containment time, which is not too bad, you know. Anything 70 to 75 is around average, and especially in a survivor support heavy meta is the exactly the kind of numbers that you'd expect, but certainly not coming in for any rescues here on Shadow, playing more of a support role from afar to help the rest of the team kite along and rescue themselves and do whatever you can do with the survivor lineup that you have. And of course, I am a big fan of, we haven't seen him yet, but I like that they have Heart and Shadow. I think that's just fun.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, we are going to see Seaside as well on the survivor side of GR. So the GR survivors as well, something I just actually considered is that they have GR's sort of been, it's always been like the past, the COAVI events that they won. It's always been sort of PPX on the Hunter side, and they've had a very similar survivor team, but it has been mixed up a little bit. And then also something else to consider is that now Super Rich being the Hunter here is kind of new, because again, PPX has been consistent for so long, and then Super Rich just sort of taken over. And it's pretty rare to see where you have a substitute Hunter just kind of come out of nowhere and become the strongest Hunter on the team. And Super Rich has been so consistent in this event. You see it, average eliminations of 2 every game, but still struggling against this Wolf survivor team. It's just Wolves. The Wolf survivors are so consistent. I think even more consistent than Zeta Division. But yeah. Anyways, back to our other survivor here. We have Hart as the main rescue character. We talked about Mercenary and First Officer here, with a 100% escape probability. That actually goes to show, of course, consistency on the survivor side. But again, GR survivors, they struggle to win. That's the big thing for them. They're usually able to tie a lot of the time, and especially with the rescuer character getting the rescuer out the gate. Is very likely, obviously, because the rescuer is usually not getting chased. But again, the GR survivors, they have to be winning. They have to be winning in this situation. They have to try to get a 4th survivor out here and go for a 2-0 if they want a chance to secure a potential first seed in their group.
Yeah, absolutely. We are now going to get into the man of the hour, Alex, a household name, of course, from Wolves, their primary hunter, their only hunter, who plays Naiad, Bonbon, Wax Artist, has taken out the Soul Weaver once or twice, of course can use the Bloody Queen. I mean, what good hunter can't use the Bloody Queen? But has been performing extremely well, has been getting, you know, all of these draws, a 2.62 survivor elimination rate. I believe has had nothing less than a draw the entirety of COAS so far, unless I'm misremembering a match where they were able to take them by storm. So this is going to be very difficult on Glory's side. They are going up against a hunter who really isn't the kind of person who is going to give you your 3 escape or your 4 escape. Instead, you were getting a 2-4 elimination, which is really not what they're looking for in this position. They do want their 2. He's dancing at me again. They do want their 2-0, so that's definitely what they want to achieve. I like this little guy. I think he's so full of energy and fun. I'm very into the mascots. Of course, we keep making jokes backstage about Eli getting a fusion mascot, but we'll have to get around to that for him. But we're going to be getting into our band pick soon.
All right.
This is our second half of the first round between the two during the first match of the day. We are still on Leo's Memory, in case you've forgotten, which has kind of come up in popularity for this COA. It used to be kind of like a nightmare that no one wanted to be on, but it's been very common nowadays.
Yeah, it has. And now we are going to see, what is Alex actually going to play here? Because typically we would see Alex play go Bonbon in this sort of situation where you have a 3-1 lead, you play Bonbon, go for a tie. Leo's Memory is quite difficult, and because we see a Seer band first, that means he's not playing Bonbon. I would imagine this could be leading a little bit more so into Geisha rather than not here. We're going to see the, of course, Antiquarian, instant Antiquarian on Leo's Memory is so strong. And actually, one of the reasons I think now that I'm realizing why we see Leo's Memory so much is Leo's Memory power combos so well with Antiquarian and also Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant has very easy access to Inside Factory. You see instant Embalmer ban from Alex. This is really smart. You never want to play into that strategy where you can Embalmer Coffin into Factory. Then the Antiquarian can support that from that upstairs area, right? That's something we talked about in the last round. And then, of course, Toy Merchant is very strong here because you can just catapult survivors into that factory for kiting purposes. We actually see Postman, interestingly enough, here. which I understand this idea, and that, you know, if you have postman, you can spawn postman inside factory, a very good kiting area, and you can promote Cyphers with the decoding letter. So that definitely does make sense. And of course, the final character, this does, as we mentioned before, open up Psychologist for that Psychologist Antiquarian combination, which the Antiquarian can support, go for a stun, and then when they stun that Survivor off the balloons, they can body block a hit. Then the Psychologist can just heal up the Antiquarian from a distance, and she can continue to harass after that. That's sort of been one of the strongest combinations these teams have put together in this event thus far. And so we'll see how that, if that has an impact here. I would imagine we're going to see probably, yeah, I'm thinking probably Geisha for Alex here, just because Geisha can chase Psych and Merchant, but then has a weak chase to Antiquarian, especially because he needs a tie. That would probably make the most sense. Bonbon, of course, is still available. I think Bonbon would also be okay. The biggest question here is, did the survivors pick Broken Windows or Flywheel? Flywheel can be used against Bonbon to Flywheel bombs. Broken Windows is slightly more effective, but Flywheel is more effective against something like Geisha. Let's see what Alex actually ends up with. I'm actually curious. I'm not sure what he would go for. I think if I'm Alex here, I'd probably more likely to play Geisha just because she's stronger against Factory Loop. However, Alex has been more often than not picked Bonbon in the first round situations. But with the first man Seer, it's a little bit less likely that he's gearing up to play Bonbon in the first place. But because he now has a team comp that he actually played Bonbon against, he might still go it here. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, we will. We might see. We're going to see Naiad.
Oh,
instead,
Naiad.
So no Mrs.
Right.
Nishiko, no little penguin robot. Instead, we'll be seeing another Naiad, just like last time. Alex, of course, is very comfortable with that Naiad, can certainly achieve a draw with her. The team comp, of course, would be a little bit more viable against some other different hunters, but feeling comfortable with this one. Alex does love to bring out that Naiad. Did kind of popularize her a little bit in some prior tournaments, which was very fun to watch, but tends to play her a little bit conservatively, just get those draws with her, and that's really all he needs in this situation. So could work out very well.
And also Naiad here is actually again good for Factory. You can cut off Factory Loop because you can loop up the area, force survivors out of the water zone. You can also catch up quite quickly. And I forgot, that's another thing that Alex has an option to go to. Now the big question here is that, does Alex opt to go with a similar build to we saw Super Rich in the first round, or does he go with the Blink Insolence Attention, which has been a lot more standard? But again, you want to have excitement to play around that Antiquarian if the survivors do die in the upstairs part of Factory. Merchant has a similar play along with this survivor team, similar to what Embalmer does. Because with Embalmer, we talked about how Embalmer can easily coffin a survivor or himself into Factory that Antiquarian can support. But Merchant can, use a catapult to get a survivor into Factory. So both those options are, it's similar to Embalmer in the same way. And so we'll see how that matters here. It looks like we're going to see, again, Trunk card, so no Blink Insolence Attention. It's the same idea, right? We talked about it in the last game. If you don't have Trunk card, you don't have an option to switch to Excitement, and you have no counterplay to the upstairs Antiquarian. So that's the idea of Alex going Blink here. Now, I really don't think he'll make the same mistake Super Rich did of chasing the Antiquarian first. Obviously, you want to get it out of the way so you don't have to deal with that, limited counterplay support from the Antiquarian in the upstairs area of Factory. But because he does have Trump card, as long as he has Trade Swap available late game, he can switch to Excitement to play around that. That's sort of his only real counterplay. But it looks like he's going for the same route, just chase the Antiquarian first. And yeah, we'll see if that has an impact at all. He's forced to break this pallet because, there's no way for the Knight to swim around it. But yeah, let's see what the Antiquarian can do in this area.
Yeah, we're going to come outside of the factory now, having successfully gotten out of there with a little pallet throw. You have to pull the harpoon back. You can't exactly have your harpoon out and break things with your bare hands as a Naiad. So she can't do that, but she can continue on chase with this Antiquarian here. So AK just looping around. One support catapult has been set up here. It does go off perfectly, so able to get up on the stairs. We're going to break that, of course. You do not want to leave that there for later. That would be a disaster. But actually going to change target now. Don't want to deal with that Antiquarian in the factory anymore, deciding that enough time has been spent with her. You do want to be able to make sure that you can pressure these ciphers and not let them push them too much. They've started 4 now. Most are, 2 of them actually are at about 50%, but had to abandon one of them and now chasing the Psychologist instead, who is looping around this area here and has already thrown down a pallet, of course, which is a really good idea against a Naiad, as we saw demonstrated earlier in the match.
You see other reasons why that Merchant is so strong on this sort of map here. We're going to see Psychologists trying to avoid... goes for the Mind Game, gets the hit through the pallet onto the Psychologist. For a second, I thought the Psychologist got popped by the water, but it was actually a snowflake going in front of the Psychologist's leaf, so that was a little bit of weird interaction there. But yeah, it's just going to continue after Psych here. We're going to see the water go down. CZI trying to avoid getting trapped in here. Is going to get that pull there. Does he get the 100% water in time? No, able to get out of the water range just in time, forcing the basic hit onto the Psychologist, and he is now going to rotate actually towards the Mercenary. That's actually okay, as Mercenary is able to pop that Cypher Machine and is now able to position himself for the next rescue. Does get the Psychologist clip there, but keep in mind here, Veronica, we do have a slight bit of stress available for the Psychologist, so if they do ever go for no Tide Turner rescue, or the Psychologist is able to get out, kite out that Tide Turner effect, she will get healed enough where the Naiad is forced to go for 2 hits to actually down her. Keep in mind, Blink is still available, so if we do see a Tide Turner rescue from the Mercenary, he could instantly blink on the Psychologist before the Tide runs out to avoid that play. However, this does open up a potential second rescue with no Tide Turner. This is actually looking quite good for the Survivor side of GR. They actually have enough Cypher progress to easily win the game here. But again, a forced Survivor escape is really key for this position. And he is going to go for the Blink just to play around that Tide Turner being removed and the stress healing up the Psychologist. But again, yeah, they have enough Cypher progress to win. You have 50%, 20%. One more rescue here should be enough for the Survivors to go for the win. But again, they have to get 4 escape here if they want to get a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, absolutely. They really need to achieve this for escape, so they're going to be pushing for it. We see AK in the area already, who is the Antiquarian and has plenty of Bamboo Flute to utilize against this Naiad, who's going to throw the Harpoon. Of course, Alex trying to block off the area and get a humidity hit before AK can make it to the chair, which is a wonderful camping strategy from the Naiad. Very classical, something you definitely want to attempt with her if you're brave enough. But going to be able to get the rescue off sooner than later, and the Psychologist, of course, with that stress ability, will not go down yet. They will have enough time to prime the Cypher. Coming in with some support on AK's side, the pallet here was already thrown very early, so no longer having that to utilize in this situation. Going to try and get the humidity hit, going to take a basic hit, but Cyphers are going to be primed extremely soon. It's really just a question of when they'll be able to pop it. 1 Cypher remaining at 99%, exactly the kind of thing that you'd expect. And they do pop the Cypher, throwing the Harpoon down in order to block off most of the Spectre area for kiting. Psychologist, of course, still with her silly damage from her stress ability coming in at the last second to save her from going down immediately, but going to kite outside of the factory now and actually vaulting over right into Alex.
Yeah, vaults into the Hunter there. He's able to secure the down. Psychologist is now dead on chair, which means the Wolves will not get 2-0'd here by GR. So that means 3 Survivors can make it out the exit gate. He does not have teleport yet available, so they can get a 3-1 for this. Sorry, let me rephrase that. It's still a tie for this round. I'm actually totally messed up the points there. Even if this round is still a tie, GR can still get a 2-0, so that is completely my apologies. It just means that it's a lot harder because they have to now 2-0 2 rounds in a row. So I totally my apologies on that. So because there's still a tie for this round, Wolves can still get 2-0 by GR. GR can still win the next 2 rounds in a row and still gain 2 net wins back. And so they don't have to necessarily get a 4 escape right here. I'm just saying, I guess what I meant to say is, like, if they don't hear, it's really hard because they have to 2-0 the next 2, which is really kind of difficult for them, right? So I think that's sort of that's what has to happen now, is they have to win the next 2 rounds in a row. So Wolves is able to hold on for the first round. As long as Wolves can tie one of the next 2 rounds, or they can win one of the next 2 rounds, then Wolves secures themselves as the first seed.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've been performing really well. Alex doing a job that you kind of wouldn't expect. GR really held their own against him. It's not something that you see often. Of course, he did have those stats of not getting anything less than a draw and having such a high Survivor elimination rate on average, and GR coming in the first round and being able to counteract that immediately. But as Eli said, as we go over our stats, of course, you can read those, you can read, I hope you love to read, but just a little more chit chat about their standings, of course. They are now in a position where it's going to be harder as things goes on because of a few factors, but the main ones being that the more you go on in matches, the more bans that are achieved on either side, the less survivors you can use and the less hunters you can use as well, who tend to be specialties and things that you really enjoy and things that are strong on certain maps, and you start to be fully counter-comped, and that's hard on the hunter side. The survivors have less to work with as well, and the more you play the game in a row, kind of the more comfortable you get with your opponent and the more familiar you are, which can be a plus but can also be a huge downside. I mean, when we watch DouYu, they get stronger and stronger as things go on, and such could be the same case for Wolves. themselves. They've taken this tie in the first round. They've really familiarized themselves again with what they are up against here with GR, just a reminder of how they play, what they need to do to counteract them, and they should be good to go in achieving whatever it is they'd like to achieve, which would be, a draw or another win, and not allow them to get that 2-0 that they so desperately need to change the rankings.
Right. So now it's sort of like, you can really see why Leo's memory has sort of taken over as a round one mapping. And we talked about this a little bit before, but it's the same situation in this round. If you play Naiad, you have to, if you don't chase Antiquarian, so it's kind of interesting. Like, if these hunters really want to chase Antiquarian first, I'm surprised they don't bring Excitement just for that first chase. Like, obviously you want to bring Blink for dealing with the Psychologist, but if they're going for first chase Anti, you might as well just bring Excitement. You could just go Excitement Insolence. You have your Insolence available, and then Excitement can deal with the Antiquarian. But it's like, if you go trump card to switch to Excitement so you can deal with the Antiquarian later game, but you chase Antiquarian first, it sort of doesn't make a lot of sense. I guess the idea is then you can, obviously trump card opens up more options for teleport. We're going to do a short break. We will review a little bit more of this in a moment.
Everybody, and welcome back. We are heading right in, of course, to more of the fun support posts that I was telling you about earlier when we began. GR fighting, let's go. You and us can both turn the tables before the dust is settled, which is a fun little phrase. I do love that one. This is for, of course, Identity 5's Korean account, so thank you for the lovely photo. I love the fire. What are they called? The sparkler? That's a sparkler. They're called sparklers. Yep. I remembered. Right. They're called sparklers. And this is from Fang 199611. Of course, it's some extra F's at the beginning. I think that's a fun username. Of course, COA6 Global Finals in the hashtag. Share your support, share your love. Oh, this is a fun, cool edit. This is another post, of course. This one also from the Korean side of things. We are going to see this time, let us write our own history in the name of wolves, promise me glory. Fighting the wolves, go for the COA 6 Grand Finals. Fighting, you are the best. So this one is from Ovo, and this is for, again, the COA 6 global support. So if you are interested in supporting any of the teams, you should. You stand to benefit from it. Of course, again, little contest going on. Do you want season essences? We do. Do you want a random A tier? We do. Everyone does. You might as well give it a shot. But we're going to hop right back into our audience here, so only a brief interlude. But again, I'm Veronica. This is Eli O. And we are going to be taking a look at the fun memes in the audience, which are... Oh, and back to our mascots. I'm a huge fan of the mascots. Pasha and Nell are very, very into the memes, but every time I see the mascots, I think it activates something in my brain as a stuffed animal lover. But Eli, what are your predictions for getting into the second round here? I mean, we are coming off of a draw to begin.
Yeah, so I think because we talked about this a little bit, so again, in terms of how the points work out in the playoffs, if GR doesn't have a 2-0 victory, they can't afford to tie one of the rounds, which they were able to do here, which did happen here, but they have to win the next two rounds 2-0 for there to be a difference in standings, I believe. Let's see, Wolves being a 5. Yeah, so they have to be there has to be a 2-0 for there to be a difference in standings. GR has to get a 2 against Wolves here. And so we saw Wolves Survivors start out very strong, a 3 Survivor escape right out the gate against Super Rich. And now it comes down to, can GR still turn this around? Now, they did have a successful start against Alex, but they weren't able to win the first round. They still only got a tie, and that's how strong the Wolves Survivors are. It's because they forced them to get a 4 Survivor escape to actually win the round. It's so difficult to do. And so now we're in a situation again where they have to win 2 in a row. And it's just like, it's so difficult. As long as the Wolf Survivors can consistently win, which they've been able to do it throughout the majority of this event, it's really hard for GR to do much of anything here. So, yeah, for the most part, Wolves is just hanging on to their first place seed here. But we'll see how this next round, how we progress into this next round again. We've seen Naiad from both sides in both difficult positions for the Hunters, both unfortunate results in that play where, again, we talked about Survivors dying inside Factory, Antiquarian supports, there's nothing you can do about it. But because the Hunters were so worried about that, they tried to play around that by chasing Antiquarian first, and you see why Antiquarian is such a strong kiter against something like a Naiad, in that the Antiquarian just freely kited the Naiad with very limited support. You saw the 487 in the first round, no support at all, was able to 3-cypher kite. And in the next round, we saw the Toy Merchant support, getting the Antiquarian into Factory, and there's nothing the Survivors can really do against that. Or the Hunter can really do against that. It's just so strong. Antiquarian, you take first kite, you kite for so long, nothing the Hunter can do. You don't chase Antiquarian, you play into the harassment, and you end up losing the game anyway. So it's sort of like a lose-lose situation for the Hunter.
Yeah, not in a good position. We're not starting off very strong with that. It's very difficult to be there, but we are going to see our first bans and picks coming in. We're on Chinatown, so we are seeing the Priestess and the Seer being banned, but on Chinatown, you know who's great for mobility and great for helping teammates with mobility and is not Priestess and therefore can come out? That's right, it's the Toy Merchant. So Toy Merchant really great on this map, totally expected pick. We are now going to see the Mercenary be banned alongside, I believe that is the Forward. So Forward taken out as well. This is a fun winter game situation, but we're going to see Mercenary and Forward not be allowed to come out onto the field. Forward, of course, being a curious fan. I mean, we don't see him as much nowadays, so Alex might just have some personal beef with our favorite rugby player, but instead we will be seeing the Postman come out on this map to join the Antiquarian and the Toy Merchant.
Right. And so, yeah, so, like, they don't take any rescuers. So the problem with this comp is now Alex can actually play Bonbon, and there's no stable rescuer that you can pick here. Like, you can go Wildling, but Wildling cannot stable rescue against Bonbon. So typically, Forward is a good rescuer against Bonbon because you can stun on Chair and get a guaranteed rescue. First officer can use his watch to get a guaranteed rescue. Even Mercenary has extra hits to work with, so there's still a good chance he can actually get the save off against Bonbon. But characters like Gravekeeper and Wildling are so weak to Bonbon because they can't get a free save. Wildling can get up to the chair uninjured, but as long as he drops a bunch of bombs on the chair, you go for Terror Shock. Wildling has a second animation where he gets off his boar, which you can get a bomb that way. So it's pretty difficult for Wildling to get a safe rescue against a Bonbon. Now, something that we have seen the Wildlings do is, there's a 1 second animation as you jump off your boar, but you can actually count the seconds of a 2 second bomb, and you can click the get off your board button right as the bomb's about to blow up, and then it actually cancels the animation of you getting off the board, and you take a chip, but it cancels the animation so you can instantly go for the rescue, and it kind of throws the Bonbon off sometimes. So sometimes we have seen that. But I think in this team comp, I think Alex is fine playing Bonbon, just because I guess you could technically go Geisha as well, as Antiquarian is the only Geisha counter here. So I think both of those will be his best potential options. Oh, he does have Soul Weaver too. So Alex actually has a lot of options here for playing against this comp. And this is why the Postman pick is a little bit difficult, because there are some... For a Bonbon, Postman's a fine chase. The Cypher is difficult for Bonbon to deal with a little bit, but it's still a fine chase. Geisha maybe struggles a little bit against Postman, but it's not too bad. And then Soul Weaver is very good. Oh, and Wax Artist. I mean, you can literally play so many characters against this team comp. So GR is really just going for more of a comp that's good for the map in general, rather than the type of hunter pool Alex has.
Yeah, gotta be open to that. Of course, Alex having such a deep hunter pool, as we just went over so many options.
Yep.
I personally was very leaning on the Soul Weaver there. I mean, she's so good on Chinatown, but also it's her... Oh my god, they have him! Repairman, the Koa skin that you have. And remember, there's another Koa skin there too. Maybe we'll see...
I don't actually know the name. Repairman. I didn't actually know the name of it. I just know what it looks like. But yeah, I know.
You do this.
Yeah, it's just like I just remember seeing it, and I was like, and then Wildling had recently, because see, like for me, like I only really like I don't really care too much about getting skins. I only really care about like when a character is like a viable meta character, and if I get a skin for, I'll be like, oh, okay, so I can just play this character because he's actually like viable. But if I get a skin for like Gardener, I'm just gonna be like, oh, like I don't care. But like if I get a skin for like Wildling, when Wildling got an adjustment, became an actual strong character, I was like, oh wait, this is actually kind of nice. So that's kind of why that was like the only one that I wanted, because that was the only one that was like decent, I think, for meta characters. But yeah.
We'll have to delve you into the world of playing a dress-up game sometimes. But I have a huge Gardener skin collection, and even I don't play Gardener that much. She's like so cute, and I love her, and I have her Cosmic Witch limited S tier, but Gardener's not very strong, so in order to be good at her, you have to be like MX, who, of course, we do have that team playing later on today. But you have to be really committed to the Gardener to really make her work and enjoy her. So it just kind of like sits and collects dust, like a nice figure that I got, and just is pretty in my room, kind of. But that's the fun part. But my fingers are crossed that we will see cute little Koa skins on the field today with all of these characters, because I think that's like a sweet little detail. Of course, it doesn't impact the gameplay at all, but I'm like, oh my god, it's Koa, and they're dressed up for Koa, but maybe that's just me. But Wax Artist, of course, coming out instead, decent on Chinatown, and here are our spawn selections. What are your thoughts on first chase here in this situation? Of course, we've seen an attempt on Antiquarian in the past, which didn't go over very well for Alex, and he was forced to change targets, but maybe Toy Merchant would be best, especially considering, you know, once those catapults are gone, it'll be less of a hassle to deal with her.
So the thing is, with this spawn, Alex can only chase.
Excitement.
Yeah, Alex can only chase. It's for the Antiquarian, so he can potentially chase the Anti. And also to dealing with Wildling. Alex can only chase Antiquarian. You cannot chase Merchant, because if you go for Merchant, she just rotates to Hotel, and it's an infinite loop with the glider and with catapult. So it's actually impossible for Alex to chase Merchant. You're going to see him go for Antiquarian first here. And also because he has excitement, this actually makes it possible for him to deal with the Antiquarian. So he is going to go for Antiquarian first, and actually Anti does have Flywheel, so that works out quite nicely for Alex, and that Wax Artist is a Flywheel counter. And we're going to see Antiquarian again, just constantly rotating here, trying to break line of sight. That's going to be the key in this matchup, going against something like a Wax Artist. We're going to see, he's going to wax off the pallet, which actually does nothing against Antiquarian. She can flip over it, but she actually doesn't see that Alex just goes back through here. And this, fortunately, is going to be a downside for AK. It's going to take a lot of wax in the process. Let's see what Alex is able to do. Going to go ahead and block off the window here. And Antiquarian's going to be able to make it to the pallet. Trying to get this 100 wax here. Not just yet. Again, constantly breaking line of sight. He's going to go for the stun right here. Has excitement to go for that first hit. And he's still at 88 wax here, so he can actually just get the instant down on the Antiquarian. Does get the snipe here. Can he get the hit before the Antiquarian gets uncovered? Because she can use the stick, and does actually get the stun off here. She can go through the flip through the window, so she isn't going to take much extra wax there. And continue to kite.
Beautiful job from AK to start off. The excitement and the hit, of course, coming into play. We're going to see the pallet get broken now, which Wax Artist is not exactly renowned for, but I'm going to use the Flywheel as well to not take this hit, using the Flute to knock back effectively. We are going to see the Wax Artist, of course, have his little burst of wax and block off the window. He's currently walking around for some reason. I'm not really
stunned.
sure.
Yeah, he's still stunned, so he can't.
That makes more sense. But continuing loop around in this area, of course, following around, didn't want to get that pallets down earlier, using a lot of wax.
Right.
So the Antiquarian has been taking a lot of wax, has been frozen quite a few times, but not knocked down in any of them. So doing a really strong job against this Wax Artist, finally going to do the down. But Eli, we've already had 2 ciphers now. As she sits on chair, we're going to see it pop, so it's going to be 3 ciphers remaining, with 1 almost completely done and another 4th being completely started. So they might have enough progress to be able to pull this round in their favor.
Yeah, very nice start here from Alex, and we're going to see Wildling is coming for the rescue, and Wildling can actually perfectly save a no presence Wax Artist without much of an issue here. And as you can see, just able to get past the Wax Artist a lot faster than this hunter. He's gonna actually, get the, he's gonna take the basic there, and he's gonna continue after the Antiquarian. Does have excitement back online in a few seconds, so should be able to get the Antiquarian. Oh, we do have a catapult inside of that. She can allow Antiquarian to transition farther away from the Wax Artist here, making it all the way into Hotel. This allows for a really long potential rebound kite here. Wax Artist, well, it may be good on this map because it's very open. Still can struggle in that Hotel loop unless he's able to block up the pallet. Let's see if he drops down. This is the correct play to drop down. You cannot go to the pallet first. If you go to the pallet and you throw it down, you can actually wax bomb off the pallet, and then you're sort of trapped in that area because you can't go over it. And because he has no stick, he's not able to flip over. So he's just going to continue after Antiquarian here. He is able to secure the down. But you see the last cipher machine, 40% of the way done. It's being double decoded. It's all the way across the map, so there's no options for Alex to actually bomb it off. But he does have basement in the area, so he's able to drag AK all the way to the basement here. This opens up a difficult rescue, especially considering there's no more Tide Turner available at this point.
Yeah, AK coming down into the basement here, sitting in the furthest chair. Alex, of course, wanting to make it as hard as possible for the survivors to get this rescue off, but we're going to see 2 survivors in the area now. Of course, the Postman coming out and the Wildling as well. Exactly what you'd expect. So Heart is going to come drop down these stairs here. Cypher is primed. Whoa, not primed yet. We're at 80% on the Cypher. It will be primed sometime soon. So sending 2 survivors in the area, you've got to be careful of that full presence wax. Excitement is online, and now the full presence wax will come into play, getting a hit on the postman with the hot wax there. Now going to try and get a no-hit recovery drop down, but a beautiful flywheel prevents that from happening as they continue up the stairs, and the Cypher is popped. 4 survivors still remaining and on full health here.
Yeah, going for the pallet, and he goes for the wax there, is not able to get the freeze just yet. Antiquarian has a little bit more time to work. He's going to die all the way in the corner of the map here, and this is going to allow for the down. So this is going to be 3 survivors potentially at the end, unless Alex goes for a teleport right away. It looks like no. 3 GR survivors will get out the X gate here. This is key for them. Again, they have to win 2 rounds in a row here if they want to potentially move into the first place seed. So now Alex with the teleport too late. And just like that, GRA is going to get a 3-1 for the first half of the second round. And now, again, this puts Super Rich in a position where he just needs to go for a tie. But again, Wolves Survivor's so consistent, so strong. And if Wolves Survivors are able to get 3 out the gate here, that does secure the first seed for this Wolves team in their group.
Yeah, we could be seeing a funny situation like last time where we got 2 ties in a row with the same numbers and then went into our round 3, and that was what kind of settled it. So I wonder if that'll be what we will see today. But for now, that does seem to be it. We've gotten our tie in the first round. Now we have 3 survivors out of the gate with some beautiful plays from GR's side. They were so well coordinated, working together so well. I do think a total highlight was the Antiquarian just constantly taking those full wax stuns, but being able to time the flywheel and being able to time the pallet throws and being able to time the flute hits. It was just, it's so well done, so smooth, really comfortable with that character, and they're off to a good start. I mean, they are in the lead for this round, but as you said, Super Rich is now in a position to go up against Wolves' survivors, which is not an easy feat by any means.
Yeah, so yeah, it's really I'm trying to think about how Super Rich approaches this matchup. Obviously, he could, because it is Chinatown, this does open up options like Soul Weaver still. I'm talking about how Soul Weaver is so strong on this map. It's so hard to actually beat Soul Weaver on Chinatown. So there's a chance that Wolf Stars actually go for a Soul Weaver ban first. And actually, Soul Weaver plays, so basically it's the same sort of strategy here, right? And we saw this, I think it was against Dongchuan's Geisha, in which you can die in the corner of the hotel building in the upstairs area, and it's very hard for them to make it to the chair if the Antiquarian's harassing, right? So you open up that situation where, similar to Leo's memory, it's hard to get that chair off, and that's why Antiquarian's so good on even a map like Chinatown. But Soul Weaver is actually one of the hunters that can play around that for 2 reasons. One, if you're able to stack a bunch of webs, you can pick up the survivor very fast, and sometimes you can zoom past the Antiquarian, or you can use the cocoon to chair in the top corner of the hotel. And that actually is really good for the Soul Weaver because it's so hard to actually rescue from that area because it's all the way in the corner of an upstairs area, and there's no place for them to rebound kite from that position. And you can't get harassed by the Antiquarian up there. So that's sort of a potential option that Super Rich could go to if he does opt for Soul Weaver. I think there's a decent chance Soul Weaver actually gets banned. I'd imagine it's either Soul Weaver or Naiad ban here from the Wolf Survivors.
Got that respect ban on that Naiad. You did perform pretty okay against her last time, but a lot of the time what we see are, if you're unfamiliar with the term, it's just usually called a respect ban. So if a character is played in an earlier match, the survivors will then ban it in the following matches. Most of the time because they're very strong, but sometimes just because they were there and now you want to eliminate something from their hunter pool. But the Soul Weaver, as you mentioned, would be a really strong ban of choice. This is kind of the one and only map that you see her on often here on the main stage, and boy is it for good reason. But we're hopping right back into our audience choices, so no more us on the screen. Instead, I hope you enjoy this other photo on a screen, and we're going to see the survivors sat, ready to go. Of course, wolves are in a pack. It's what you'd expect. They are wolves, but relaxing here. If you're excited for wolves, send your wolf emojis in chat, and if you are excited for glory, send your little crowns. You've got both of those at your disposal. So Super Rich will be taking the stand once more. We haven't been seeing PPX because he's been sort of not doing too well, I believe was the reason, kind of struggling in this current meta.
Right, yeah, for the most part, yeah. PPX has not been quite as consistent. See PPX only around 100 really be Bonbon. Obviously he has things like Dream Witch as well, but has struggled to consistently get ties, where Super Rich has just been more consistent. That's why we've seen him sort of take over as the more consistent hunter from from GR. And it's kind of interesting to compare China to Japan because a lot of the Japanese teams opt to use both their hunters throughout a best-of-3 series, whereas China, they really just they focus on training the hunter that's been more consistent and just add to that person's hunter pool so they have enough hunters to play all 3 rounds. That's sort of China's idea of strategy, whereas Japan's idea of hunter strategy is to have one hunter that's specific to round 1, has the win potential hunters in round 1, and then you build the hunter pool up the round 2 and 3 hunter and allow them to play the tie hunters in the later rounds. That's sort of how China approaches. But that's how Japan approaches a matchup. But for China, it's just teach the round 1 hunter, teach your most consistent hunter to play all 3 rounds. And so we're going to see that here with Super Rich. Of course, we're going to see the Naiad ban first. That does open up a potential Soul Weaver here. Seared Priestess on the hunter side. And it looks like we're going to see Antiquarian and Mercenary, the most standard set of lock-ins. Obviously, having Antiquarian such a strong kiter, such a strong supporter. And we talked about how it can make an impact in that hotel area. Now, let's see if Super Rich opts to ban Merchant first here. I think he probably would. Although if he is aiming for Soul Weaver, it's kind of interesting because Soul Weaver can close the distance easily on Merchant. But it looks like we're going to see Dancer as well. Obviously, Dancer, a very strong character against characters such as Bonbon, characters such as Weaver. So getting that out of the way here is very important.
Yeah, don't want to deal with either the Toy Merchant or the Dancer on this map. Of course, we did see Toy Merchant support today on Leos. That was really good. And then even more on Chinatown. So Super Rich will not be putting up with that today. No catapults on the field. We will be seeing Psychologist be selected again. She is back out. And of course, as we said, she is the harasser's best friend. Do you know how they call dogs man's best friend and diamonds girl's best friends? The Psychologist is the harasser's best friend, and that she can use her remote heal, take their damage, still not be injured, and even if she is, it won't be too much of a detriment, and that works out really well on the Survivors' side. So she'll be great if that Antiquarian is harassing in those areas that Eli mentioned as being so strong, you know, those hotels, those second stories, anywhere that the hunter has to kind of travel for a chair, you are then at risk. But we're going to see Mechanic banned last and Entomologist selected in her steed.
So Entomologist here is in preparation. Obviously, Entomologist is quite strong for supporting characters in their areas like Hotel, but also for dealing with Soul Weaver, because Soul Weaver actually struggles to get through those bees. One of the ways that you can stop the Soul Weaver, or sort of slow down the Soul Weaver from zooming after you, is you have the Entomologist bees support to push that hunter back. So Entomologist is actually kind of a direct counter to Weaver. So the idea of Entomologist here is potentially push Super Rich off of the Soul Weaver. Now, it does make you slightly weaker to Bonbon, but Soul Weaver is sort of the one hunter on this map. Again, Soul Weaver is sort of just an average A-, A tier hunter, somewhere in there. But when it comes to Chinatown, Soul Weaver is actually S tier. Soul Weaver is so strong on Chinatown to a point where she actually has a win potential more so than some other hunters as well. So it's really hard for Soul Weaver to actually lose on a map like Chinatown. But if you're able to play a composition, if you're able to play characters such as Entomologist that can actually directly counter her, it does open up possibilities for Survivors to actually outperform the Soul Weaver. So let's see if Super Rich still wants to go Weaver into the Ento here. No, he's going to go Wax Artist instead. And I think this is probably a little bit safer, although Wax Artist also struggles against Ento too. So I'm a little bit surprised by this. In that obviously Antiquarian's a decent chase target, Psychologist is a very good chase target, but Entomologist is not. So you're still sort of in the same position where I think Soul Weaver and Wax both get countered by Ento.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be careful with that. We're having one of those funny days where you they're not mirror matches, but you see the same hunter, and then you see the same hunter. So if you are interested in more Wax Artist, you're getting it now. So we're going to see our spawn locations, of course. I almost called them band picks again. That's not what they are, but we're going to see our spawn locations from the beautiful little drop down there. We're going to see a nice pan out. The coaches are going to be kind and courteous towards one another before the match begins. And now let's get into the bloodbath, or at least the precursor to it all, which is where we see where the tacticians have placed their soldiers. So now we're going to see Super Rich spawning, of course, in the corner there. I believe that Jelly is in the hotel. We're going to see Juan more at a 2-story area there, Lion in the center, and 487 there. Kind of to the side, there are ciphers to be decoded there, but gotta be careful. Super Rich could, of course, select you as a target if Excitement is in play, and they're really feeling like that first Antiquarian chase once more.
Right, so getting into our builds as well, we do see double flywheel from Entomologist and Antiquarian, and we already see Broken Windows. So Broken Windows for Psychologists is, of course, preparation. Something like Wax Artist, you don't want to, because Psychologist is a pretty easy chase for a Wax. You need to have some sort of kiting ability with that broken windows. So I think that's probably the ideal. Psychologists haven't broken here. We are going to see trump card and blink, so we don't actually have excitement for the antiquarian here, which means that his chase is a little bit more challenging if he does go for the antiquarian. We're going to see 487 rotate away here, and actually, yeah, just not going to go for that at all. I mean, he wants to find psychologist. That's his best chase target. So he's going to try to look for, yeah, he does. No, he actually didn't see the psychologist trail there. He's going to wax off the mercenary Cypher, still looking for that psych, but unable to find her, it looks like. And he's actually going to have to rotate away here. And he might be forced to chase entomologist, which is probably his weakest chase target for a wax artist here.
Yeah. Forced to rotate around, the survivor's doing a really good job at staying out of the way of the wax artist here, which means that Super Rich will be forced to find whoever is applicable at this point. And usually when you have slim pickings, you end up with something like someone who's going to counter you or arrest you, and that seems to be the second option here. So we're running into the mercenary as our first chase for now, but choosing to leave him alone and continue pursuing instead the entomologist in the area, but losing track of her for a second. So really dead set on chasing this psychologist. But despite the fact that she is the best target applicable, you're creating a difficult situation for yourself. The ciphers are being pushed, the survivors are rotating, you are at no presence, your trade is already online. You do kind of want to land those hits before that and then force it down with the blink, but that doesn't mean that everything is at a loss. Super Rich can still, of course, take this back. 487, however, will be on kite again, which means that we are in the unfortunate circumstance that Antiquarian has become our first chase for the, I think, fourth time now. So she's going to rotate around. We're going to see 487 on that Antiquarian. Very strong kiter, difficult situation. Not going to throw the pallet down quite yet. Going to miss the swing through the pallet because it's thrown at the perfect time to negate that wax. And we're going to see a hit back on the hunter with these bamboo sticks to stun Super Rich for a moment and prevent him from hitting her.
Right, and we are going to see, yeah, and you see why Antiquarian can actually be decent against wax artists in terms of chase. He does get the freeze here. Is he gonna be able to get the hit? Gets the hit, right? He gets the swing back just in time there, and is able to get that first hit onto the Antiquarian. Now Antiquarian, again, doesn't have broken windows. Oh, it's gonna flip through the wall here. He's actually gonna blink through it, I imagine. Yeah, he's gonna blink right through here. And trying to get the Antiquarian down, has no more stick available, still has flywheel. Super needs to be careful not to accidentally allow a flywheel of the 100 wax, so he needs to try to bait it out here. Just constantly breaking line of sight, baiting the ball here. Flywheel's the 100 wax there. He played right into it, unfortunately. And now 487 can last even longer, but does get the 100 right back after that and is going to get the down here. But Veronica, 3 Cypher machines now down, or a third one about to pop here. We do have basement in the area though, but there is still tide turn available for the mercenary. So we also have entomologist support too. Entomologist is very good at supporting a basement rescue. So Wolf survivors, based off of Cypher Rush here, now have a winning position yet again.
Yeah, doing really well there. Of course, rotating around, ending up chasing that Antiquarian. Not an ideal situation, and 487 proving to us once again very solid, very cool as a cucumber with that Antiquarian, and is performing really well. 3 Cyphers down, 2 remaining. We have 3 other Cyphers that have been started, and a beautiful elbow pad down into the basement here. That's Super Rich almost barely caught, but we're going to see the entomologist support come in. Will they be able to get the body block off? Will they be able to get her out of here? And they will. 487 is safely out of the basement, now able to loop around this hotel area. So Lion, of course, still coming in, trying to achieve the little body block to let 487 live a little bit longer, but going to freeze him and just run right past him, but blocking the doorway here.
Yeah, very nice body block there from the mercenary that forces the hit onto the mercenary, allowing even more time for the kite here. Now this is, we're going to see that play we talked about. We're going to wax off the pallet, and this forces him to transition away. But he's already, you saw 487 didn't even hesitate. He realized that was going to happen. He already has created some distance here. You see the last Cypher machine almost done. He's going to go for the 100 wax. He's going to get the down onto the Antiquarian. Cypher machine is not yet primed. He's also not at full presence just yet, which means that he doesn't have that he doesn't have that camping ability just yet. We're going to see Super Rich try to take him all the way to basement. He realizes he's not going to be able to make it, I think. And he's actually going to take him back to this other chair. And because the Cypher machine is now primed, the only way Super Rich can actually tie from this position here is he needs to hit this survivor now, so he has full presence. Yeah, so he's going to hit Psychologist now because he needs full presence, and he needs to instant down the Antiquarian with the hot wax with the instant switch here, and then he needs to teleport to the gate. That's his only play of winning here. He does still have flywheel available, does have an elbow pad. Psychologist is trying to block this off, so there's no chance of going for this play. Does not get the flywheel out. Hot Wax, can Psychologist block it? Doesn't block it. Gets the hit, but they get the pop-up. He didn't time the swing there. They were able to get the Cypher pop after Psychologist took the hit. What a play from Wolves. Beautiful prediction on Super Rich's swing there. And Antiquarian still has an elbow pad to work with. The dungeons in this area, this game's not over just yet. There's still a possibility for a 4-escape.
Yeah, they're totally gearing up for that 4-escape here. An exciting match. The gate is already open. It doesn't take too long. They are on the gate. Blink coming into play, but the elbow pad as well, able to dodge it. Will you be able to make it to the dungeon? Yes! Ooh, we're going to see a 4-escape from Wolves. Exactly the kind of thing that you expect from them. What an exciting match to close out our second half, Eli.
And that's it. That means Wolves actually is going to win this round and secure themselves a spot in the first seed for their group here. What a play from the Wolves survivors at the end. They predicted the swing onto the that he was gonna, because often what Wax Artist does is they go for the hot wax, they down with no attack recovery, and then they swing right away to predict the Cypher pop. But Wolves Stars played around that. Psychologist body blocked the hit, and then they popped after Psych took the hit. And then they also gave an elbow pad. Mercenary, if you notice, Mercenary actually came by, dropped an elbow pad for the Antiquarian. I think it was near the hotel area where she was going to get rescued from. And so that opened up a position where she had an elbow pad to work with. She elbow padded she avoided the blink, was able to elbow pad pass, and because Wax sort of swings so slow, you can fly well through that swing, was able to get the dungeon, and that's a 4-survivor escape, which means that Wolves, what an incredible game, are able to now win this round by a score of 6-3 with a 4-survivor escape here, and of course now secure themselves as the #1 seed in Group D.
Yeah, a huge congratulations to Wolves there, but of course, what would you expect from our reigning champions here from COA 5 going into COA 6, so maybe this is their season yet again. They did such a good job. It really does go to show you why their Survivor teamwork is something to really look up to, something to admire. If you're ever, looking to play together with your friends, maybe you need to start saying, watch Wolves. Unless you're playing like Wolves, maybe we can't rank together. But what an impressive game. I mean, the kite that 487 was doing the whole time, and the support that came in from the teammates, their communication is just on a whole nother level, and they really do know what they're doing. I mean, even being able to just stand there in a place where the Wax Artist was not able to put the wax down effectively, had to wait for a bomb and then come in around the other side with the Psychologist blocking, and in the pallet the whole time too. I mean, very impressive. They know what they're doing. They've worked together really well. 190 seconds of containment time for 487 in this match. I mean, just wow. Really no words other than wow. I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah. And you really see when we're talking about how it's harder to play Survivor. Like in rank, it's easier to play. It's harder to play Hunter in rank. But when you get to a tournament, it's so hard to play Survivor properly as a team. It's harder to play Survivor than it is to play Hunter in tournament. And you see why here, because there's so much going on in that sort of situation. There's so much. You have to time everything perfectly. You have to set up everything perfectly. Not only it was simply, obviously first kite was very strong. But it's not only that. It's when Mercenary brings the elbow pad to the Antiquarian. That's the first part of that play. There's so many things happening in that play. Mercenary brings the elbow pad, drops it near the pallet or near the hotel area so the Antiquarian can pick it up. That's the first part. The second part is Psychologist trying to body block the 100 wax, which he wasn't able to do. But then Wolves predicting that he was going to go straight for the swing or just waiting for that play. Goes for the swing, hits the Psychologist, and then they're able to pop the Cypher after because detention wasn't available just yet because they didn't pop the Cypher until after the Psychologist took the hit because they were ready for that play. Then the third part is that if you notice 487, he kind of hugs the wall there, and that was actually on purpose. We're going to go to a short break. We got to continue this after, but we'll be back in a second.
Welcome back. We are here with some more COA 6 global support, of course, as you do want to see, and as I keep promoting, and we all do, because it's wonderful. This is a lovely photo from a fan of Glory. It says, GR fighting, we turn to the light and never say never. March toward the championship trophy, let's shine up in the game. And GR, of course, their survivors have been performing so very well today. It's been very exciting to watch the teamwork that they're able to pull off, the things that they are accomplishing, and what lovely photos we've been getting from the fans. I mean, some fan art, some selfies, some beautiful cosplays. I haven't forgotten those either, but of course, we are right back with you. I'm Veronica, this is Eli O. We are your casters for the first half of today, and we are going into our third round for GR versus Wolves today.
Yeah, so basically, just to continue what was happening there. So if you notice at the end there as well, this is something that you can do as a survivor yourself, is he knew that he had blink left. He still had blink available, right? So the antiquarian actually hugs the wall to, like, in case he goes for a blink, to avoid being hit, to stay out of range of the hitbox. And then once the swing completes and swings and misses, then he can elbow pad past that. And then because he still has flywheel, the gate's opening, just flywheel to the dungeon, flywheel to swing and get out. So that's what 487 was doing. That's why he was all the way up against the wall, not because he wanted to elbow pad right away, because he wanted to avoid the swing with the blink, then elbow pad, then flywheel. It's just a sequence of events that he kind of predicted out in his head ahead of time. And that's just called fundamental gameplay, understanding what's going to happen, using the fundamentals properly to avoid, getting hit by that play. And yeah, just 487 did that perfectly.
Yeah, I always lean in real quick to see what the map is, because sometimes they look a little bit of the same. But as suspected, we are on Arms Factory. We are here in our third round, and of course, our lovely analyst Eli was able to continue on with the explanation of how impressive that last game was. I mean, you saw it in real time, but sometimes the technical terms really let you spell it out and see exactly how great they are at what they do. So we are seeing Wolves on the Hunter side first to start off. Our bans are Seer, Prospector, Antiquarian. Antiquarian finally being banned first in the first set, despite the trouble that she's been giving everybody. And Bonbon and Naiad are the Hunter bans, respectively. So Dancer and Entomologist also being taken out. Dancer really good on arms, really good for support in general. Same with Entomologist,
Yep.
They thrive in areas where they can help out their teammates in the best way possible by, just making the hunter a little bit slower. And oh my god, Clown. I actually have in my notes Clown in all caps underlined so that I don't call him Weepy. So we're gonna see Clown in lineup on Arms, which is a bit weird. You don't usually see him on Arms Factory. He tends to come out on Ever Sleeping and Ever Sleeping Only, like it's his specialty map.
Yeah, Weeping Clown is interesting. I think that and Composer. I think in this situation, well, because again, like, even if GR loses, the points don't matter at this point. It's already secured that Wolves is first seed, and that GR is third at this point. So I think that the idea is that I guess it doesn't really matter, because if you ever watch a lot of the Chinese teams actually don't believe Composer is strong. We've heard the Chinese casters talk about this as well. If you ever watch the Chinese stream, they don't believe that Composer is a strong character. So I think that maybe this could be that they're just sort of trying a new strategy, or trying to put the strategies on display. Because also, Double Rescuer, being Weeping Clown and Ford, being with that slow decoding, is also not really a meta strategy as of right now. So it could be that they're trying out a strategy, or they're preparing for something that we don't know about. But at the end of the day, I think this is really just they've already accepted that, again, the result of this third round is irrelevant to the standings. And yeah, Alex is just going to play Axe Boy. This is a character that Alex does have available, and he will bring out in certain situations. But when you have a lead like this, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. I think it's, again, just because the points are already secured, we're sort of just having a bit of a show match now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I know you guys are the same, because you love to get excited over your underrated faves who you enjoy coming out, especially the Axe Boy. This will be a fun match to watch. It might not count too much, but it is certainly going to be one for the count in terms of the enjoyment and excitement. So I'm really loving how tiny the Weeping Clown sprite is. He's a little too tall for the box, which is funny to me specifically. But we'll be getting into our spawn picks soon, which are exciting. We are, of course, dealing with an Axe Boy. So the one thing I think about about this strat, if they were looking to play a specific strategy with them, the Composer and the Weeping Clown and the forward all have a sort of particular speed boost that they can do with their abilities. So they might just be looking to see if they can outrun the Hunter with this one. So we'll see if that's the goal for the team comp here. But we've got an Axe Boy who can kind of negate the exact same thing with these souls by using those as a dash of his own and the trees. So maybe they were secretly predicting this Axe Boy in the 3rd round on arms, but oh, Weeping Clown, so sad. He looks so sopping wet like a cat. But we are going to be getting in. So of course we're seeing AK spawn in the middle on that forward, still playing those strong harasser characters. Seasai spawning closer to the factory area, but not quite in it. Heart spawning close to the shack, but not quite in it. And Shadow, of course, outside of the factory area there, closer to the ruins up above. So, thoughts on first chase here? What is optimal?
Forward is not very good. I mean, technically you can chase any of these characters. Forward actually can fly well as well, yeah. So, Forward's not really a good chase here. Obviously, Composer would be your best chase. However, obviously, he has spawned across the map, so it's kind of difficult to go for that chase. We actually see Insolence, Detention, and Peeper here. So no trunk card from Alex. Just really going with a... Yeah, we've seen Peeper build for Alex on a lot of Arms Factory situations, so this is kind of interesting. And so now it's sort of like he opens up vision on high walls such as middle 3 pallets, such as the ruins area, such as factory, but he doesn't really have a lot of consistent chase without blink here. So it looks like he's gonna go straight for forward first here. I don't know if he'll actually commit to this. He may waste some of the forward's football, or he may just commit to this chase because he doesn't really have a whole lot of great chase targets anyway. Weeping Clown's not really great. Psychologist can take 3 hits, and there's a good chance she has Flywheel. But I think he's banking on the fact that Forward has Tide Turner, not Flywheel. But because Forward actually has Flywheel, this makes him a very easy. This makes it a very easy kite for going against Axe, because you use Flywheel every single flame.
Yeah,
or not every single flame. One of the flames, rather. I don't know what I'm saying there.
Whichever one.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going to be hopping in, of course, continuing our little loop around in this area, missing the first flame actually, so that one still not quite going off, getting into the forward's body instead. So AK continuing on these loops has been really good for kiting so far, done a lot of work with the anti-Crayon so far, having the forward for harasser kite instead. So we're going to break this pallet. They've just been going back and forth around this spot here, so hopefully able to get the speed boost and get the hit, but Flywheel is online, so you got to be careful of that.
Yeah, and so we are going to see Forward is going to transition with some football, and again, yes, Flywheel still has a lot to work with here, and you see why first chase Forward is so difficult. And I think again he's banking on the fact that he can just get the Rescuer Tide Turner out of the way, but it is the one with Weeping Clown is the survivor with Tide Turner, and unfortunately we do have a little bit of technical difficulty, so it's kind of hard to see the game right now. But yeah, it looks like just going to continue after the Forward. Still now 3 Cypher Machines about to go down here, and already just a very impressive kite from this Forward. And unfortunately, you kind of see why Axeboy is no longer really a meta character. It's just very easy to kite in general, and without even any support, Forward's able to last this long.
Yeah, going to take another flame towards him, but unable to hit the forward once more. Going to break the pallet. GRS holding up really well in this round against Alex's Axeboy. They're just, they're having some fun. They're lollygagging. Going to get the hit despite the flywheel, so very impressive on their end to achieve that. Of course, we're going to see Alex continue on the chase here, which I say very often, but able to get the speed boost. Will he use the football? No, he will not. Instead, we will see the first down. 3 ciphers have already been popped, but there's very good progress on the other ones. Going to lay down this little trail in order to get to the chair faster, and now chair on one of these ciphers being currently decoding, which is not great for the survivor side. The psychologist is here, of course, carrying flywheel, no Tide Turner, so she could come in for the rescue, but it's not really totally advised. We will see what happens, considering this kind of all or nothing, just doing whatever they want to do. And she is actually, she's going to come in, get that sort of, actually going to stop as the hunter is coming back. Going to take a basic hit, which means that attack recovery will come into play, which is beneficial for them in order for the forward to keep on his kite here. And Psych, of course, with her stress ability, she's still able to come in and support.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try to body block until the Cyber's Prime, because this way he does actually get gets the flame onto the forward there. I was going to say, if he's able to keep the forward, they're able to keep the forward alive until the Cypher's Prime, then he wouldn't be dead on chair in the endgame, which then means that Alex isn't able to leave the forward if he kills him quickly endgame, and he's forced to camp the chair out so they can get out the gate here. He's actually going to chair on the last Cypher Machine. Gonna go ahead and get a branch from that, I believe. And yeah, now it's just going for a rescue. The key here for Alex is he's able to get a flame snipe onto the forward with no attack recovery, and then he can actually still, in the end game, go for a potential tie here. Let's see what he's able to do. Just trying to go for the mind game. I don't think he's going to waste his flame. I think, again, he's probably just going to save it for the forward. Goes for the... yeah, I think he's just not going to hit at all. I think he's just waiting here to try to flame snipe down the forward as well. And it looks like dropping a tree, waiting for the flame here. Again, if he can get no attack recovery out of the forward, he can instantly down him. Gets the hit. And they're just going to, yeah, go for the end game. So he wasn't able to get that, it looks like. And... yeah, we're pushing for the end game. Sorry, the stream's a little bit laggy on my end.
That's okay, don't worry about it. It happens to the best of us. Forward's going to kite in the dungeon area here. Going to hopefully be able to achieve that. But, ooh, beautiful flywheel. I was going to say no, but never say never.
Swing.
Too soon for me. Misses the swing as well, but gets the flame. So, fortunately, Forward on half health from taking that hit before the Cypher was popped. Going to be able to cheer him right in front of the dungeon, which is a little brutal for him to experience. But luckily, we will see that draw, or that 3 escape has been achieved on the side of GR, and of course the 1 elimination for Alex here. So what a fun little match to watch. I mean, so much going on. We've got the Axe Boy here, we've got the Weeping Clown, we've got Forward, who has been coming out less and less, so Composer too, who we did not see the whole time. So, you know, excited for that pick. You're like, oh, Composer's here, he's never here, I wonder what he's gonna do. The Chinese casters haven't been loving him too much. We'll never know. We will never know. We didn't see him.
Right, and so now, yeah, you can kind of see why Axboy is really just not exactly a meta character. I mean, he got kited, even by a character like Ford that has good kiting potential, with 0 support, he's able to 3-cyber kite without even needing the flywheel up until the end there, and it was just like, it's so hard for Axboy to get down to without blink as well. So, yeah, you really see why Axboy is sort of falling out of the meta here, but now it's still a really difficult position. Looking at points here, in terms of actually winning this series, again, Wolves has already secured first seed, but if GR still wants to try to win anyways, just in general, Super Rich is going to have to, let's see, Wolves won round 2 by 3 points, so if he's able to get 3 kills. So GR has to, Super Rich has to get a 3 kill here. If he gets anything less than a 3 kill, then Wolves will ultimately win this match anyways.
Yeah, they've been really neck and neck so far. They've been working really hard. Of course, we did see that beautiful 4 escape from Wolves earlier on, so they definitely turned the tides in their favor at the last second there in that match with the beautiful support that they did back and forth. But at the very least, we are coming to the end of things, so it's been very fun to watch. Of course, at the beginning, this is kind of just a question of not who qualifies, but who lands where when it comes to the bracket, and I do believe that we will be drawing brackets at the end of stream. Of course, Eli and I won't be here for that, but you will be able to see who's in what and where they're going and what they're doing. But for now, let's take a look at our stats. So, of course, AK's Forward being the person with the 100 the whole time. We've been seeing a lot of these really solid, like 170-second plus kites from the people who have been on them. We've been seeing them from 487, we've been seeing them from AK, and they've been really good in preventing the 100 from getting them down really quick. You know, they've been rebound kiting really well. Everything that they've been doing is very impressive, and their decoding, of course, they've pushed a lot of those ciphers. They got them done. Seeing some extra on Shadow there, but you know, there they go. They did it. They managed to pull their 3 escape, and congratulations to them for that. And we did just see a snip of the other casters, who I like to call us, like, from in another universe, I think.
Yeah, sometimes that happens, I guess. I'm not sure. But yeah. So basically, again, it's a situation where GR has to get a 3 kill here. If they don't, the Wolves wins. And anything, you know, obviously we've seen Wolves survivors, they don't even tie. They've just been able to win 3 escape, 4 escape. You see on the screen, it has to be a 1 escape here for GR to even win. Even if they do win, Wolves has already secured first seed. GR will be 3rd seed. So this, of course, is irrelevant at this point. But yeah, might as well just, of course, we're going to play it out and see how this goes. And so something else I want to talk about now is really important. So a lot of these matches are not important. The next match versus ZT and AXC does not matter in terms of seeding. AXC is already first seed. FL will be 2nd, and ZT will be 3rd. And then in terms of the match after, that's going to be the important one. I believe it's the 3rd match of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's no. B4U versus RC. That's also not important in terms of standings, because ZQ was able to get that that upset victory in the 4th round there. That actually means that that means that RC can no longer get third, and it means that all 3 mainland China teams qualify. Yeah, because again, GG on paper was definitely more favored than ZQ in that match, but yeah, Shaman with a very just kind of struggled in that last round yesterday with a very unique, I guess, approach to that match. Did not work out for him at all, and just a very good comeback from ZQ there, and that means that again, all 3 mainland China teams qualify in that group, and RC can no longer make it into the qualifiers or into the playoffs. So the RC versus B4U matchup, of course, will not matter in terms of placement. And then as for Weibo versus ACT, that's the important one. So what it comes down to in that one, if Weibo wins against ACT, then it's just going to be Dou in first, Weibo in second, and Scars in third. However, if ACT somehow manages to beat Weibo, then that means that all 3 mainland China teams will actually qualify in the top 3 spot, and it's the same situation where the Japanese team gets knocked out and goes into that 4th place. So ACT is in a must-win situation against Weibo. So we'll see if ACT is able to pull out that, I guess, upset victory there and how that ultimately plays out. But yeah, getting back into this one here, we are going to see Seer, Prospector, and Dancer first band here for Super Rich. Antiquarian, of course, still up. Probably Antiquarian Merc being the more standard picks here from Wolves. But of course, again, this match is no longer important in terms of placement, so they can really just kind of go with anything.
Yeah, they might want to experiment as well, bring some sort of unknowns out onto the field, some specialty plays that we don't see too often. But yeah, of course, as Eli's gone on about and told us more about in depth, most of the matches today don't matter too much for placement and are simply here to show off the skills of the teams, and they're exciting to see as well. But if you're interested in whatnot, if you're from NAU, if you're tired now, maybe you'll take a nap and come back for the 4th round, which will be the big exciting one, and the group stage will close. So again, this is our last day. It's day 10. We've been having a lot of fun with you folks. We'll see you again as things proceed and we move into things like the knockout stage and the finals, which are going to be very exciting. But back to the matter at hand, of course, we are seeing the Antiquarian and the Entomologist. We are going to see the Mercenary get banned now, and the Psychologist as well, so maybe they will lock in something like Officer, but people have not been as attached to their officers lately. They're willing to let him go back to the boat and not pick him back up. So we could see him here, we could not. And we won't. We'll see the barmaid instead. Hello to barmaid. I am very good personal friends with her. So we'll be seeing our last ban in a second after this, and then we will be seeing our last selection. Of course, with the hunters being banned, being Naiad and Clerk, it seems that they could be playing... we do need Super Rich to achieve a 3 elimination or a 4 elimination. So they could be potentially looking to counter something like Dreamwitch, who is an all-or-nothing character that could make that happen, but it's really just a question of how this round will play out. So Wildling coming in last, of course, as our solid rescuer. Didn't take out the officer, can't take out the forward, can't take out the mercenary, choosing the Wildling instead, which is very interesting. Considering his decoding is so bad. As we talked about, he was buffed and then nerfed so much. They kind of took him back and broke his knees. So Wildling not being extremely strong in terms of the decoding at all, but he does serve as a good rescue with his little trusty friend, the boar.
So the thing is, they can't really play, like, they don't have any other rescuers. You kind of have to play Wildling. You can't really play Grave because Super Rich can just play Bonbon. So you have to play Wildling here. So I think that, I wonder what Super Rich actually is going to opt to go for. I mean, obviously you have to 3-kill. So Bonbon wouldn't be very good here. But Bonbon is strong against this comp in that you can chase Entomologist, you can chase the Barmaid as well. So I think that's sort of going to be his potential thought process here. But yeah, we'll see what he ends up with. Again, has to go for a 3-kill. So kind of a 3-kill or nothing situation. He doesn't really have a lot of great hunters for this map as well. Something like Geisha would not be good here. Something like Wax Tortoise is not good, again, because it is Arms Factory. And so that's just really does... He's going to go Axeboy as well. Just because Axeboy, again, is kind of the only hunter that has win potential that he has left for this sort of map. But Axeboy here is a bit difficult in that Entomologist is a direct counter to Axeboy, so yeah, that's something you gotta watch out for as well.
We've been seeing some, I'm gonna call it twinning. Super Rich and Alex have been really into the same hunters today. Fueling Agent. This reminds me, my socials are at Fueling Agent on most things. Eli's are at EliO. Sometimes with an IDB, sometimes I think with a YouTube. It depends on where that is, but I think it's EliO. IDB on most things, there is an underscore in there. You will be able to figure out where to place it. If you just look it up separately, you will find it. I promise. I really do. So if you do want to see more of us in separate stages or on our own, that is there. That is available to you. And now we will be loading in to our spawn location selection. So we are going to be seeing Axe Boy back on the field once more. Maybe he will have a better time than the last one. He does need that 3 or 4 kill. So taking a while to select the spawn, you're going to want to go for the most viable target. And I believe that it's the barmaid, if I saw that correctly.
Yes, this actually ends up being a pretty good spawn for this ends up being a pretty good spawn for the hunter because 2 reasons. One, because you spawn in the corner of the map, you actually block off the factory cipher, forcing the entomologist away from factory. A lot of you may ask why don't characters spawn directly in factory, and that's because the hunter can spawn in the opposite corner, block off that cipher, and prevent that cipher from being decoded for the first 40 seconds of the match. So it's really a bit of a tough situation for Wolves. And on top of that, he actually spawns into the barmaid, which is a lot better of a chase target than something like an antiquarian or an entomologist. So yeah, it actually ends up working out quite nicely for Super Rich with this spawn.
Going to go, of course, probably after that barmaid first. She does have those strength stealized, but you have your souls, which means that you can cut off pretty easy. As for builds, which I'm sure are the moment of the hour, we are seeing trump card detention, so there will be a block off on that cipher. We will be seeing Flywheel and the Antiquarian and the Entomologist, Barmaid carrying broken windows, and Wildling, of course, with the Tide Turner. I mean, what else do you expect from your dedicated, passionate, very trusty, useful rescue character than those extra few seconds of protection? Even if you get hit, they're wonderful. Veronica the CLIO, we are coming into our last little rendition of Wolves and GR for today, but using that immediate soul for the speed boost on Super Rich's side, trying to transition over to Jelly's Barmaid immediately. You do want to get this down, of course, as quick as possible, as with any down. So going to transition into this ruins area here, which is great to kite in, but against Axway, of course, you do have to be careful.
Yeah, and so now we're gonna see, you know, and also Barman actually, early vault here, does get a speed boost, does he go for the swing, does not get the Terror Shock. Risky plays here from Jelly, and it does work out nicely here for the Barmaid, able to avoid both those hits. And now, again, Barmaid doesn't have Flywheel. Barmaid's pretty much always been broken windows because you want to be able to transition away after, you know, using that drink. And so we actually see gonna use the speed boost here. Interesting mind game. It actually kind of works, getting him to the pallet, and he's gonna be able to avoid any sorts of hits there. And yeah, because he doesn't have Flywheel, can't Flywheel the flame. He's gonna use this flame for a speed boost to close the distance on the Barmaid. Should be able to get this first hit here. And is gonna. Oh, the Entomologist piece keeping the Barmaid from getting hit there. Nice support from the Entomologist, able to avoid getting hit. And he does have Blink available, but he can't use it now because he goes for a blink. Then she can just use the drink. You need to save the blink for using it after you get that first hit, so you can blink the Barmaid right after, secure the down before the drink does activate. Again, you see why Axway just does not have a very strong chase in this current meta.
Going to finally land the hit, missing the soul, of course, at first, then able to get the basic hit on the Barmaid. Going to, do another good, risky, a little pallet vault, but it doesn't work out in her favor. Super Rich simply follows Jelly around that pallet with the blink. We do have one cipher completed, laying down the pines on the floor in order to get a little bit of a speed boost there, just to get the chair slightly faster, get that pickup a little bit quicker, and it does buy precious time for your own, preventing the survivors from being able to push their ciphers as much. And of course, likely we will be seeing, they do only need their draw in this situation, so they could opt to sell the Barmaid, but it is a little bit unlikely. Of course, we are seeing a little bit of antsiness from Super Rich here. You do want to get as many survivors eliminated as possible, so patrolling around the area in sort of a wide circle to make sure if anyone does come, you're able to get a hit, and actually changing targets to Guan here on the Entomologist for a second, but ultimately going back to the chair.
Yeah, and keep in mind here, they don't have to necessarily go for a rescue. They're going to go for one, as it is a free save here. They only need 2 survivors out the exit gate here, so it's actually okay if Barmaid does go down right now. He does get the flame onto the Barmaid to secure the down Entomologist. You saw on the beast there for a second. He's not able to get them in there in time. Just going to get some extra hits onto the Barmaid for extra presence here. And it looks like not able to, yeah, we're going to see, typically you don't want to drop pallets after using Tide Turner, but you also don't want to give full presence, so he is going to avoid giving full presence there. And the last 2 ciphers almost ready here. Keep in mind, Super Rich needs a 3 kill or a 4 kill, but it looks like he's at least on pace for a draw here, which the Wolves survivors again have constantly been able to win here. So this might be a slightly different result than what we're typically used to. Looks like he's going to transition towards the middle, towards the Antiquarian, who is kind of hiding out in the back of this map right now. And yeah, he's really looking for a good chase target. But you see the Wildling going to keep pushing that Cypher machine here. Does actually bait the Antiquarian to potentially come back to the Cypher here. Does he see the trail of the Anti here? It looks like he does.
Yeah, finally able to find that survivor out after transitioning in the opposite direction to a Cypher, just wondering if anyone was at it. Missing yet another soul, which has been quite hard for Axe Boys nowadays. I mean, Eli's been talking about them falling out of meta a little bit, and survivors have gotten really good at dodging souls, which might contribute just slightly. We're going to see a hit from the Antiquarian here, of course the soul on cooldown for another few seconds, and actually going to leave her alone, just getting that hit and being like, I'm not dealing with this, as the Cypher is primed, and guess what? Now popped. So the Cypher has been popped, and our Entomologist is our next target, has just thrown down a pellet, now getting on those bees for a little bit more mobility, and of course those bees can block a soul hit, so even if it comes in, it's not going to be too much of an issue.
Yep.
Although there is detention and Blink is online, so could be able to get the elimination that way, but Super Rich still not in a good position to achieve any sort of win for GR's side here.
Yeah, and you see what Entomologist, just a strong counter to Axe, but even if you're still on the bees, you can still absorb that flame hit. And Dungeon is not in the area, but he does have Blink. So basically the goal here for the Entomologist is just break line of sight long enough so he cannot use Blink, and then potentially try to sneak away towards the dungeon. We're going to see the bees there, but he does now get the bees drawn back. So they're not dead just yet. Again, just trying to delay this as long as possible. If he'd actually delay this until tension runs out, there's a chance he can actually make it to dungeon. So Super Rich needs to make a move pretty soon here. He's really sort of defending this. He's going to push here. He might just blink through this wall right now. Does he go for it? Does go for the blink. Early flywheel from the Entomologist, not able to flywheel the swing there, and that will secure the down and the draw, which means that GR does win the third round. However, Wolves does hold on, is going to get a victory for this round, and that means they are 4-0 in Group D, and of course still the first seed.
Yeah, how very impressive on their side, and again, I cannot emphasize it enough, we are looking at our COAVI winner on the stage right now. Wolves totally knows what they're doing. Here is our fun winner screen, of course, representing the Chinese mainland region of all of the different regions that come in to participate in Call of the Abyss. So congratulations, wonderful job. We're going to see a little bit of a celebration backstage now, you know, patting each other on the back, shaking hands, getting all excited, but they're a lot more composed about this. You know, they're used to winning. It's a position they've been in before. I can't really find the word there, but it's not exactly new and surprising to them. So they're kind of taking it with a humble pride and excitement. They maintain their first place, and they did not lose a single matchup here in the color group stage.
Yeah, of course, 4-0 for Wolves here, and yeah, again, being able to hold on. GR again had to 2-0 against Wolves here if they wanted to move potentially into that first place, which they weren't able to do, and obviously that would be incredibly difficult anyways. Just beating Wolves in general and then also getting a 2-0 is extremely challenging. So yeah, I mean, the Wolves survive. I mean, we did see a draw from Super Rich at the end there, which is quite impressive considering the Wolves survivors have consistently been able to win every match. I don't know if that was their first draw in this tournament. I think it might have actually been, I'm not sure, but yeah, just incredibly strong gameplay from the survivor side there. And so now looking into this Group D, we do have Wolves is going to be the first seed, Zeta Division second, and we do have GR in third. Those will be the top three teams qualifying for playoffs, and then we have MS and GH in fourth and fifth place. So that will conclude our overall group here. And then let's see, actually, I want to look into our group so far and see exactly what placements have been secured. Okay, so So that's for Group D. So Group D, we have Wolves in first, Zeta in second, GR third, MS in fourth, and GH in fifth. That is, of course, secured. Now, our second match of the day will be 0-2 versus AXC. However, that group is also secured. Even if ZT gets a 2-0 victory over AXC, it's still going to be AXC first, FL second, and ZT in third. And then it's going to be RD and Omega in fourth and fifth, which means that those three teams will be qualifying there. And then as for Group C, that's going to be the very interesting one. Actually, for Group A as well, it's already secured because GG actually lost to FPXCQ yesterday. That means that all three of those China teams are guaranteed the spot in the top three. If GG won that match, it would have been RC most likely being third, and FPXCQ actually being fourth. But because FPXCQ beats GG, that automatically jumps them in front of them because even though their net wins are lower, because ZQ wins against GG, that means that they get to go in front, even if their net wins are a lot lower. So that, again, because GG lost there, that means that ZQ secures first, GG second, and GW third. So all three China teams are in, and the Japanese team actually missing out RC in fourth there, even if they do get a 2-0 against Speak4U today. And then now that makes Group C very interesting as well, because we do have Weibo versus ACT. If ACT actually, if Weibo loses to ACT, that actually means that all three China teams will make it as well, and the Japanese team will also miss in fourth place, with that being Scars. So ACT is in a situation, if they beat Weibo, if they're able to get that upset victory there, that means that those three Chinese teams, again, will make it in, and Scars falls out at fourth. So it'll be the same situation as we saw yesterday between GG and FPXCQ. So pretty much everything is secured at this point. XE, FLZT all moving on, Wolves, Zeta, GR all moving on, FPXCQ, GG, GW all moving on. But again, Scars has to sit back and watch. If ACT wins against Weibo Gaming, that means it's Dou, Weibo Gaming, ACT, the three mainland China teams in that group, will be advancing to the playoffs, and the Japanese team Scars will, of course, be falling out in fourth place. But if Weibo Gaming does get the win against ACT, which on paper they should definitely have the advantage there, Scars will make it into that third place spot.
Yeah, thank you again for your insight, Eli. Of course, everyone's golden apples are on the line, which is a common talking point when it comes to these things. You've gambled them away. You're going to see who wins, who loses, who makes it into the next phases of Call of the Abyss, so it is totally relevant. But wow, look at how close their points are here. GR Survivors did a really good job against Alex today, and I gotta pat them on the back for that, of course. Unfortunately, not able to pull the win in the end, but they did only lose by 1 point, so up against Wolves, this makes them a really good contender for later on in the tournament. Maybe, they'll train and practice just a little bit more with the time that they have remaining to do so, and push for something even further than what they got last time. Wolves, of course, still being our reigning champion for COA 5, so extremely impressive stats and extremely impressive gameplay that they did today, holding their own against a Hunter who had not lost up until this point, but did manage to take just some matches that went a little bit more in GR's favor because of their Survivor teamwork. So wonderful job to both the teams done today. And of course, as Eli said, they're still both moving forward. It was only a question was who was going to be in first place on the little podiums. Wolves standing the highest with their whole wolf pack there. And now we're going to see our MVP. And always exciting to see a Survivor on the podium. You do see Hunters up here a lot, but when you do really, really impressive kites, like 487 did during this matchup, you do get to obtain that. The average containment time being over 2 minutes. So did spend a lot of these matches doing like 3-minute kites and really pulling things off. Beautiful job on that Antiquarian in the first 2 rounds, and then finishing it off with even more hard work. So congratulations, of course, to Wolves again on their win, and 487 specifically for your MVP, your best deduction. You are now the guy of the hour.
Yeah, 487, it's about 128 seconds of containment time here. Very impressive. We will have, of course, Shoujo coming in for translations. So everybody keep your ears peeled for that. Let's hope no airplanes go by in the process.
Right, so asking them how they are feeling being the first place in their own groupings. Very happy. Asking 487 to kind of conclude today's group stage. I mean their group stage. 487, at the start of the group stage, my condition wasn't actually very good. So this time around when he played this round, he wanted to redeem himself, and he managed to, and also got an MVP for it. Oh, and the dungeon escape in Chinatown. Because Wolf Survivors are very known for their 3 escapes consistently. So it's asking about the... Also, to calm themselves down is one of the strategies, and also to kind of discuss what they would want to do when they enter into the match.
当四哥就是保活我的时候嘛，然后就是开始定制了嘛，然后定制就是摸箱子，但是排了一个地标点嘛，然后有2个地标点我们是不太知道的，然后就是电机开了的时候，然后就是我走一个地方，他走一个地方嘛，然后就是赌一个地方嘛，然后就是老天爷都在帮我们啊，有个地窖我开心坏了。
Okay, so at that point in time, they didn't know exactly where the dungeon was. There was 3 locations, but they know that one of it is out already, so it was kind of like a bad thing. kind of situation, and yeah, the gods were looking after 487, and the dungeon was over there, and also a lot of dungeon escape as well. Before playing it, yeah, they're nervous, but after playing it, and then they're winning, it also made them very happy. Okay, so they already made the arrangements to kind of change item swap. So yeah, we're just waiting for 487 to tell them to leave, and then the dungeon escape, another plane moment. Plane.
选到了一个爱哭鬼，想要放手一搏。那在击倒调酒师的时候，虽然时间比较慢，但是好像密码机还是有稍微少一点，所以当时大家在场上有做一个什么样战术的布置呢？粽子哥。
Alright, so when X-Boy downed the barmaid, the ciphers, it was a long kite, but the ciphers were really slow. So the team's decision was just to sell the barmaid.
几局啊，就除了第二局跳地照非常的帅，你觉得沟通啊，包括团队配合，最满意的会是哪几局？因为这几局都很好。
都挺好的。
What was the most satisfying thing to do except for the dungeon escape?
十个给我保满血，然后10个也给我保满血了，然后第二波第二是救人，然后换贺昆虫帮的也挺好的，然后就那个什么然后各种就后续的一些模糊案什么都是一个很流畅的一个东西。
那今天就是都还挺满意的，那就想问一下。
So the teamwork, cooperation, especially the interlineage support was something that he was very satisfied with.
我刚刚忘记说了，还有粽子哥的。
What was like the growth point for them?
还没吃到啊。
对啊，粽子哥在旁边，你都忘记端水，你这求生欲好像没有怎么成长了。
刚准备说，但是突然又忘了。
你看粽子哥这开心的笑容，他现在一定此时此刻非常欣慰，就不用你再请他吃一顿饭了。那就要问一下刚才我问到的问题，这一路走来，你觉得狼队嘛，就大家所有人整个团队最大的变化和成长，你个人感受会是在哪里？
So throughout the performance and the growth and everything about the wolf survivors, what was the thing that was the one with the point that made them grow the most? But yeah, Jelly said something, but I kind of missed it out. I'm so sorry. Oh, so 487 is very confident right now. He said that he's not scared of anybody, any of the teams, so very confident.
那么接下来就是我们的粉丝互动环节。今天我们有一位幸运的粉丝来到我们的现场，来有请。
So the host kind of wish Wolves team all the best in the playoffs, and also right now will be the fan segment. A fan of Wolves will be coming onto stage for a short interview.
家人们来展示一下，这是狼队的队服、狼队的口罩以及狼队的应援周边啊。
So this fan is wearing all of Wolves' merch.
官方旗舰店的 SSVIP 了。那今天我们是确定狼队能够小组第一出现了，所以粉丝也来分享一下心情吧。
So it's confirmed that Wolves will be getting their top 1 spot. So how are you feeling? I'm very happy. And happy till the point that I'm kind of like shaking, shivering.
第几天？我4天都在。4天都在。你是。
Oh, so she was here for all 4 days that Wolves had this match with their opponents.
让我们一起支持狼队吧，相信他们肯定是就是不管。
Okay, so to the fans that will be going to Hangzhou and supporting Wolves, just yeah. Then she said that I believe all the fans will come and support. A lot of the fans will come and support Wolves. And then words for Wolves. All the best to your in your playoffs, and also personal words to 487. Today you were very handsome, as in he played really well. So now the Gardener merch to the fan, and then the photo taking, and right, so congratulating Wolves one more time on their victory. She said, oh yeah, we'll see you in Hangzhou as well. Back to casters.
家好啊，我是来自东南亚赛区的 Day10 战队队长萌新，也就是 MX。Day10 战队嘛，虽然是去年刚创建不久，然后也没参加过以往的深渊，但是队伍一些成员是参加过深渊的老面孔，就比如说我。然后呢，我们也是去年参加了东南亚赛区的2022年 IVC， 虽然我们很可惜止步于亚军，但是我相信我们会打得比之前更好。然后目前现在 Day10 战队有6名队员，人类方面有西子、跑不了、星杰、番薯，还有我。我们人类的打法可能就偏比较快乐一点啊，我意思是拼一点，对。然后屠夫的话，我们就秒拍一个人，虽然说就秒拍一个人，但是他的打法就比较偏怎么说嘛，排位里秒人那种说法，对，顾名思义。然后这次的目标嘛，我们想说就可能快乐第一，比赛第2吧。然后最后我们想对支持我们人说，真的要说吗？有点害羞，好吧。今から君が僕のダーリンだ。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。日本地区のアクシズウェーブの所属のローズです。チーム内ではハンターをしています。アクシズウェーブ自体は3年ほど前くらいから存在していて、戦隊メンバーを紹介します。まずアクシズウェーブのニャン選手、彼は連着職、次に戦隊リーダーのトキ選手を紹介します。トキ選手は、救助キャラを担当していて、アッチ選手は、チェイスキャラを使っていて、僕はかなり怖いと思ってます。ボールリム選手は、補助キャラをよく使ってます。とても怖いです。最後に、サバイバーは高子選手は、機械技師や空軍だったりを使っています。ドラミンゴ、あまり喋んないのでわかんないんですけど、今回世界大会にアクシズウェーブで出れて、とても嬉しいです。皆様応援よろしくお願いします。
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the second match of day number 10 of the group stage with Call of this 6 global tournament. I'm Elio, joined here with Veronica yet again, and now we have our final match for this group, for Group B. This is going to be FL Fennel versus ZT02 from Southeast Asia. And of course, on paper, you know, we talked about the statistics and and the groupings and all that. So this match actually does not matter towards placement. So it's already determined that, sorry, not FL, we have AXC versus ZT, my apologies. It doesn't actually matter who wins here between AXC and ZT. If AXC wins, then AXC will be first seed, FL will be second, and ZT will be third. If 0-2 wins, even with a 2-0, still the same result in terms of net wins. Because what happens essentially at that point is the rule basically goes like this in this order of operations, in that if a team beats another team, they're guaranteed to be they're placed higher than them in the standings. However, the problem with that is then AXC would have lost to ZT, so ZT beats AXC, but then FL beats 0-2, so they would be higher than them. But then FL loses to AXC, so they'd be lower than them. So it doesn't really work out. So then at that point, you have to then go to the net wins, and the net wins in this case, even if 0-2 gets a 2-0, it still puts AXC as first, FL as second, and ZT as third. So no matter what happens for the result of this match, that is secured for this group.
Yeah, at least should be fun to watch. I mean, we are in our final day, so we're just locking in everything that we can and allowing people to play against any teams that they have not yet gone up against in their bracket, even if some of the matches today are already decided in terms of placement, and it's only really a question of what they'll be capable of in going off against their opponents. So we are, of course, going to see AXC versus ZT today. We have just seen AXC's lineup. We're seeing ZT now. They're all well and posed up, and of course, ZT being a very popular little play style with all of the viewers so far. I've been seeing a lot of love for them, a lot of love for AXC as well, who are currently in first place in their bracket, as Eli mentioned earlier. So that's solidified for them. That's not going to change. They will remain in first place regardless of how they do here. So this is really kind of a, not exactly, but kind of like a show-off match. You know, see what you're capable of, obtain some more points for yourself and your team, and see what happens from there. But we're going to get started now. So ZT coming onto the stage here, starting on the Survivor side first, which means that AXC will be on the Hunter side with the notorious figure of DMing, or as Eli likes to say, DMing.
DMing, just like, yeah, DMing on Instagram. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna see, yeah, DMing, we'll say DMing, because apparently that's what people think it should be, and that's probably what it is, to be honest. But it's probably what it is. I just think DMing sounds kind of funny. But anyways, yeah, so we are going to see AXC taking the Hunter side here first, again, against the 0-2 survivors. And of course, this matchup, again, does not actually matter in terms of placement, but we will, of course, play it out here. And again, I think it's still important that this Southeast Asia Malaysian team 0-2 actually puts up a good show here, because Southeast Asia is a non-competitive region. They're non-professional. They are competitive, but non-professional, of course. They don't actually have a league. So it's really important that, you know, Southeast Asia is able to put up a good show on this COA group stage, on this global stage. And of course, Southeast Asia, the Malaysian team 0-2, making the playoffs here is already a good sign for that. But they're able to do well against AXC, a strong team from Japan. That would, of course, be even better to boost that server. So, yeah, again, it's very, very important that 0-2 can put up a good show right now.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing their lineups here. So we're starting with Zed, has that Prospector, has that Antiquarian to utilize. Z2 have been performing really well, of course, as we mentioned earlier, and I believe, as far as Chocho's intel has told us, we won't actually be seeing MX today, so instead, Run will be acting as their commander and calling the shots for right now. So speaking of Run is going to appear to us right here, able to take out that Mercenary, able to take out that Prisoner as well, it seems, who we have not seen too much in this tournament so far, but really useful in terms of that double decoder strat if they do want to take out the mechanic as well. Prisoner being a very popular pick in terms of casual play. I see Prisoner so constantly when I'm trying to play on my own, but in a tournament setting, not as common. You do not see Prisoner as much, but maybe we will today. Who knows? They are in sort of a situation where they can play to their strengths and try out new strategies and do what they deem is fun while also still taking things rather seriously.
Right, so some people also are saying that it does actually matter for apples, but it actually also still doesn't matter because, again, guys, I do want to remind everyone here, no matter the result of this match, AXC is first, FL is second, ZT is third. If ZT wins, still third. If ZT loses, still third, still first, second, third in that order. So the apples will actually stay the same no matter what happens in this match. So again, the standings are set at 1 AXC, 2 FL, 3 ZT, no matter what the result of this matches. We do see Shields as well as on the Survivor side. And Potato is the last one. No MX today, actually. So MX is currently unavailable. He did have to travel home, I believe, for school purposes, but will be back for the playoffs. So, of course, don't forget about him. He will be around, and you will see him in the playoffs competing for 0-2. We do have, of course, again, Potato as the last player here for ZT. One of the main rescuer players. Let's see, Run and Potato both being rescuer players. So we'll actually have to see who opts for what character here in this match.
Yeah, I believe that Potato is also able to take out the Psychologist, tends to prefer that CR2, capable of having that Mercenary, as we see from the display there, but I think tends to kind of hang back, be a little bit more soft and squishy, and decode a lot and support the team from afar by pushing the objective goal of the ciphers more so than kiting often, and all of those silly things. So now we're going to be panning over to AXC, seeing our Hunter here. And, of course, the notorious Deeming. So Deeming is capable of bringing out that Clerk, that Naiad, can take out the Dream Witch as well. Deeming has been very fun to watch so far, had some very, very exciting matches, as all hunters do have and want to have. So I am very excited to see what we see come out today, and not bad stats either, of course, as we are on our final day of the tournament. Day 10, and final. There are a lot of good stats that have been taken directly from the qualifiers, directly from these group stage matches that we've been seeing so far as well. So consulting with the coach a little bit, you got your fancy book getting ready for your plays. Same thing we're going to see on ZT's side, of course, this time with a new commander in tow for the time being, and we are starting on Ever Sleeping Town.
Absolutely. So yeah, it looks like 0-2 does have option for map here. So let's see how it does have an impact on this matchup. Again, I think Ever Sleeping Town map is actually not that important for either. I mean, it's important, but it's not going to be game changing for either side. It's a very standard meta map. So Demon can easily still play something like Naiad on this map, no problem. And depending on what Meowpie wants to bring out here, maybe try to go something like aggressive with Breaking Wheel, or maybe some other character such as Clerk. Any of those options are still available for him in this situation.
Yeah, plenty that can be taken out. Of course, we are in a first round, so as mentioned, no bans yet on the Survivor side. We will see Survivors taken out, but Hunters are all on the field. So whichever they are most interested in using will be the one that we'll see today. But loving their little logo. I did have a discussion about this already, but he is so cute and shaped. And oh, the thing that vexes me. I hate you, mini photographer. You are giant for no good reason. I feel like that thing would be like half of my size, and I think that's what makes it so jarring to me. I mean, he's just huge. You could probably hit yourself on that thing and it would hurt real bad. But we're finally getting into our ban pick section, of course. So for Survivors being taken off the field, we are on Ever Sleeping Town, so we could see something like a Priestess ban immediately, but Survivors have been kind of shying away from blocking in things like Priestess right away, so we could see something. Oh, no, yeah, okay, we are going to see a Priestess ban first. Really, really signature for China or Ever Sleeping Town. You do not want to deal with her here. Her portals on those buildings become quite a detriment to deal with, and she becomes a pivotal part of the team comp, so you don't want to see that.
Yeah, and I do want to remind everyone that, again, MX will be back for the playoffs. It's just this one match he's not able to attend, so no worries there. And we are going to see, Mercenary and Antiquarian first, the very standard two characters right away here. And so let's see if DMing's probably going to ban, Deeming, sorry, will probably ban Seer. Again, he's going to be gearing up for Naiad here. So we're probably going to see Seer and some other characters like Seer and Psychologist being eliminated, not wanting to allow that combination with the Antiquarian, of course. So we'll see what the next Survivor is going to be. Looks like Barmaid. Barmaid is actually kind of interesting. I guess it's similar to Psychologist, in that if Antiquarian takes a hit while harassing, you can't heal her up with a drink. But you actually have to be nearby to actually do that. So it's a little bit difficult here. Looks like Entomologist is the last ban. Now they could go with something like Patient or Dancer as the last option. We've seen both of those be utilized against the Naiad here, and it looks like it is going to be Patient.
Yeah, seeing a little bit more of a standard team comp from ZT, as MX is not here, but again, he will be back, we promise. We see your cries for him in chat. But they're going with a good standard team comp. They are preparing for what teaming is going to throw at them, seeing some more fun fan support there while they lock in their persona builds. Now, of course, if you haven't noticed yet or you've forgotten, during this COA, you have to lock in your persona web before you see who the hunter is, which is not how it was before. So they have to prepare for these things in advance. They have to think, oh, should we take Flywheel? Should we take Broken Windows? We don't know what we're up against, but they can predict it. So We'll be seeing Demon lock in the next 20 or so seconds. So there are, of course, really good options here, but going for the Dream Witch after all in the end here.
Yeah, so Barmaid does, of course, open up Dream Witch counter as well. So that's always nice to have that available. So you don't want to play too hard into one character. So yeah, looks like they have all their grounds covered here. I would imagine we're going to see heavy flywheel build in preparation of Naiad and both Naiad and Dream Witch, especially on Patient. Patient is probably the easiest chase target for the Dream Witch. So you definitely need to have flywheel available there. I would imagine we're probably going to see Patient with First Kite as well. Although Patient actually combos very well with Barmaid. And the reason why is because you can, if you do take a hit, you can easily hook towards the Barmaid to close distance, get close to the Barmaid, accept the drink, and then get healed that way. And then as well, you can also create a situation where if you do get healed if you do get the drink from the Barmaid, you can usually hook away from the Hunter, and then create enough distance where you can get your heal off before you get hit again. So that's definitely a possibility too. So yeah, let's see exactly how this plays out. I would imagine we're gonna see. Okay, so we're gonna see Barmaid spawning closer to corner house here. Patient middle 2-story. I don't think Dream Witch goes Barmaid chase first. You could go for that to eliminate that that heal option right away. But I'm not really sure if he's gonna go for Patient or Barmaid first. Barmaid is closer, so it makes it a little bit easier to chase. But then Barmaid again does have that triple hit potential with the heal. Whereas if you go for Patient first, you don't have to worry about that. But then you do have to worry about being able to loop Graveyard with hooks. And we do, of course, have the triple flywheel heal in preparation of that Dream Witch.
Yeah, of course, we are going to see, in turn, a classical build on the Dream Witch, which is Patroller to begin, Trump card to change later, and Detention for your end game. So Demon coming in with something we see on Miss Dream Witch all the time, the Triple Flywheel, and Mercenary with Tide Turner, everyone gearing, of course, Exit Path. So I'm Veronica, CLIO. We are here in our first half, first round with CT versus EXE. We have just finished off the other one, and now we're hopping right into the match. So we are going to see Demon spawn here, and transition actually over into the area where Patient is instead of Barmaid. So going to likely go up these stairs soon in order to be able to place a first leech as soon as available. You know, you want to have as many leeches on the field as possible when you are a Dream Witch, and here she is. The first little follower has come to us, and now chasing along this Patient with the main body, waiting for the spawn follower to catch up in order to create a little bit of a sandwich situation here. I mean, he is trying to mind game with this leech follower.
Oh, he hooks right into the leech. Yeah, so Patient, so when you get trapped in that upstairs two-story area, as a survivor, you need to drop down the hole. You cannot go out the window because the leech is just going to camp out the window, and then it's just going to take the hit. And she also doesn't kite. We don't see Run kiting to the Barmaid, so this is not going to, there's not going to be a drink available here. Now you can just go for the Patroller right away with the main body. And we're going to see that happen. So, yeah, unfortunate. Run just a couple of missteps here. Is going to have this pallet to work with. He's going to need to vault it early. Can potentially time this next bite at the pallet right here. Is able to get the drop there. No, doesn't get the time off. Still has flywheel available. Still has a hook to work with. Is going to use a hook to close the distance. Can flywheel the last bite, I think. Or has already used the flywheel. But actually manages to kite out the Patroller altogether there. So, yeah. Run able to stay alive a little bit longer. Dream is trying to build up their hunt as much as possible. Needs to use the hook right now. Does get the hook off to avoid the swing. Is now going to go for the spawn follower Patroller. But it's already, we see a lot of Cypher progress here from the survivors. This is a Mahi at the pallet. Can Run potentially kite this out? No, does get the Patroller. You have to stay close to the pallet there. Unfortunately, Run was not able to time that out. And now is going to do her best to try to cancel the Patroller bite again at this pallet. Deming is not pressuring this down at all. And the Patroller is kited out again, which means Run can actually die to the leech. So what a beautiful, it ends up being a really strong kite from Run there. And yeah, just a few mistakes from Deming, it looks like, and the Patient took advantage.
Yeah, a beautiful start on ZT's side here. Not only was Run able to kite that up for so long, but the survivors got these ciphers pushed really well to the point where they have the final two begun. Not something you usually see with Dream Witch on this map, especially because she is able to be everywhere at once with her followers. So we're going to see Potato come in on the rescuer here, our trusty Mercenary coming in, Deming trying to transfer around, have a little bit more map control now, but it might be too little too late. We are going to land a hit on the Mercenary and then get the rescue off, but Cypher progress has been really good. Potato getting right out of the way in order to not take another hit. Trait is still on cooldown, so can't swap to Blink for a quick down or anything. And we are going to see Potato continue on far away, Run continuing on the kite, the Cypher's being pushed really well. This patient doing an excellent job so far of keeping the Dream Witch distracted, but unfortunately going to go down now. However, Cypher is going to be primed sometime soon. By the time that the cheer happens, should be good, and Zed coming in on the Antiquarian for support to close it all off.
So now the big question here is the middle two-story Cypher the one that's 90%? Because if it's not, then she can actually camp that last Cypher machine. It looks like the middle two-story is not the primed Cypher, and they're not going to have enough time to get it primed just yet, so they may be forced to start a new one. And because Run didn't die to her leech, that means that he was able to get another leech into play, and he can use that to pressure the middle Cypher. So what needs to happen now for the survivors is you have to have one survivor pressure this one, and you need to have another one pressure a different one. But it looks like they're going really hard on this middle two-story Cypher, but the Dream Witch can just actually camp it out. So yeah, it's not looking too good for ZT. It looked like a winning position, but now maybe not so much. We are going to see Antiquarian does come in for the rescue. Here goes for the stun there. There's the Patroller Bite. Has a swing to work with. Gets the rescue. Needs the body block. And she makes the tram. The swing actually misses. The flywheel was mistimed, but can actually still make the tram here. Antiquarian is going to give a free hit, but it is to the leech, which is fine for the survivors. And Deeming actually is not camping the Cypher anymore. Or he is, but they're still able to push. He's not checking the Cypher at all, and he's just allowing them to prime it.
Wow, it seemed almost for a moment that Deeming would be able to push the tides back in his favor, but that is not, unfortunately, what we saw. ZT was able to come back really quick from the unfortunate slip-up with the Cypher there, pushing it really well. We are going to see, of course, ZZ in the area, going to take the hit and pop it. Barmaid, unfortunately, not too much to use in an endgame kite, but got that flywheel, and, of course, might still have the speed drink, so there are those at the very least. Can't really heal off damage when it is a full incapacitation hit, but we are still, of course, going to cheer on the Barmaid in this kite. They have 4 survivors up at endgame. Very impressive, doing their best, working very hard so far. And the blink comes in and misses.
He flywheels the blink, is able to last that. What a play from the Barmaid. And now this game is still going. We're going to see another leech come into play onto the Barmaid. He's going to try to push potentially for the dungeon, but with no flywheel and 2 options to camp this out, it's most likely not going to be the case. But yeah, Sheetz is just pushing, is just trying to kite here as much as possible. We will see at least, I've imagined, 3 survivors out the other exit gate here. Still 70 seconds on detention, and he's just going to kind of go for the leech trap here. Goes for the swing, does get the down onto the Barmaid there, but 3 survivors out the other exit gate for ZT here. And yeah, Antiquarian is out the gate as well. That is a 3-1 escape in favor of ZT. And that one flywheel actually is really important. Barmaid, of course, still goes down, but that buys enough time. If Barmaid dies to that blink there, it creates a situation where the hunter can still potentially make it to the exit gate in time to stop the gate opening and potentially go for a draw. So that flywheel on the blink there was extremely game-changing. Maybe. It may or may not have made a difference, but it could have been. And then, yeah, it's just a lot of interesting scenarios there. If Run gets hit off the chair, the fact that swing missed onto Run, she was able to make the tram, that was completely game-changing. And because then the dead on chair survivor gets away, and the Deeming doesn't pressure the middle 2-story Cypher. He has a leech camping it, but he never checks it, and he allows them to just completely go unchecked, and they're able to prime the Cypher. And 0-2, yeah, just taking advantage of every situation. Able to get a 3-1 escape, so now AXZ on the back foot already in this first round.
Yeah, I mean, an amazing start from ZC. Of course, we can see AXC survivors come in and obtain their own 4 escape or 3 escape if they so choose. They will have to fight Meowpie for that, but maybe they'll be able to achieve it. Of course, Meowpie is now able to settle nicely for a little draw, a lot less pressure off his shoulders here, as we have seen ZT coming in so strong. And wow, what an amazing kite from Run to start everything off. Really confident with that patient, really good against that Dream Witch. An excellent job so far, you know, kiting out the patroller multiple times, being able to get 3 ciphers popped before the first chair even happens. The progress certainly was very good for them in terms of solidifying their winning position in that game. Even if it seemed like it could have run out for a second, that is not what happened, which is absolutely wonderful. So congratulations to them, but we will be looking at our stats now. Of course, we are going to see Run with that 94.8 second containment time, which against your Dream Witch, you know, she's not always following you with something that counts as containment time, so extremely impressive to be able to pull a number like that and still make it out at the end of the game too.
Yeah, of course. It's so, because I think going into this position, it looked like already, like the first hit right out the gate was really fast. I mean, obviously it was a leech hit, which is good for the survivors, but it was extremely fast hit onto the patient, right? So that creates a situation where already the Druid can just go straight for a main body patroller and get the down. But Run was able to, I think she missed one of the timings on the pallet. Because for those of you who don't know, you can actually time out the patrol bites and cancel the bites by vaulting pallets, dropping pallets, vaulting windows, using flywheel, something like that. And so she was able to avoid all of those bites except for one, which she was still able to hook to get away. And you saw the Dream Witch was trying to build up their hunt, which is a trait on the persona where after you kite for a certain amount of time, or after you chase after a survivor for a certain amount of time, you get a speed boost as the hunter. And Run was still able to hook because when he swings, the hunt actually turns off. So she was able to bait out a swing by using the hook, and then that was kind of the big difference maker. And then she took 2 leech hits at the end. The second leech hit, after cutting out 2 patrollers, which is really hard to do, was completely game changing. And yeah, I mean, here we go. ZT, that first kite was really important. Then they were able to push that Cypher even when Deeming had a leech camping. He just wasn't able to pressure it. He wasn't able to pay attention to that Cypher, unfortunately, and that worked out perfectly for ZT. So now AXC, on the survivor side, though, this is still not a problem for them. We see how strong the AXC survivors have been in this event. And Meowpie just really been inconsistent thus far. So it's going to be really crucial that he's able to at least get a tie here. If ZT wants a chance in a matchup against a strong team like AXC, again, the points don't really matter at this stage, but it is still really important that a Southeast Asia team like ZT is able to put up a good show here and really boost that Southeast Asia, I guess, sort of popularity and show their strength overall.
Wonderful start. Of course, it means that they are in the lead for this round. However, brackets are not going to change. They're already all solidified in their placement. But if you are able to beat the first place team in your bracket, that is going to make you look even frightening to the competition that you're going up against. Now, speaking of that first place team, let us take a look, of course, at the survivors of AXE. So this is Togi here, who I believe is the captain of the team, able to pull out that mercenary, that wildling. I believe is also capable of taking out that patient sometimes, going to really focus on the rescuing role based on what we see up here on the screen, of course, and that average rescue above 1, so coming in regularly to those Rocketeers to get his friends and teammates off of them as the survivors have been down, and I'm excited to see, how things play out in this round. They are coming off, and they do need to be able to achieve a 3 escape or 4 escape of their own, so right. You do want to maintain your first place with no qualms about it, but we are going to be moving on to our next survivor, who is Lim. Lim able to take out that psychologist, the barmaid, the dancer, a former player on SST, of course, very popular team for those of you who remember it, tends to play mostly a support role, hang back and help out to the best of her ability.
Right, so yeah, of course, Lim actually, after SST, no longer was a team after the last COA. Lim actually became, I believe, was the coach for AXC, and then actually shifted back to being a player. I think she was coach for one IJL season, and then the next one, she became a player and is now one of the main players for AXC. So yeah, so Lim, obviously, psychologist and barmaid, as you mentioned, support character role there. So we'll see how that's gonna come out in this matchup. And so I don't know if we'll actually see psychologist or barmaid right away from AXC, just because there is the threat of Meowpie playing potential breaking will here as well. That could be one of the reasons why we saw the Everslipping Town map pick. So that's still a possibility too. It looks like we're gonna see Otto as well for Siren psychologist.
Otto, of course, being a decent player to have around, a 73-second containment time, which is good. We are looking, of course, at 72-75 as our sort of good average. Anything, in that area is impressive. Hang around the hunter often, keeping them distracted in a good way. But we're also going to see 144 on the average decoding process, which means that Otto, of course, commonly hanging out with those cipher machines, getting them pushed and trying to get them completed. So we're also going to see an 80% win rate here. So AXC are a force to be reckoned with. Lim doing a really good job with the coaching and playing alongside them too, calling the shots sometimes, really good at keeping them all together. So we are facing up against a team that's not going to be very easy to deal with.
And yeah, it looks like the last player, of course, I'm not pronounce his name wrong. The rescuer player, one of the rescue players from AXC. How would you say that, Veronica? Takoko, I think.
I think something of a sort. Takako, maybe Takako?
Takako.
Chikako?
Oh, there we go. Takako. Yeah. I'm not very proficient in Japanese, so I apologize for that. But we see overall average kill time only 48 seconds, which is definitely on the lower side. But we'll see again how that has an impact here in this matchup, and especially for a player playing mechanic. Typically, you want that first kite to be a little bit longer. It would make sense that containment time is slightly lower for someone who's opting for something like mechanic, because again, mechanic's going to die fast, but the side rush is very fast as long as the bot's in play. So it actually allows for it still to be a potential winning position for survivors. So that's most likely the case for that slower decoding here. We do see Meowpie on the hunter side for ZT. Again, the big key here for ZT is Meowpie going to be, because we've seen the survivor side of ZT be very strong, very consistent, but now the key is, can Meowpie actually secure a draw in this situation, because he has struggled. He's been consistently able to get at least one kill usually, but has struggled to get consistent ties, and that's sort of been the downfall of ZT, at least for their one loss against FL.
Not the greatest situation, but Meowpie, of course, did have a 2.0 on average elimination, so it is directly at the draw point, but maybe we will see that continue to happen here in this situation. He left Koa logo on the back of the phone. First time I'm seeing that. They got them special cases. Of course, Meowpie able to bring out the Sculptor, Bonbon, can take out the Breaking Wheel, played a lot of Bloody Queen as well so far, so maybe we might just take her out in order to secure the draw, but unfortunately on the map would not be a good idea, so may safely opt for something like Bonbon instead, but it depends on the team comp that AXC are going for, because they could simply counter comp that Bonbon, and then it would be a little bit harder for Meowpie to take him out and achieve the draw that he needs. But luckily doesn't need any more than.
Yeah, so here we go. Let's see what Meowpie opts to go first ban. I believe it's probably going to be Priestess most likely. I think that would make the most sense, first ban Priestess, here for Meowpie. And then as for the Survivor side, let's see what they opt to end up with here. Probably Merc Antiquarian. You could also go Seer first as well if you are worried about the threat of the Breaking Wheel. So that's definitely a possibility. It's hard to say what Meowpie leads with. I think he's probably just going to go bans for something like Bonbon, and then probably end up with a hunter that's going to be whatever hunter's stronger against the overall composition. Because again, he has Breaking Wheel, he has Bonbon, he has Bloody Queen, he's technically got Clerk. He's got a few options here. Looks like we're going to see Merc Dancer instead. So they do give Antiquarian Seer bans, so if Meowpie wants to go into Breaking Wheel potentially, that's still now open because of this set of bans here. However, Breaking Wheel's not too consistent. Again, Meowpie has to draw, so it's kind of hard for him to get a consistent draw as a Breaking Wheel player here. But let's see what he opts for. I think Antiquarian, it's got to be Antiquarian plus something else here. Looks like Antiquarian and Seer, yeah. So I think that probably makes the most sense for this ban pick.
So we are, of course, going to see the bans as predicted. You don't want to deal with Priestess, you don't want to deal with Seer, you do not want to deal with Antiquarian. Especially if you are considering playing Wheel, kind of all or nothing might be a little bit too far, but with no harassers on the field, it would be a little bit easier. We're going to see Patient locked in instead. He is very strong here on the Ever-Sleeping Town. He is very good to have around. We did see Run on the Patient last time do such a good job of kiting the Dream Witch with those hooks, with those loops. So definitely a very viable selection, and a good one as well. Acrobat being our final ban here, so Meowpie does not want to deal with him and his bombs either.
Right. And yeah, let's see what the final selection is. They could, we'll see. It looks like they're going to be Enchantress. So Enchantress is actually here as a counter. I think we're going to see Atto probably play Enchantress, most likely. But we'll have to see. I'm not entirely sure exactly who that's going to be on. But yeah, Enchantress actually works well against Bonbon. It is going to be Atto. It works well against Bonbon. It works well against Breaking Wheel as well. In that you can actually cancel the full presence by using a single stun when they get out of the wheel form. So that's actually quite nice. You can also technically cancel the snap, but it's hard to get that timing right. But there's a few ways why Wheel can struggle against an Enchantress. So overall, this team comp's pretty difficult for Meowpie to deal with. He has Clerk available too. You can technically go Clerk. I think technically Bloody Queen isn't bad. We have seen Meowpie's Bloody Queen struggle quite a bit against FL, and then also against RD. And also Bloody Queen's not too strong at Ever-Sleeping Town, so I'm actually not sure what Meowpie's best bet is going to be here.
Yeah, might be forced to go for that Bonbon. You know, he is a good solid TIE hunter. Would be a little bit of a nightmare against this comp in terms of their mobility and being able to, you know, Enchantress stacking those stuns from the bombs is not really an ideal situation, but actually going to choose that Bloody Queen in the end. So Ever Sleeping
Right.
is a little difficult because of the buildings, and the team comp itself might be a little bit viable against Bloody Queen. Of course, Enchantress is a big problem when you're kiting her in close vicinity, but with those mirrors, you can then get out of the stun, the stun stacking range, and that would play in your favor. So not an awful choice, but certainly one being pushed into a corner for. Would have certainly preferred to play probably something else that would be a little bit stronger here on this map.
Right. So yeah, let's see what the overall builds are as well. I'm curious to see if they brought broken windows in preparation of Clerk, or if we have Flywheel. Pretty much everything else. I think most likely it's just going to be Flywheel because you know you got to prepare for BQ, you got to prepare for Breaking Wheel, and then Flywheel's also somewhat effective against Bonbon too. So it ends up being okay, but we'll see what they ultimately end up with here. Because again, you have to be worried about BQ, and again, Ever Sleeping Town. It's not a good map for Bloody Queen. So you're obviously playing a consistent TIE hunter like BQ, but you are playing it into a difficult map and also not the best comp. Patient is not a good chase for a Bloody Queen. Dancer, if she has Flywheel, is also not a great chase. And so we also saw a similar matchup in the RD situation where Otto was able to kite against a Bloody Queen player on Moonlight Park. I think it was against RD Ryun. We do see double Flywheel as well, and Patient doesn't need Flywheel, of course, being a BQ counter. So overall, this comp is actually quite difficult for Bloody Queen to play into.
Not a situation for Meowpie, but luckily you do only need to push for that draw. Not an ideal map, not an ideal situation, but the odds are in your favor in terms of the ranking so far, so that's always good. We are, of course, seeing classical builds on them, nothing new, nothing special, something you'd expect, and something that will benefit them greatly. So we're going to get into the match now. I'm Veronica, the CIO. We are your casters for the first half of today. Meowpie is going to begin chase, a hunter on the prowl for the first piece of prey, which seems to be Lim here on the Dancer.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put down the first mirror. Will we land a hit? Yeah, immediate hit with the mirror, Eli.
Beautiful find already, finding out the Dancer. Early hit onto the Dancer for Meowpie. This is actually a very strong start considering that it didn't look like the best team comp or the best map for Bloody Queen to actually go against here. But yeah, already a quick start here for Meowpie, and because there's now limited support for something like this Dancer to work with, it's going to be quite hard for Lim to keep this kite up. She wants to at least try to live until Flywheel is available here. Just looping around here, goes for the mirror, not even giving her time to get the box down. Gets the swing and gets the down. Doesn't even give her enough time to drop the box. Typically with the Dancer, you want to set up a fast box against a Bloody Queen so you can be faster to potentially juke the mirror. And then also, when they go for the mirror, you can use the spin ability to peer away from the mirror image. But Flywheel wasn't yet ready. She didn't have a box set up. He just gave her no time, constant pressure. And that worked out perfectly for Meowpie, and all of a sudden, a very strong start here.
Yeah, we're going to see the Mercenary hanging out in the area. Takako coming right in for the rescue here. Toki, of course, in the area as the Patient, expending a hook to not get hit by the mirror. So one already down, but luckily no hits yet. Coming in, getting the hit on the Mercenary here, which means that Lim will be off chair and now has Flywheel available to utilize. So right under half rescue. Luckily did not rescue the Dancer over half, but quite close. Blink is online. A beautiful Flywheel to negate Blink, but last effort anyway.
Yeah, you saw Meowpie actually tried to... Oh, she's actually going to give a free box away here. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I'm not really sure. So what? He's actually going to mirror onto the Mercenary. Gets the hit onto the Mercenary. Mercenary actually dropped his elbow pads to the Dancer. And he tried to use a bot to body block as well. So he actually eliminates the item Mercenary even gotten. So basically what happened there is you actually see, I think the idea of Lim dropping her box is so she could waste all her items, so she can actually pick up the elbow pads that the Mercenary dropped for a rebound kite. But because Meowpie spotted this out, he saw that they're going for that play, so he knew Mercenary didn't have the elbow pads anymore because he dropped them for the Dancer. So he knew he could mirror onto the Mercenary. As long as he didn't have a perfume or another elbow pad, he was not going to be able to avoid that mirror image. And because it was a bot, he tried to body block with the bot, didn't matter, still hit the Mercenary. He was able to hit the bot as well. And now Mercenary's down. They have no ciphers. And now the only chance for a win here for the survivors is Enchantress could potentially harass all the way until the last cipher's primed.
Yeah, a difficult situation, of course, especially against something like the BQ, and actually just going to leave the area immediately. So another box coming down here, going to get a spin off, beautiful, and a stun to help out in the assist here. Coming along, but we're seeing the mirror image, and we're going to see a down on the Dancer, which means that Lim will be sent back to the manor now. All the times that we've seen Lim from AXE has been a really strong kite, has been giving a lot of hunters some trouble. So this is a wonderful job from Miapai to get Lim not only eliminated, but so quickly as well. I mean, we've got 4 ciphers remaining. There is progress on 3 of them. 1 has been completed, but it's not enough. You know, they've got a whole survivor out of the game, and Miapai only needs a tie. Can, of course, push for way more now.
And so the other thing here is like, now Mercenary, so Dancer I think was trying to go for the Merc's elbow pads potentially, unless I missed something, but she just never got there because the elbow pads are just not even available right now. We do still have Flywheel. Onto the Enchantress, does not get baited, waits for the charge attack. Beautiful prediction from the Enchantress here, trying to get a hit onto this this survivor in the corner here. It looks like that was the I think the patient who just is going to hook away there. So actually ends up being a miss mirror, and you see why Flywheels can be so strong against this Bloody Queen here. That one mirror kite might be the difference between a tie and a win here for the survivors, or in terms of Miapai getting a win against the survivors, because now they can actually push for more ciphers, can have more time to finish things up here. Does get the down onto Otto with the mirror image here. But yeah, they are going to be able to start on their last cipher in a moment here. Yeah, still has trade available with a bunch of full health survivors, potentially dragging to the basement here. I don't think he's going to have enough time to do that. I think he has to chair outside here. Yeah, he's going to go for the outside chair. And they are going to open up their last cipher finally. But yeah, Mercenary is not able to decode just yet, as he does have to come for the rescue. And so this means that this patient needs to go through 2 cipher machines here. Mirror onto the Mercenary, does have the elbow pad ready. A little bit of a short elbow pad, but still is going to be able to avoid this hit and probably still get this rescue off. Yeah, looks like.
Yeah, rescue coming off safely, of course, with the Mercenary heading to the chair. Enchantress has some stunts to work with, not too much. A beautiful, you know, little juke there, didn't manage to get the hit. Using a stun now. We are going to see continue kite here in the graveyard, but Blink is online and it is utilized, so the Enchantress is going to go down once more. Of course, Cypher Progress is pushing quite well. They will be on a prime soon, but Otto now being placed back on the chair for the second time, may have stuns to utilize, but in this situation, it is a little bit hard to come back from that. So Miapai will certainly be securing the tie that is needed, with the Mercenary hanging out in the area to hide a little bit. But they won't have a primed cipher in time. It's only at 64%, and I believe is actually in the area here. So was just kind of hiding out, and now will be forced to take the kite. But that kite won't last very long. We're going to see the Mercenary get hit, who will be forced to come in for the rescue on Otto's Enchantress, and the mirror is in play, swapping positions, landing another hit on the Mercenary.
So another question is, what does Miapai do? Does he try to play aggressively? Can he? Oh, mirror changes. He angle changes onto the Enchantress. The cipher's not primed. What a mirror angle change there. And the cipher isn't ready. He can share this Enchantress, and they're not going to have a prime cipher, which means that there's a possibility for this Bloody Queen to now go for a win. He's going to go pressure to the last cipher. Can Patient actually get this in time? It looks like no, 90% of the way done. And did he trade swap to teleport, or is he still holding that blink? I'm not sure. I was going to say, if he's still holding that blink, he can actually still go for a potential abnormal play. Patient is not able to prime the cipher. Mercenary does still have self-heal. So it's still definitely possible for this survivor side to get a 1 escape here. But yeah, it looks like Patient does not have any items, does not have Flywheel, which means this next mirror image should down this Patient.
Yeah, Mirror, of course, going to be back online in just a few short seconds. And Miapai has been killer with these mirrors so far. I don't think there's been any major miss whatsoever. And we're going to see a down on the Patient, who will now be chaired. Should be heading back to the Mercenary soon. Has just gotten up and expended his self-heal. Just need to get an elimination on the Mercenary now. If he's knocked down, he can't get back up. So actually going to drop the Patient, receiving the ear tick that the Mercenary is now up and still in the graveyard. So if this down is able to be gotten real quick, it means that we can just go back, chair the Patient before he expends his self-heal, and they are forced to surrender with no 1 escape, which means a clean 5-0 for Miapai with a tie hunter in this round. But missing these swings, coming in really close, going to swap and block off with the mirror, getting the hit on the Mercenary.
He's going to try to pop the cipher, but he has teleport. He's already switched. He can't pop it. Mercenary's down. Mercenary doesn't have self-heal. Patient's going to use the self-heal here to get back up, but it doesn't matter. The cipher's not ready. And Mercenary can't get up. This is a 4 kill. As long as he can down this Patient with this next mirror, and Patient doesn't somehow pop 10% of a Cypher machine. And he's gonna vault trying to predict, he was trying to predict the mirror switch there. So he could potentially get a speed boost and transition away, but he wasn't able to get it. And Meowpie with a 4 survivor elimination with Bloody Queen on arguably the worst Bloody Queen map in the game. And CT with an 8-1 lead over one of the stronger Japanese region teams. What an impressive show for Southeast Asia. Again, we talked about how, again, this matchup doesn't matter in terms of placement, but it really matters for the Southeast Asia region. If a Southeast Asia team can come out and put up a good show and potentially even beat a Japanese IJL team, especially with an 8-1 victory like this is really important for them. And it's, I mean, already a great start, as you can see, for 0-2.
Yeah, it's been extremely impressive. I mean, being able to pull that much. Again, they are first in bracket, they are third in bracket, so being able to obtain this win and perform so strongly right out of the gate is very impressive. They are representing Southeast Asia from the qualifiers as well. So while GH got an immediate pass in because they'd won a tournament earlier on, this is the team that fought their way tooth and nail, clawed up through the qualifiers in order to make it here to represent C during COA, and is doing it so very well. Meowpie, of course, sorry for doubting your Bloody Queen on Eversleeping. I mean, you don't expect Eversleeping to be good for Bloody Queen and have Bloody Queen perform to that capacity here, but a quick down on Lim's Dancer. I mean, 46-second containment time, wasn't able to touch a Cypher or do anything else of the sort, just able to get that down so quickly, so efficiently, and push for even more from there. The Cyphers were not being pushed too well. It means that they were suffering and struggling just a little bit, and now we are going to see, of course, that 5-0 in this second round. As you mentioned, 8-1, I believe, so a huge point differential between the two teams. And while this won't move the way that they're placed in Group B, it will certainly solidify ZT as a force to be reckoned with when it comes to these group stages and to COA 6 in general.
For sure. I mean, Southeast Asia really, they're really saying, like, they have the strength to be professional. I mean, they're taking down already an 8-1 lead against a professional team, being AXE here. So Southeast Asia, yeah, really putting up a statement. They have the ability to put out the good enough strength to be a professional level server potentially, and that's really great here to see, obviously, from ZT. But definitely not out of this yet. AXE can easily work their way out of this one. Keep in mind, this was 0-2's map selection, so obviously 0-2 able to win on their map selection is very important. But now, yeah, AXE is able to pick the second round here, so that's going to be very beneficial for them. And again, AXE, being a professional level team from Japan, they've been in situations like this, similar to what we've seen with Dou. They could easily just come back and win the next 2 rounds. So it's definitely not over just yet.
Yeah, certainly not, and I'm excited to see the way that they propel things forward from here. Both teams performing really strong in the past and still, at this point in time, doing their best to solidify their lead. So I wonder what map will be on next. Of course, AXE are going to want to pick one that CT will struggle on a little bit. If they've got any incentive on that, they're going to want to choose one that will make both their Survivor and Hunter side shine to come back from the struggle that they had this time around. But what an exciting way to start off this bracket. Of course, we did just finish the other one. That one did run the whole 3 rounds. This one could as well if AXE managed to come back in this next round. We will go into a round 3, and then that one will be completely deciding. I mean, but this is a huge point lead in terms of what CT was able to accomplish. So, I mean, they're little guys coming right over to this franchise professional team who know exactly what they're doing. They have to really push themselves, and they've practiced, they've trained, their survivors are working together really efficiently, and Meowpie, of course, as well, an amazing job on the Bloody Queen.
Yeah, definitely. So now it's a situation where for AXE, they need to, it's very difficult for them to actually just come back and tie one of the rounds and then win the last one, because you're down 8-1, you're down 7-point deficit, right? So it's really challenging to, we're gonna go to a short break, so we'll review that in a second, but yeah, back in a moment.
Hello, everybody, and welcome right back. We are seeing some support again for the teams, this time for ZT, who just managed to pull such an impressive win in the first round. Sorry, I'm so excited about that. Eli's going to talk to us about it a little bit more later. But in the meantime, let us go over this. Started playing IDV last month, first time watching COA, wishing Team ZT for all the best in COA. Bless Potato MX, their dedication and humor, despite the stress they could have. And what a lovely message. I got a little bit emotional and excited from that one, I'm not gonna lie. First COA is such a big deal. Eli, do you remember your first COA, which was the one that you watched? Did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? Mine was COA 4. I had started playing in September, and then it rolled around, and I loved it. Loved every second of it. That explains the fueling agent. But here we have another one, of course, for AXC. I will always cheer for you. Axis is the best. Hope to see your guys' best performance. Axis win, COA 6 global support. And what cute little chibis of all of the players on this team. How sweet they are. I love that they all have their own little persona designs. But again, Eli, what was your first COA? Did you have fun? What was going on at that point in time before we hop back into the match talk?
My first COA, I'm trying to remember, was I believe the first COA that I watched was COA 3, but it was like sort of like right after it happened. But yeah, my first COA was COA 3. And so that was back when Dream, which I think was like the strongest character in the game. Yeah, really long time ago. And then I think COA 4 was actually one of the more exciting ones because we saw that was like the first time a non-Chinese team beat a Chinese team, which was Japan. I think it was the team was it AL, I believe, beat GR, which was like sort of like the biggest deal ever because GR was like the former champion 3 years in a row. And that was really important for them because Japan was not really at the China level just yet. I mean, obviously now to this day they are, but back then they were not. So then that was a really big deal. And then the first COA that I actually commentated was COA 5, which was last year. This was my second COA for commentating. But in terms of watching this, I believe is 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so this would be my fourth now.
Very exciting. Thank you for your fun insight on that one. I love discussing those little things. I loved COA 4. It was the best ever. The Great Race, best PV, stand by it. Metropolis was good, but Great Race is solid. You cannot top Highway Cavalier and his funny time loop. But out of that, of course, out of my realm back into Eli's world, we're going to be swapping out for Rose. So Deeming will actually be taking a seat, taking a rest, and Rose will be playing instead in placement for AXC. So any thoughts on this? Of course, I know you also had some stuff to share about the last match that happened too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so I was just saying how actually totally forgot what I was saying.
That's okay.
But we just have to say obviously how it's pretty impressive that we see obviously Bloody Queen on a weak Bloody Queen map. The comp wasn't necessarily great for Bloody Queen as well because of characters like Patient, Flywheel Dancer. Enchantress is fine, but Flywheel Dancer is not too easy because of the pirouette plus flywheel ability, and then also Patient as well, and then it being a bad map. So that was, of course, a very important thing to keep in mind. But now this is where AXC can easily make a comeback here. We do have AXC's map selection, which is Chinatown. We do have Rose coming in. So Rose is the round 2 and 3 hunter. But it's actually important that Rose is able to perform strong. We actually see that Deeming has actually been more consistent than Rose has throughout the majority of this event. So it's really important that that Rose is able to actually sort of pick up the pieces here. I mean, being down 7 points out of the first round is a really big deficit. So again, very relevant that Rose is able to put up a good show here and sort of turn things back into AXC's favor. So again, keep in mind this is ZT without without MX, which is like their heart and soul of the Survivor team. So and still able to show what they're made of here. Very impressive. And so let's see how Rose can turn this back around here. You know, Rose is again one of those 2 and 3 rounds 2 and 3 hunters out of Japan, so he does have Dream Witch available, but doesn't really offer it as much. More known for those Thai hunters, such as characters like Bon Bon. I believe Nayad has been picked up at some point. Wax Artist as well are all options for Rose here.
Yeah, they might be potentially running on the possibility of just letting Rose get those ties, maybe push for more, but hopefully have AXC survivors step up their game in order to counteract Meow Pie a little bit better. I would be surprised if we didn't see a ban on the Bloody Queen after what happened last time, but I mean, those mirrors were so well placed, your flywheel wasn't online, you didn't have anything to work with. It's kind of impossible to move from there, but seeing some shots to the players again. Oh, and the cutest little plushie in the world. I love this style of them. I think you can custom order them? I don't recall, but I do love seeing the audience. Of course, they have all of their merch, they have all of their fancy little outfits. They are so excited for these teams, and you should be too, of course. Again, hashtag COAVI6 Global Support if you have a fun story to share like Eli and I did earlier, or if you have any illustrations of the teams like we saw on screen to support both CT and XE. I totally recommend that you do that. You know, you should put them out there in the world, see if you can win yourself some few little prizes. But very exciting, of course, to see secondary hunters take the field as per usual. I mean, it is a strategy in the Japanese region to take out the the first round hunter, and then you have your second round hunter. But in a lot of other regions, as Eli discussed earlier, a lot of the time you will see just the one hunter, and then the other one doesn't get to come in as much. But we will be seeing Rose despite the odds, although the odds were a little bit in his favor based on his region. However, rambling aside, we'll get into our ban picks now. So ZT, of course, is starting on the Survivor side. We are on Chinatown. Rose is playing Hunter, will be doing bans, so we should be predicting something like Antiquarian, Priestess, Mercenary right off the bat for verse ban, along with Seer being an option, and he is no longer an option as he has been taken into the ban pool. So Priestess and Seer being our first bans here, and now we are just waiting on the beloved, delectable Hunter ban. So swapping out, it means that they can't really ban exactly what happened last time, or yeah, they'll just ban the Dream Witch regardless. You don't want to deal with her here on this map. Of course, she is an all or nothing character, and they do not want Ixie to be able to come back from the impressive first round that they handed to them.
Right, so let's see here. Looks like, yeah, Dream Witch, of course, going to get rid of that. We're going to see no Antiquarian. It's going to be Prospector Merc instead here, which is something that ZT's kind of been a little bit more known for. They do prefer to go into that Prospector instead of the Antiquarian more often than not. So we've seen that sort of be one of their main strategies here. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see any doctor or lawyer or anything like that today. So we can, of course, rule those characters out. But it looks like for Rose here, Antiquarian, of course, is open. No, he actually is going to not ban Anti. We're going to see Merchant and Patient instead. I think the idea here is that Rose is probably gearing up to play Bonbon. Obviously, you know, Bonbon is going to be not too bad with dealing with Antiquarian necessarily. Obviously, you can destroy the bombs and you can stun them, which can be a bit of a problem. But you can still, the chip hunters are usually a little bit better against something like an Antiquarian rather than those single hit hunters. So obviously, getting rid of a transition kiter, getting rid of mechanic as well, definitely gearing up for Bonbon here. So this last pick really needs to be something anti-Bonbon. I actually wouldn't mind Embalmer here. Let's see what they end up with. Actually, Composer. So just going to go for that Cypher Rush. Again, just try to out-Cypher Rush the Bonbon, at least be able to play for a draw here. They actually didn't go Officer, so they don't have a stable rescue. But of course, the Prospector plus Mercenary combination still opens up potential rescues against a Bonbon now. But this comp is still a bit weak to Bonbon, again, because Psychologist is a pretty easy chase. Composer's not necessarily great as well. So those are some things you have to consider here. They had options like Dancer open, and they didn't actually go for it. So Rose, yeah, really should have no issue playing a Bonbon in this situation.
Yeah, Bonbon, of course, being a good pick here if they manage to get the tie, and then we are going to see all of these funny little things here. Bonbon being a very good selection if you're confident with him. If they're managed to pull this draw, it means that AXE survivors will be in a better position in order to tie up the round. So I am excited to see how this plays out. We are on Chinatown after all. Chinatown, what are your thoughts on Chinatown in terms of especially things like hotel, because of the two-story areas that Bonbon can't really throw his bombs around? Do you think they'll fixate around there in order to prevent him from getting those bombs off as easily?
Yeah, definitely. So that's going to be one of the areas that Bonbon will struggle in. And Chinatown isn't necessarily the best map for Bonbon for those particular reasons. However, I do think that, yeah, as you mentioned, the hotel area is going to be quite a strong looping area for a lot of survivors against this type of hunter. So I would imagine that the main decoder or composer will probably spawn closest to hotel just to play around that. Now, the big question is, do we actually see a triple broken windows? I would really like to see that in preparation of this hunter, because I think it's pretty obvious that Rose is going to go Bonbon or maybe something like Clerk here. So we're gonna see if that's actually the case. Prospector may have Flywheel just for harassment potential, but I would imagine it makes the most sense for Composer and Psychologist on Broken, Prospector on Flywheel, and Mercenary on Broken. Tide Turner, just said every trait except for the correct one. Yeah, definitely not Broken Windows Merc. That'd be pretty bad. So yeah, that's going to be probably make the most sense here. And I think Composer is actually going to spawn. Yeah, Composer spawning closest to Hotel, it looks like. So I think his first chase target most likely will be the Psychologist if possible.
Yeah, would be a good selection. This is quite different from the spawn locations that we usually see. I mean, they
Right.
usually kind of gear up down in the bottom corner instead of the top one that they're choosing. So interesting
Correct.
that they don't swing for hotel as they usually do. But Composer, of course, set up as far as possible from this bonbon. He does have that dash, but other than that, you are playing a decoder, so you kind of want to stay away from the hunter as much as possible. We do have our little selections of our persona builds here, so we're going to see the bonbon with detention, trump card, blink to begin, and the flywheel on the prospector, as you mentioned, of course, broken windows on Composer, and Psychologist good for them too, and no broken windows mercenary, which I'm sure we're all acquainted with when we play with random players.
Luckily for that, yeah. We are going to see, of course, Bonbon to spawn over in the two-story area. Psychologist is not going to rotate away. She's actually just going to stay here and take the kite in this area. So, very curious decision. You usually see Psychologist rotate right away, try to make as much distance as possible, but instead is actually just not going to do that at all. So I feel like this might be a slight misstep from the Psych here. She needs to make sure she doesn't rotate into the Bonbon. Looks like is not going to do so. But yeah, because of no rotation, Rose immediately is able to start chasing this character. I feeling she's not going to go upstairs either. I was going to say you could go on the stairs to avoid the elevation change, so there's no way you can get chipped and then force a basic hit. Because that's the key for kiting against a Bonbon as a Psychologist, is avoid that elevation. Tries to go for the mind game at the pallet here. Rose trying to get these chips onto the Psychologist. Not able to get any of them here. Goes for the swing. Does get the hit through the pallet, but that's actually okay as it is a basic hit. And Psychologist, of course, wants to force basic hits as she is a triple hit character.
Yeah, luckily for the Bonbon, you get some presence from that, but beyond that, you did still have to take that hit when usually you do prefer to get those hits with the bombs and the chips instead. So there's a little bit of elevation in this area, which is beneficial to the Psychologist in terms of fighting. So we're going to toss these bombs down and take another basic hit. Stress is almost running out, so hopefully we'll be able to completely cut it off. It means that we're moving forward at a good pace. The ciphers are being pushed accordingly. It's going really well, and we are now going to see, of course, the elevation change, but dropping right down. So continuing to try and loop around this little area, the house with all the tables and the little two stories here, but not able to get practically any chips yet. Have only in the blink to finally get it down with another basic hit.
Yeah, now Rose actually did not get any bomb chips that entire time, so unfortunately a lot of missed opportunities from Rose. We actually see Prospector coming in for the support here as he is going to camp on the other side of the share. Goes for the stun, does get the stun on to the Bonbon here. Can he get a second follow-up magnet? Oh, actually misses the magnet, so unfortunate misstep from the Prospector here. It is now going to buy a little bit of extra time. He's going to go for one more, just trying to wait this out as long as possible. Is going to get that stun there. Is not able to get the chip onto the Prospector. And he's actually able to play around this magnet as well. See, I don't know if this was the correct play for Prospector to use that last magnet, because now there's no way to support the Mercenary's rescue. So Mercenary, or whoever, at least whoever comes in for the rescue, is going to have to make this save against a Bonbon with no support, most likely, unless they go for a double save, which might actually be the case here. But I would think it makes more sense for the Prospector to go for a magnet, stun the Bonbon, and Mercenary makes a backdoor rescue.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, we are going to see a rescue happen here, but again, not kind of missing like all of these bombs. So Rose not doing too strong with those. Going to see some attempted support coming in, but really gearing towards that Psychologist finally landing a bomb hit on her. So Psychologist looping around in the same area she's been using prior. Her Tide Turner is still on. Her stress is all out. Prospector coming in for a nice repel stun in order to build even more distance, and they are finally at their final cipher. So it seems that the Mercenary and especially the Prospector are going to come in to support this Psychologist. Actually choosing to die here in this corner, hopefully for some support from the Prospector before being placed on share to buy more time. Composer working dutifully on that cipher. It is his job after all, so hopefully he can get it done in time.
Yeah, as long as you're able to hit your piano tiles, then it should be okay. But it looks like we're going to see probably just a double rescue with the Prospector and the Mercenary. Let the Composer push that cipher machine. The big key here is, can Composer actually prime the cipher before the Psychologist is dead? Because if there is a farm off of the chair and the cipher's not primed, this will be a drawn game. But let's see, looks like that cipher machine about 70% of the way done. I'd imagine the Composer has full decoding available at this point up to the 20% mark. So looks like Mercenary coming in for the pressure. He's going to take the bomb. They get the rescue. Psychologist needs to not die to bombs. Able to avoid all these. Gets the speed boost here. Cipher machine is not ready just yet, but they're going to need to pop soon. They know he doesn't have blink, so they can actually just pop at any time. If Psychologist goes down to chips, able to avoid every single chip, and they go for the pop here. Rose just unable to hit these bombs. Prospector, flywheels, It goes down. Prospector, unfortunately, a huge misstep here. Rose taking advantage. All of a sudden, has worked it back into his favor there. I really don't know why Prospector didn't just let the psychologist get away there, but yeah, it looks like now Rose has a potential possibility to turn things around. This is the first chair for the Prospector. He cannot teleport away just yet because Mercenary is still in this area. He could easily elbow pad and get this rescue. So he needs to camp out this chair as long as possible. But the exit gate is open here. It looks like Rose is going to go ahead, try to pressure the Mercenary. He needs to make sure that he doesn't get too far away, as someone else could potentially make the backdoor rescue here. So what needs to happen, I think, is that Psychologist and Composer need to get out the gate, and Mercenary can sort of just hang around the dungeon with his elbow pad. But now it's really tough here. That one mistake from the Prospector, Rose did not let it slip. He took advantage here, and he might have been able to work into a tie. He's going to go to the gate here. He's going to teleport back to chair. Does Mercenary go for the... No, he teleports to the gate. He teleports to the gate. So now the question is, does Mercenary go for dungeon, or does Mercenary go for the save here? They're going for the Psychologist heal instead, and Rose doesn't know where the Mercenary is, which means he can get the heal off here. So now it's just a question of, can Mercenary get this dungeon before the Bonbon catches up to him, and it looks like that is going to be the case.
Wow, congratulations. Another beautiful job from ZT there with a bunch of really good survivor action. Of course, they are working. So, we're going to see his crows. He's going to go into the dungeon. The Prospector has shot off. He has gone back to the manor and been fully eliminated. But what another wonderful job from ZD here. I mean, wow, coming up, really repping Southeast Asia. They did fight for it in the qualifiers, and they are doing everything they can with that title to really make it count. And of course, Eli, as you said, no MX, and they're still able to hold up this well, even with more conventional team comps, no silly lawyer, no doctor around this time, but still doing so very well in this lineup and against AXE.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, again, AXE really wants to win this round, right? Because they're in a situation where it's like, they have to go for, even if Meowpie gets one kill here, right? Then they're in a situation where AXE has to win the last round by 7 points. They have to win the last round 8-1. So because there's a 3 survivor escape now, it's actually very good for ZT. Because again, it's just another situation where it's like, they have to come back from an 8-1 deficit. So the goal for Meowpie is just get at least 1 kill right now. The goal for AXE is they really should try to push for a 4 escape right now. If they don't get a 4 escape here, again, they have to go in the last round 8-1, which is very, very difficult to do and very unlikely. So I think it makes the most sense for them to really just try to push for a 4 escape, and the goal for Meowpie is just, again, go for a single kill.
Yeah, and here on Chinatown, of course, Meowpie's Hunter Pool, there is that breaking wheel in there, as far as I recall. So maybe could even, if feeling particularly confident after the last match, bring that out? Or do you think we'll just go for something more solid, like one of the tie hunters once more? Because the Bloody Queen was able to turn the usual tie into a 4 elimination on a map that wasn't even good for her, too.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah. And again, you kind of see why Bonbon can be a little bit weak on this sort of map. Obviously, if you're able to, like, Psychologist didn't even utilize the 2-story areas, and he's still able to keep a lot of distance as long as you're able to constantly transition. You see the broken windows being really important. Why broken windows are so good against Bonbon, because you can constantly just use the broken windows, create the distance, and it's very hard for the Bonbon to catch up and hit those bombs. So that's exactly what happened in that situation. Is the Psychologist was able to force basic hits, constantly keep distance, and Rose just unfortunately missed so many bombs that game. Excellent dodges, of course, from the survivors, but as a bombman, you typically want to try to be able to hit more bombs than that. I think he really only hit 1 ship the entire match, and that was on the second kite, where it wasn't quite as important. And so that was it just opened up a situation where Psychologist was able to force 3 basic hits. That's exactly what they wanted in that situation. And the first kite was 3 ciphers, and enough for a ZT Survivor 3 escape there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see our win condition down below. So if they do manage to pull that 3 or 4 escape with their survivors, we will be seeing a round 3, and they are at a point deficit. So as Eli said, even if they make it there, it is an uphill battle. They have to climb quite high in order to make it happen. But anything less than that, and ZT is simply going to take that win. So totally unexpected, I think, a potential 2-0 from ZT onto AXE. Not something that anyone went into this match and predicted would happen. I mean, I myself am baffled, and it's just, it shows their strength. They've been performing really well, really consistently, but you don't expect this. You know, they're in first place, they're in third place, but ZT is really cleaning up the field here and doing so very well to begin, Eli. And on the last day, too, they're really just showing us what they're capable of.
Right. So yeah, so here Miapai again really only needs 1 kill. If he's able to get 1 kill, then obviously the game won't be over. We will have a third round, but ZT will have an 8-1 lead in the third round, which means that AXC needs to come back 8-1 in the last round. So again, the goal for Miapai is to get at least 1 kill here. If you allow 4 escape, then that's really, then it's kind of interesting to see. Like, so basically, if Miapai allows a 4 escape, right? If AXC survivors can 4 escape Miapai right now, then ZT can still afford to tie the last round because they'll still be leading on points. So even if AXC has to get a 4 escape now, and then they have to win the last round to actually win this series. Or they have to get a 3 escape now, and they have to win the last round by 7 points or more, which is very hard to do. So again, the goal for Miapai is just to just go for a 1 kill at least, and if he's able to get a draw, then ZT will actually win this matchup 2-0, a non-professional team against a professional Japanese level team here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are at the tail end of things, so it's not going to change the brackets at all. But as Eli has explained to us wonderfully how the brackets are going to work, but instead, we are going to be taking a look, of course, as Miapai, as he sits and waits. Chat, how are you feeling today? As for now, I will do my shoutouts while we wait. Haven't done those yet. You know, I'm so busy listening to Eli do his wonderful job of analyzing that I don't get to spend enough time with you folks. So, hello to Salty Biscuits. Hello to Maney. Hi. Hello to Woe is here. Hi to Ack. That's a fun name. I enjoy that. Hi to Noah. Of course, some new faces, as well as some very familiar faces. Hi to Vanilla. Silly Bagel, again, really loving some of these names. I find them very exciting. But if you have been here the whole time and commonly and constantly been coming to these COA streams, it's really appreciated. You know, we do recognize your names, we do see you, we see your cute little profile pictures and the nice messages that you send. I can't really keep up with live chat while I'm casting because there's just so much that needs to be done, you know, gotta talk about what's in front of you, but I do deeply enjoy seeing it afterwards. Usually after stream I'll read up in live chat and all of the sweet messages are very appreciated. But we will be hopping, of course, into our band pick soon. We are in our second half of this second round, and everything is going extremely well for ZT so far. Hello, Eli. What are your thoughts on what we might be looking at from Miapai's side in terms of hunting?
Yeah, so it's the same sort of situation as last round, where it's like, again, another 3 survivor escapes. So Miapai is going to probably play a tie hunter, or a hunter that's good at like getting a tie or at least 1 kill. The thing is, Bloody Queen, again, is sort of weak on this map. It's another one of those maps where there's a lot of buildings. It's very hard to mirror around. It's very hard to walk around and stuff. So I think that here, it looks like we're going to see, is that Breaking Wheel ban? It looks like. Yeah, so they're actually going to go Wheel ban here, which is actually kind of surprising. I feel like in a situation where AXC really has to win this round, they're going to try to take a hunter like Break, because Breaking Wheel is high risk, high reward, right? So you might as well let them play that risky hunter. And just work from there. But it looks like no, they're just going to go ahead and get rid of it. So this gives Miapai Bonbon, this gives Miapai Bloody Queen, this gives him a lot of potential 1 killer tie hunters to work with right now. So looks like we're going to see Mercenary Antiquarian, very standard on the Survivor side. Probably Toy Merchant and maybe something else, maybe like Dancer. It looks like, actually, Barmaid and Balmer. So he might actually gear up to play a potential Clerk here as well. That's also a possibility, considering that he just needs to get at least 1 kill right now, sort of the bare minimum to keep ZT in a strong lead. That might be his idea as of right now.
Yeah, always do love to see that Clerk on the field. She requires so much brain power and is so impressive to watch the gameplay of, much like a Dream Lich, but Clerk instead, of course, the lovely figure of them all. Clerk's PV is one of my favorite character background PVs they've ever done. Of course, that's more of my area of expertise than Eli's, but if you were ever going to launch into those things, I would totally recommend Clerk's. Her power in that really showcases in her power as a hunter on the field. But Psychologist has been locked in. We are going to see Acrobat as our final ban here, and now Coordinator is actually going to be our final pick. We did see a Coordinator the other day, so very curious. Yep. Eli, what are your thoughts on Coordinator in terms of Chinatown going up against Miapai? You need that 3 or 4 escape.
So basically, in the last round, they played a comp that was anti-Bonbon in preparation of Miapai's Bonbon, but they played too hard in the Bloody Queen, and that's what cost AXC the first round. So now it's a situation where they're playing around both the strategies, where they have anti-BQ and anti-Bonbon. You have Psychologist, which is good against Bloody Queen, that can take multiple hits. And then also you have characters such as Coordinator, which is a good rescuer against something like a Bonbon, because you can shoot the Bonbon and create distance that way. So I'm not really sure exactly the best. So that's sort of the strategy here is they're trying to gear up for all those options. Did we see what the Hunter was?
The Hunter. Oh no, I don't think that we did, unless I'm totally not.
Unless I missed something. It looked like the screen switched away before. Unless I'm having some technical problems, I hope not. But yeah, looks like you see the ZT survivors they're waiting here. Obviously they know this match is not important for points, but they do know how important it is for their server. So you can see them still very excited, very tense that they're able to win this matchup, and it's important for AXC as well. Putting up a good performance for Japan. Being able to, as a professional team, secure your dominance, and ZT potentially winning here could be a very big shift here in that. So we'll see what happens ultimately. But yeah, Miaopai again on the Hunter side. Gonna be aiming for at least 1 kill right now, but if he's able to get a draw, that will secure things in 2 rounds. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. We are, of course, panning around, getting to see the wonderful stage. So once more, how beautiful the COAVI stage is. We've got these cool LED lights everywhere. I don't think those are LED. I think I'm using that word wrong. They're lights. They're fun lights. We've got, of course, lights to represent the different regions. We've got the fun identity V symbol right on the front of these chairs. And we're just waiting, of course, to get into the match. So very wonderful. Of course, we are waiting just a little bit, but in terms of Hunter, as Eli said, we do only need this 1 or 2 elimination. So we are waiting on that. I'm at a loss for my words. I apologize, everybody, but very excited to see what is taken out. Can't take out that wheel. I feel like every time I mention wheel, I accidentally manifest him in some way or another, even though that shouldn't happen, because he's such a hunter that you don't see anymore with flywheel in the meta. So we won't see that, but do you think that there is a preference instead, maybe the Bonbon or the Bloody Queen once more? I know you said that Clerk is possible or anything of the sort, but...
I think that maybe... I think the idea with this team comp is that it's pretty good for going against Clerk. Obviously, Psychologist and Coordinator are very good against Clerk. Coordinator, not so much if the Clerk has excitement. If the Clerk does not have excitement, then it's good, because Coordinator can shoot the Hunter, you can stun them for a while, you can make distance, and again, making distance against Clerk is very important. So you have to keep these things... you have to take these things into consideration. So I think that's maybe what they're... Because, again, this comp is pretty good against Clerk, it's pretty good against Bomb, it's pretty good against Bloody Queen. So they're sort of countering all of Miaopai's options. So now the question is, does he have a Hunter such as Wax Artist? Does he have a Hunter such as Dream, which they could potentially go into here? I think that would also make sense, but also Dream, which isn't really great against Psych and Anti. So I think the ban pick for AXC here was actually very strong. So yeah, we'll see what he's able to do.
Yeah, exactly. I am curious as to see what is selected here. However, the survivors have been holding their own quite well. Pretty okay. ZT, of course, performing a little bit better. They had been on prior days, I think is what I'm trying to say. So their fumble against ZT is really impressive. Miaopai has been able to perform extremely well against them. It has been very exciting to watch so far. Getting that elimination already is totally...
Yeah, so we are going to see... okay, back to our Hunter bans here. It looks like still deciding exactly what Miaopai actually wants to go with. So we're still just waiting on that. But again, yeah, it's still a possibility, as we talked about. Still a possibility of Clerk, still a possibility of Bonbon, Bloody Queen, all sort of get countered. I think we'll probably see... he's probably going to have to go Excitement no matter what here. So obviously... he's going to go Wax Artist as well. So the question is, does he still bring Excitement here for Antiquarian, for Coordinator? I think it definitely would make sense. And Wax Artist, again, is pretty good against this team comp overall. So I think they counter Bonbon well, they counter Bloody Queen well, they counter Clerk, but they don't actually do too well against Wax Artist overall with this sort of team composition. So especially if Miaopai has excitement, that could really work out in his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting to see the Wax Artist once again. Of course, we do comment on it all the time. Eli being a big Wax Artist fan, so we always kind of have that big... No matter who he's casting with, you see Wax Artist game. Oh, it's for you, Eli, and we do mean it. He is a big Wax Artist fan. So, as mentioned, of course, there are certain ways to counteract him. They are going to want to have a lot of broken windows, Flywheel very hard to time against the Wax Artist, and they could have been gearing for this. They did ban out the Wheel. Wheel being a character that Flywheel is very good against, but there's no threat of him, and however, they did go up against that Bloody Queen, so they might be carrying that still, but when we get into our persona selections, we will see exactly what they were when it comes down to it. But Eli, how are you feeling today? I mean, just in general, has your protein grind been going well?
Yeah, pretty good. I would say I was at the was able to go to the gym after the matches yesterday, so that's good. Yeah, so sticking to it. So far, it's been going good. I haven't really been able to eat much today because of our tournament, of course, but we'll get to that afterwards. So, but yeah, getting into our match here, we do have we actually have the Wax Artist spawning over. We actually have Coordinator spawning middle. I actually kind of like this. So the idea here is that it's very easy for a survivor to kite towards the center of the map, and Coordinator, if she's in the middle, can shoot the hunter to allow that survivor to make more distance. So I think that's the idea here with Coordinator. I would imagine we're going to see Coordinator and the Antiquarian with Flywheel, Broken Windows on the Psychologist, and Mercenary with the Tide Turner. Of course, this makes the most sense in case it is a Bloody Queen Coordinator and Antiquarian both need Flywheel to kite that out. And then Psychologist will need Broken Windows against something like a Wax Artist or Clerk if that does come into play, which we obviously do see in this case. So let's see what Meowpie is able to do. Again, Excitement is ready for Coordinator, is ready for the Antiquarian. However, you also have to consider that Psychologist being a triplet character without the use of Blink makes it a little bit more challenging for Meowpie to deal with here. So he's going to go ahead and vault this window using that Broken Window speed to just transition around, getting back to the hotel area. Early rotation, something we didn't really see from the ZT survivors in the last round, but they still were able to have a strong kite to go for a win. So now we're going to see if Meowpie does find this chase target being the Psychologist. Looks like he does see the Mercenary, which is not ideal here. And he's actually forced to potentially change over to the Antiquarian. Again, the key for Meowpie here is get at least one elimination. They are rotating a lot, but no Cypher progress yet, Veronica, only 5%. So a lot of rotation does slow down the Cypher progress, so you have to keep that in mind. And again, Meowpie just going for at least one kill will be the goal for ZT.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been playing so well so far with these rotations. However, as you mentioned, you have one loss, and that is the Cypher progress, and that's something that you do really want to be completed. So, continuing to loop around, finally finding Otto out, wanting to eliminate that Antiquarian first, it seems. Of course, they do need to push for quite a bit. Meowpie can relax quite more. So, going to get the hit.
He gets the hit!
And
Excitement and instant down!
Excitement!
Wow, what a turn of events there. He tried to go for the double back pallet stun, the hit still registered through, and the Excitement, so the pallet stun cancels the attack recovery, but then the Excitement cancels the stun, so he can instantly get a double down play. What a turn of events there. That's honestly just a really, honestly just a very lucky play. I mean, that rarely happens, but that is exactly what Meowpie needs to see. Excellent rotation from AXE in the early game, but he's able to get an instant down with that play, able to get the hit onto the Coordinator as well. Coordinator probably is going to use the gun here. You actually see Coordinator getting out of range of the stun, so if he does get shot, Coordinator isn't going to take wax in the process. Actually, he was only 72, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, this actually, Coordinator is a really big character here because it allows, look how much distance that's one stun gets her all the way to hotel. So Coordinator actually being very strong. He's gonna go for a long wax bomb, trying to wax off that Cypher machine. He's checking to see if he got it. I don't know if he did, but we do see that the Antiquarian is now into hotel, which is the strongest kiting area on the map here.
Yeah, oh my goodness. A lot for Otto to work with in this area. Can loop around here, of course, not wanting to throw that pallet and get it waxed off. Already kind of learned their lesson with the pallet throwing here. Meowpie did have Excitement, did cancel a lot out and get that down via that way. So actually throwing it down now, going to continue on. Wax Artist, of course, not too fast with his breaking of things and handling of stuns. So he is going to drop down here and continue on the chase. Throwing another wax bomb. Again, we're not quite sure if that totally blocked things off, but maybe it did. If he's lucky, it did.
Yeah, it looks like it did miss, unfortunately, for him. But yeah, this one rebound kite is really making the difference. They actually have enough Cypher progress to go for the win now. I mean, you really see that Coordinator is a completely game-changing character there. So who would have thought Coordinator actually single-handedly carrying this game? I mean, you can argue the Antiquarian's doing a kite, but it's really just the Coordinator allowing that survivor to make it all the way into the he's going to body block the door. Oh, he doesn't get the body block off. And now that there's no pallet here, Mercenary's going to try to take a hit here, as Mercenary can still save. He's going to use an illusion to block off. Coordinator goes for the stun. Is he in excitement? He doesn't need to. He doesn't need excitement. Mercenary is here. This is the problem with Mercenary being in the area, is that Mercenary means that being here means that the stun will not last as long. But they actually have enough Cypher progress to now go for a win, particularly with Tide Turner. The question is, can Meowpie actually wax off the Cypher machine before Mercenary saves? It's really going to be a mind game here. Mercenary can either get a free rescue while he's waxing this Cypher, or it looks like he's going to try to get it. Does he get it? That's really important. No, and he misses. He misses that wax there.
Yeah, rather unfortunate. Excitement is back online, luckily, for when it needs to be used, going to take that hit. And of course, our Prime Cypher is not quite there yet. Ooh, actually able to stuff it out.
He pushes away, doesn't hit the chair.
Ooh.
Gets the hit onto the Antiquarian. They do get the rescue off. What a save from the Mercenary. That looked like it was going to be a stuffed rescue. He needs to wax bomb the Cypher. He has to hit this right here. Does he hit it? He hits the hit. Ooh. He hits the Cypher, and that means that Antiquarian's going to go down before the Cypher is ready. They have no way to harass this. Coordinator has no flare gun. They cannot force heal a full presence wax artist, so he'll just switch to hot wax, or he'll just actually regular wax in general. And they don't have the Cypher ready, and Antiquarian's dead on share.
Yeah, Mercenary down as well still, so able to literally just walk over and pick him up and place him on chair 2. Meowpie, you know, that Coordinator, you're right, such a crucial character, able to get that huge stun off that almost turned the game in AXC's favor, but unfortunately did not in the end of things. So carrying him over here, but there's no chair in the area, so going to carry him back to chair closer to the Prime Cypher here, has just eliminated the chair that was being used. They have opened up a new Cypher and a half in a way. They kind of considered doing another one, but they're focusing on the other that they had opened sort of across the map. The Coordinator is currently working on it. However, she does have that debuff. When her teammates are on chair, it is hard for her to prime a Cypher, harder than it would be for such as a Psychologist. But you are against a full presence wax. You kind of need to send the Psych in case of emergency. So we're going to get a hit on the Mercenary while the Cypher is being pushed. Coordinator going to have an easier time doing it now, but not if the wax artist teleports on the Cypher.
Right, and so what's going to happen there is he's going to wax off the other Cypher that's almost primed, so they can't pop it. And then he's going to change the Coordinator. Coordinator needs to flywheel this. Oh, she doesn't time the flywheel there. So that actually means that Meowpie is able to get the down. He's able to share on this other Cypher. Keep in mind, Coordinator does have an extended share time. So there's still a possibility for Mercenary to get up, make the rescue, and then they can prime this other Cypher. But let's say Meowpie predicts their healing. He's going to go back to the Cypher here, and he does predict it. He does predict it. He sees the Psychologist, but he's actually going to chair the Mercenary. I think this is actually smarter because this is Mercenary's second chair. So this forces Psychologist to get the rescue on the Coordinator, then go back and get the rescue on the Mercenary. And she really, I don't know if she's going to have enough time. You can actually just keep freezing them over and over. They need to double rescue this. He's just going to wait behind here. I think he needs to even, what needs to happen is he needs to not go for hot wax. He needs to just freeze them over and over so they can potentially not even get this rescue at all. It looks like he's going to try to do this on the Coordinator too. Hitting her to push her back here. He needs to freeze the Psychologist. Let's see.
Ooh, she's coming to the chair, but we are going to get that freeze. Mercenary will expire very soon, and he does. Psychologist, of course, can still take those 3 hits, but in this situation, they've already kind of lost the position. They did need to achieve a win in this round, and Meowpie, what a beautiful turnaround from that rotation, and some struggling in other rounds that we've had, just doing so well against AXC. Cool as a cucumber, really enjoying that wax artist, and painting the entirety of Chinatown with this wax.
And that's it. That's the 2 eliminations that ZT means, which means they are going to win 2 rounds in a row against AXZ here, and Meowpie's still going, just trying to farm as many points as possible, I suppose, here. Is going to go ahead and look for that Coordinator, trying to hide out in this back area. That last Cypher machine almost ready for the Psychologist. Goes to the charge attack, gets the hit onto the Coordinator here. The Cypher is not ready. He's going to teleport right away. I feel like it would have been safer just to chair Coordinator first, but it looks like because even if Psychologist does pop the Cypher, he will have detention. Well, I guess then Psychologist still has 3 hits to work with. So Psychologist, beautiful mind game here, not giving this up. Does not even get the wax bomb there to hit, so the wax will reset back to 0 here. And Psychologist will only have 2 more hits to work with. So yeah, it's really important that he's able to down this Psychologist before, and we see a pallet stun as well. Beautiful pallet stun from Lim. Lim needs to stay alive long enough for the Coordinator to go pop this other Cypher.
Yeah, Lim really does need to kite this out, but has been doing so well so far that it seems like it's going to happen. So taking another hit, but wax is really high. Gotta beware of that melting wax. And speaking of it, the hot wax is coming into play. Missing another wax bomb, unfortunately, but able to get the down still by just using the gun as it was intended. So going to place the psychologist on chair. Coordinator still pushing the Cypher, maybe just going to go for the pop to see what happens, but no item to utilize, has not gone through a chest for one. You know, you are focused on decoding and chooses to actually pop the Cypher in this situation. You know, there's not a lot that you can do. Sometimes you just think, pray, you know, push for an exit gate, look for the speed boost to the dungeon is in this area. So if Coordinator can kite this out long enough, could potentially go for a dungeon and still achieve a 1 escape, which would be great in terms of points. But following closely with
the gets the down through the pallet. I was gonna say, Coordinator still has an elbow pad available, which she actually picked up from the Mercenary's chair. Unable to flywheel that swing though, unable to elbow pad, and we see a 4 survivor elimination in ZT. A non-professional team from Southeast Asia just beat a professional team from Japan by a score of 16-2. That is unheard of.
It was an amazing feat that they accomplished here too. Of course, coming out to give Miapai some pats on the back to celebrate his win, and what a win is deserved. So hopefully they're making MX proud while he's back at home for the time being. Everyone did miss him, but how well they're able to hold up on their own. ZT, of course, being strong formation, having great survivors. They're going to do their little group photo here. They are going to, of course, applaud the other team for their efforts as well. And what a wonderful match that we've seen today. Eli, we've seen 2 whole matches today that were both very exciting to watch. And wow, this one turned out in a way that we didn't expect.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for Southeast Asia. We have never really seen, I don't know if this is the first, this is the first time a Southeast Asia team, a non-Chinese team or non-Japanese, a non-professional team has beat a Japanese team. So this was, this is a huge deal for Southeast Asia and for global in general. And not only was it just not only was it a win, it was a very clean sweep. I mean, 16-2. That's extremely impressive from ZT. 2 3 survivor escapes, 2 4 eliminations. You know, we talked about how the key for this matchup was Miapai being consistent. The survivors we knew of ZT were already going to play pretty well, and you saw in this matchup they did 2 3 survivor escapes, even a 3-star escape against Deeming, who has been very consistent in this event thus far. And then on top of that, 2 4 eliminations from Miapai. He really did come out to play today, and ZT, again, big moment for Southeast Asia here, taking down a professional team by a score of 16-2. Very impressive.
Yeah, congratulations, of course, not only to ZT, but to Southeast Asia as a whole, as Eli has just wonderfully shared with us. So this is our finale for Group B today. We will be moving, of course, into more matches later. What an exciting one, though. I mean, getting those 2 5-0s with Miapai on AXC, not expected at all, of course. Brackets are going to remain the same. If you have everything in the order that it was in before this match started, you're safe. You've got all of your apples, but my goodness, what a feat. The wax artist plays, the Bloody Queen mirrors, I think that those belong in a league of their own. Eli, you know, riding off the coattails of how well everyone played today, what are your thoughts for MVP? Do you suppose it's going to be Miapai for those wonderful 5-0 kills in both rounds?
Right. You know, it's definitely hard to say, but I think that because the first round, the first kite was from Run was very strong, and the second round, the kite from Shiza was very strong. So it's sort of like you're in a situation where both survivors did well, so it's kind of hard to choose between both of them. But then again, Miapai with 2 4 eliminations against a professional team from Japan, you got to give it to Miapai. I don't think it goes to anybody else. I mean, it's just too impressive to see that. Obviously, the ZT survivors were very good, but we expected that. But Miapai really stepped up the game here. We did not expect to see him play like this. He struggled so far throughout this event, and then up until now, just really came out to play today, and you know, we really saw it with impressive gameplay. And so, again, I really think it should go to Miapai overall. Looking into this match here, we do see, well, there he goes, final 16-2, 8-1 on both sides there. And this is a huge upset victory. I mean, on paper, AXC is definitely heavily advantaged. So, again, can't stress it enough. Big deal for Southeast Asia.
They're really writing history right now. They're having a great time doing it too. I mean, not only beating out the team but not doing it closely either, you know, not scoring like a 2016 or anything. And there he is, just as we've predicted. Meowpie is going to be our MVP for the day. And just chat, you know, round of applause. You do have little reactions on mobile. Use those confetti poppers and those hearts. I mean, this is an amazing feat. Doing an excellent job against AXC today, not even once having a hard time. I know, as you mentioned, you know, Meowpie did struggle just a little bit on previous days, even with the Bloody Queen that he used in the first round to get a 4 elimination with like no missed mirrors and no struggle at all. So what a wonderful job that they have done so far in this Call of the Abyss 6. And of course, again, we are here on our last day of the group stage. This is day 10. We've had 10 whole days of COA. I'm Veronica, the Sea Leo. We've been your casters for the first half. Later, we're going to be swapping to Nell and Posh, but for now, we're going to be swapping to Chocho, who is so lovely as to translate our interviews for us. Good luck, Chocho, with that.
So Ran and Potato will be coming for this interview.
それではまず勝利した今の喜びをお聞かせください。まずポテト選手お願いいたします。
先恭喜你们这场胜利，那么希望听一下你们现在的心情，先说一下吧。
So how are you feeling right now, Potato first?
真的能打败就这个小组最强的团队。
So he's quite surprised that they could win against such a strong team inside their group.
ありがとうございます。それではラン選手お願いいたします。
问一下你的心情。
And then for Ran,
でも不思議な
but
結果。
she cannot believe it.
ですね。
ありがとうございます。それでは試合についてお聞きしていきます。まず1戦目の試合についてラン選手にお伺いしたいんですが、最初2階建てで少し早めに一撃を食らってしまい焦る状況となりました。
先想问一下，你的第一局就是说一开始受伤是比较快的，然后
Patient got injured really quickly into the match.
その早めの一撃を食らった後、冷静なチェイスをされましたが、どのようなプランを意識されていましたか？
那在你吃了一刀之后的这个牵制是一个什么样的思路呢？
What was the kiting like after getting the first hit? So she was just thinking, I don't want to die. I shouldn't die right now. So that was her main goal.
続きましてポテト選手にもお伺いします。ミャオパイ選手が今回 MVP を獲得されまして2度の4釣り、特に女王でのプレーにはものすごく光るものがありまして、最後患者が鍵爪を使ってまで暗号機を上げに来ていたので、普通であれば一旦傭兵を釣るなど妥協する選択肢もあるところ、最後までしっかり呪術師を飛ばし切るという判断など光っていました。
就想先说一下，这次秒牌选手。拿到2个4抓，那么当然红夫人的时候，
Meowpie getting 4 eliminations,
先选择了
2 times.
去击倒周术师。
So he decides to go down the Enchantress first.
各位在备战间看到秒牌选手这样优秀的操作，那么大家有什么样的感觉，什么样的想法呢？
Seeing Meowpie's very well played kind of performance, what's your reaction like?
とても見てて嬉しいですし、なんか今回の試合はそこまで前より
Cannot hear
緊張
Potato
しなくなって
clearly.
きたので逆に安心しましたね。
ありがとうございます。続いてラン選手にもう一度お伺いします。2戦目の試合ではラン選手は作曲家を使用されていて、解読速度の速さを生かし単行者はのびのびと粘着などに向かっていました。
是想说第二局说你拿了那个作曲家，然後也
picking
做
the
到比較好
composer
的牵制。
and did a very good kite.
ラン選手の考える作曲家のプレイ、キャラクターとしての強みだったり個性っていうのを教えてください。
那就是对你自己来讲，你觉得作曲家这个角色的比较强的地方在哪里呢？
Personally, what do you think is so strong about composer?
strong
thing about composer is his kiting as well as decoding.
ある程度解読も早いので、とても強いキャラだと思います。
バランスの良さが強みということですね。ありがとうございます。もう一度ポテト選手にお伺いいたします。2戦目の試合なんですけれども、通電後は4人通電を果たしましたが、少し早めの1人ダウンとなって、ちょっと危ない状态になりましたが、傭兵で最後は初逃げを決める素晴らしい試合でした。
就想问一下第二场，这
The
个
second match
就是开门战的时候，第一个人
during the end game,
然后最后是
the first person down pretty quickly, the prospector.
ラストのハッチの前で心理学者から笛を受け取って健康状態に回復するという完璧な念の入れ方でしたけども、あれはもう最初から結構計画済みでしたか？
最后是他们心里传了血，然后最后才这个就是最后逃出去的嘛。那么当时这个
psychologist result.
提前策划好的吗
？So was it pre-planned beforehand?
倒地了嘛，所以我首先去排个地窖，然后再决定由谁卡这个椅子，然后后面就找到那个地窖在那个角落嘛，所以呢就让作曲家出来跟陪着行李一起冲出门，然后我再给一个假象我要去救人，然后后面再由行李补血，这样就可以保证一个3跑的地窖。
So firstly, Potato actually, when the first person went down, Potato actually went to find where the location of the dungeon was at first. Then somebody was there to give tinnitus to the hunter. So when the first 2 survivors actually left, Potato actually kind of faked the hunter to make it seem like he was gonna go for the rescue, but he didn't, and then it resulted in a 3 escape.
その間にも心理で感情転移、そして最後に無事3人でできてよかったです。
見事な3逃げでした。ありがとうございます。それでは最後にトーナメント戦に向けてファンの皆様へ向けたメッセージや意気込みなどをお願いいたします。ラン选手お願いいたします。
那好，最后希望你们可以面对镜头说一下对于这次深渊的一些目标抱负。
What's your goal for COA? Run first.
打的尽力打。
Do our best.
ありがとうございます。続きましてポテト選手もお願いいたします。
对，你也说一句。
Potato. Small goal.
まず小さい目標としてベスト8入りますように頑張ります。
I think he said not to get 4 eliminator or something. It's very soft, sorry. Right. So back to casters.
Yeah, thank you everyone for being here with us today. Of course, we should be cutting to our break sometime soon. I'm Veronica. I was here with Eli O for you today. Nell and Posh will be on later, and we'll cut to our break now.
Yeah, 追ってるね、追ってる、大丈夫。あ、遠い。まあ大丈夫だよ、まだ全然大丈夫。アイテム交換狙うなら上げたらここは消える。似合わないよね。うわー、似合うかな。狙ってる。いや、無理か。惜しい。
Hello everyone, we are Club B4U from NAU, and I'm Spencer, the main hunter for B4U. Our club has been formed for 3 years. We've played in 5 tournaments, COA 4, 5, and 3 IVTs, and we will be playing our 6th tournament, COA 6. B4U has a total of 7 members, with our survivor team consisting of Schmitty, Problems, Myleg, and Roland. Hunter side including me and Pitstoppers, and our coach Aaron. Our 4 survivors have grown immensely, going in with a dominant approach, while the hunters have an underlying hard but strong desire to win. We will see you for the 3rd time in COA as we strive to win. You can only say so much to express determination. It has to be expressed on stage. Bye bye.
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区から参戦する RC 戦隊の RC 赤こと赤マジです。RC 戦隊のメンバーは LM 戦隊が元となっていて、結成から約2年が経ちます。これまで出場した大会は IVC、IJL、そして COA 日本地区予選などがあります。現在の RC 戦隊のメンバーは7名となっていて、サバイバーがソバ、シティ、アルファード、アイボリー、チルノカエル、そしてハンターがショータ、 そして私赤となっております。サバイバーは連携力を生かした戦術が得意となっています。ハンターはキャラ性能の高いキャラクターを連動を上げることによっていろいろな編成に対してそのキャラクターで勝ちを取ることを得意としています。RC のみんな、そしてファンのみんなと頑張りジェクトで優勝を勝ち取りますので、皆さんぜひ応援よろしくお願いいたします。
被怪萨诺斯救不了，一个来不及。
とりあえずグループ戦勝ち上がって優勝できたらなって。
いや素晴らしい作敵、引き打ちで。
솔직히 힘들겠다라고 생각을 안 했다면 거짓말이겠죠.
했거든요. 아대를 안고 가지고 지금 아대를.
그런 팀들을 상대로 저희가 만약에 우승을 하게 되면 어떨까 이런 생각도 가지면서
进入到右没打到，一点右迅出来，了，这样空了也有你救吗？
Tension's out in 14 seconds here. Dungeon is close by. Goes for the wall.
我们每个人的上限也很高，这个就是我们的优势吧。
什么呢？
手边普通伤来了，没收到普伤。是的，哎呀，恐惧症上了，战术已经炸爆了。
CD 好了，想先分倒咒术。
哎呦，疯了呀！这把要四抓了。
这一波，哎，都打到海难油车，这还有床台，这波坏了。
And we're back, folks, with the final day of the group stage here at Call of the Abyss 6. Botch Spice and Nello Mello taking you all the way till the end from this half. Nell, how are you feeling? Because I'm feeling a little sentimental today. I know I answered my own question, but it's the last day of the group stage. So how are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling sentimental too, like what you said. 10 long days finally on the last day of group stages, and just having a lot of ups and downs. Feels like a roller coaster of a ride. I think that's exactly how it's. I would say the situation is. But
Yeah.
how about you as well? Like,
yeah, honestly, when you say roller coaster, I think that encapsulates everyone's experience here, everyone in chat, and also the players, right? We've experienced a lot of ups and downs from the players, and I think we're going to encapsulate the last 4 teams, the last 2 matches that we're going to see. Hopefully, they end on great notes. Yesterday, we had a couple of amazing matches and a lot of implications, but our first match, it's going to be B4U versus Rejects. Again, this is more of like a show match because if you looked at the points, they've already solidified the top 3 in their place. So I'm pretty sure B4U and Rejects want to be able to give their best in this match. And the last match is going to be Weibo versus ACT, which is going to have a lot of implications. We'll get to that in a bit because right now we have B4U, we have Rejects in one corner. How can we build this match up now? I feel like they definitely have their own styles. However, I mean, I would say the edge can kind of lean towards Rejects, but with B4U, you can never really tell, right? We've seen ZT pull off an upset against AAXZ in the previous match just now.
yeah, I mean, you pretty much said it all. Like, the inspiration coming in from ZT at the final day itself, going up against the top seed of the group and pulling off a 2-0 with a double 4K, unheard of. That's the impression that I have. So, I mean, GH, B4U, ZT, they've all had their ups and downs, but they've been fighting really, really hard, and it shows, like, the impression shows that, this is the first time they powered up so much. So I feel like technically B4U, they've proven a lot of people to a lot of people that they could they're definitely there and deserve that spot. So today, well, let's see if Spritzer and on the side of Hunter and Schmidty with his band of survivors will be able to surprise us again.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people in chat when we were looking at Spritzer's video, a lot of love for him. A lot of people also in the China community, other regions also say he's one of the strongest, if not the strongest hunter in the NAEU region. And we'll introduce them in just a bit. Let's watch this video.
We realized that we needed to improve our survivor bandit picks in order to make sure that our team combination could withstand a more larger variety of hunters, such as Buddy, Queen, and then from our hunter side, we wanted to make sure that our hunters could rewatch our gameplay and understand the mistakes they made so they can improve and do better next time.
And we're back, folks. Again, that was Roland of B4U. Again, we are going to introduce them in just a bit. We talked about B4U. Let's talk about Rejects because I would say they have one of the most intense lineups and lovable players. Like when they smile on stage, it's super infectious. And Aka bringing out the Great Wall of Aka with his, hopefully we'll be able to see his Mad Eyes come out. And just the variety of pick, Evil Reptilian on Shota's side. You have incredible plays of, survivor skills on Soba, Ivory, Kairu. Alfar comes in late in the round. So I would say, one of Japan's favorite teams. And unfortunately, they did not qualify for the playoffs. But you know what? They have this moment now. They have this moment to cement their legacy here in Call of the Abyss 6 to give each and every one of you a match to never forget.
Yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to Aka bringing him, like you pointed out it yourself, the mad eyes, the chat eyes going on. Let's see if the chat eyes chants are gonna start coming when Aka takes the stage. And of course, Lucino. I mean, I'm no fan of lizards, but I definitely love Lucino as a character. Yeah, I do. I love it. The fact that you can catch up with the jumps, it's like you're a lizard, but not really. It's like you're a lizard with the kangaroos.
Right. I don't think a kangaroo, you can't say evil kangaroo. It doesn't as menacing. It's evil reptilian, right? So,
exactly.
And I think you can relate with that. Evil lizards, like, that's already scary enough, right?
I mean, imagine if the lizards at your home starts jumping like Lucino. That'll be crazy. but yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this picks, and I'm pretty sure RC will consider bringing it out because I mean, after all, the rankings doesn't really change. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, you are correct.
So,
it has been sort of set in stone because even if RC is able to win, unfortunately they fell to GW, and if we go with the priority, GW has gotten the win over RC. So unfortunately, folks, they will not be able to qualify for playoffs, but you know what? They have this moment right now to entertain us and show us what they are worth. And I'm excited because this is going to be a stage matchup, right? We're going to see the RC survivors and also B4U's Hunter grace the stage. So they're going to go face to face here. And I'm pretty sure that the fans in the chat and the fans in the studio are going to go nuts with this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I would go nuts, but I do not want to knock my head over the shelf up there. But yeah, I mean, Sprinzer, no surprise, no stranger to the IDV English community going on here. A very strong hunter from B4U. In case you guys have missed this part, he's really been pulling his own weight. He's been carrying ever since the last 3 COAs as well, and he's had this high praise from the Chinese community as well. So yeah, I mean, he's definitely been proving himself ever since, and now he's still doing it. So I have to say, it's no easy feat being a hunter facing up against all these strong teams.
Right.
So you know what? I kind of relate when he's in the interview. He's like, he's probably used up all his energy in hunting, and he's like, oh my god, my back.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, from all the hunting, right? From all the hunting he's done. Again, he's one of the best hunters out there. We're gonna talk about him in just a bit. We're gonna introduce the survivors first of RC, and I did note maybe Alfar is actually on stage, but we're gonna introduce Ivory first. Patient. He brought out psychologist, antiquarian, acrobat, main antiquarian of the team. So Ivory has been one of the most stable stable stunners out there. Then again, in this meta-nel, there's like a relegated rescuer and a relegated stunner in antiquarian, and that's Ivory. But now it seems like Alfar is coming into the mix, folks. Kairu is benched for a bit. Alfar usually coming around everything, giving the thumbs up to everyone in chat and everyone watching on stage. Look at that. Just, again.
He's like, were you talking about me?
Yes, we were, Alfar. Well, glad to see you in round number 1.
No.
And also, that's the reject sign, right? That's the hand sign. Hopefully we'll see some spammed in the chat for that. And of course, a man of few words. A little awkward waves there, but City. Nerves of Steel here with the rescues and a little heart singles and X. Okay.
No love. I would interpret as no love. Ready for some beat up.
Ready for some rescues. That's what he's ready for.
Exactly. Yeah, but he does play the rescuer here. He plays an amazing mercenary.
The JoJo pose! Sorry. He was doing the Josuke pose, so hopefully... Oh, wait, hang on. I gotta watch this now. This is Sova. He stares bullets into the camera. Here we go. Is he gonna look?
He stares into your soul.
Hang on. He's gonna do the anime pro tag. He's gonna pull the glasses up and shing! Oh, here it is. He's looking. There he is! He did it! He's the anime protagonist. He's leveling up, folks. He fell for the trap card. He's pushing it up again. He's
kissing his hair too. He's like, yo, bro, something on my hair. But yeah, definitely giving anime vibes. I mean, they're from Japan after all. But yeah, very nicely done. Cute. Surprised he didn't show his guns. I mean,
yeah, I think now he's been getting more and more intense as the days go by. That's why you gotta love the rejects. Their personality really shines through. And we're gonna shift things over to Sprinter. Cool, calm, and calculated as ever. A man of very few words, and I think he's all just about his actions. His actions speak louder than words, and his scream 4K. So I'm excited to see how Sprinter is gonna fare up against reject survivors.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Sprinzer would definitely have a better time here because in this COA, the B4U survivors have stepped up too. So, look at him. He was like winking. You notice that?
Let's go.
He's like,
feels it.
You said it, bro. He's like, you said it. My survivors are here to back me up. I definitely just have to pave the way. And that's exactly what he needs to do in this best of one. Pave the way. So that the survivors of B4U will have a much better time. Get a draw here, get a 3K, heck, go for a 4K. Meowpie did it from ZT. You can definitely do it here as well against another Japanese team. So I say go crazy. Dream Witch. Yeah.
In Lakeside Village, though, this is B4U's pick. So Interesting that he brings that, because yes, Dreamwitch has been a menace as of late, but you also have to admit that the survivors, we've seen like an arc, right? It's not just Sprinter that's getting the points, the survivors able to get one over FPXEQ's D. So that was actually very interesting, that matchup, and D had to switch out for Rabbit, I believe. So maybe this is a map for the survivors as well, and not just Sprinter's Dreamwitch, because usually for the Dreamwitch, you don't want to go for like Ever Sleeping Town or like Arms Factory or something, but seems like going for the Lakeside Village though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Dreamwitch can still work here, though not as efficient, right? Because usually the survivors just run out of the area of influence, the area of presence. But the first band is going to be Antiquarian. I mean, that's a pretty standard band. Like if he wants to go for the Clark, if he wants to go for a Clark, he can definitely do it here as well. If he wants to go for a Wax Artist, can also work, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, I feel like regardless of what he bans, I think his heart will still go to Dreamwitch. Like it's like one of the cases. You're taking out all of these characters, but yeah, ultimately I'll still go with Dreamwitch. So
yeah, just like in life, you always go to your stable anchor. You go to the reliable, your first love that you go to. And I would say his Dreamwitch was the one to get him to this big show, this big dance that is Call of the Abyss. The number of Call of the Abyss he has attended, he's always brought out that trusty Dreamwitch. So there's no question why he's not going to bring it out now. But then again, he can make that case. Banning out, so he finished all the bands. We have Antiquarian bands, Seer, Prospector, and Acrobat. Great bands on his side. Can be forming for that Dreamwitch, but I think that's why Alfar is here, because they picked up Embalmer. So they might be actually gearing up Akka to actually go for the victory here, since they did bring Embalmer. It's kind of a little bit of passive play. I like that they have the Priestess and Psychologist, but no stunners on the team. So Sprinter might actually have an okay time, not looking over his shoulder, stressing about stuns.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a draw build. A draw composition gearing towards a 3-man escape, possible 3-man escape, especially if the Embalmer hasn't been chased first. But if he gets chased first, well, you see how we've seen how Embalmer, even though he goes down pretty quickly with one rescue, runs even further away from the coffin, he can prolong the time so much. It might not show in containment time, but overall in the screen time, yeah, it's definitely gonna help more ciphers to be done, decoded. So Sprinter definitely needs to have this in mind. I mean, this is Lakeside Village. B4U is the one choosing this, so technically there's no harassers as well, as long as the patrollers.
They're going against each other. RC Sova versus RC Kairu again with the JoJo poses. You got Jorno and you got if you guys can chat, what's Soba's pose? I know it's a JoJo pose. I forgot who's that. Was that Cars? Or yeah, just let us know. Is it one of the Pillar Men? Yeah. But yeah, sorry about that. Chat, we have Sprinter picking up the Dreamwitch. So Nell, you hit the nail on the head there with the Dreamwitch coming out. However, it is Lakeside Village. It's a lot bigger. What are your initial thoughts on Dreamwitch Lakeside?
I still think it's pretty good, because even though survivors can move away, as long as the leech is up, the survivors have been leech, the leech will still follow, and you still have like 2-3 seconds to hit the survivor before you lose control of it. So that works. And secondly, they will have a harder time to move around to remove followers. So maybe that's why RC is like, yo, Priestess is available, let's do it. That would be a very significant factor as well, in order to help them heal up and remove leech followers. So picking up the Priestess might not turn up so good for Sprinter. Hey, at least he got rid of the Seer, the Antiquarian, so that's even worse. Like the Owl support helping you kite the patroller bite, Antiquarian smacking the little monster.
Yeah, that's just a lot of stress to worry about if you are a Dreamwitch player. But luckily, I think Sprinter had the best of those picks and bans. Now, actually, RC drafting a draw type of build now. I mean, Alfar coming into the mix usually comes in game number 3, right, with that Embalmer. But them bringing him out now, again, this is sort of a it's still a battle of the best here. However, the standings have already been set, and RC and B4U just want to show you guys what they're made of, and they might try something unexpected. Who knows? But we are seeing a pretty standard build. 3 flywheels and as well as a tide turner. Well, no frills here, just going for the standard patroller, detention, and trump card for Sprinter. So he's gonna have to play with those. Well, he needs to be very efficient with how he positions the body. So we're gonna get into the match, folks. Posh Spice and Nello Mello for the first half of round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Sprinter making a dash straight for the middle of the map. They know that everyone's lined up in the line. Obviously, Embalmer being on the big boat, it's already a sign that they really want to go for a draw. Setting down the coffin first is already the first step to ensure that he might be able to spot all survivors and provide coffin. Psychologist will be the first one getting the chase, already being leached. So Sprinter here, no-brainer. Just have to move the spawn away, the leech away, so that it will keep following Ivory, and here's where he can start deploying Patroller.
Yeah, out in the open. No. Oh my goodness, able to get a hit. This is huge, but fortunately for Ivory was the main bot, the leech hit. So now Patroller is going to be deployed. Ivory can't sidestep when she's up here in a straight path. So Ivory's going to have to play well with the drop down. Oh, flywheels right away, just so that the Patroller bite won't be there. So he's going to have to vault this to cancel out the Patroller bite. But yeah, Sprinter's already positioned his main body here.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful job using it to kite. But a second Patroller, this is why, oh my god, when this Patroller is done, he's going to bite again. So this is actually a rare sight, like one Patroller after the other.
Yeah, both ankles are being bit by the Patroller. That's crazy. So Ivory, oh my god, gets hit before he could drop down that pallet. And fortunately for him, he's the Psychologist, but what's going to be tough is the rebound rescue once he hits that rocket chair. So now Sprinter is going to go for another leech. Hopefully he won't be using that to down the Psychologist. And Cypher progress now looking pretty good on the side of RC so far.
Yeah, that's the thing about chasing Psychologists, which is why sometimes you always see Dreamwish banning the Barmaid and the Psychologist first. Oh, beautiful patience there. He thinks that he's going to go for the pallet drop and might get him at the moment. But Ivory buying so much time for RC to keep decoding. I mean, 3 Cyphers about to be done soon, Posh.
Yeah, Ivory now can make it behind this pallet. We're still on Patroller, so he can still change it up, but it's still early in the match. So now Ivory kiting a really good game right now. He's playing beautifully. And he's still conserving this pallet, so it's still being threatened now. And Sprinter has to adjust, move everything to this spot where no one is at. And finally, Sprinter able to down Ivory, but now that was the leech follower, so he's gonna have to leech Ivory once again. So I would have to say, like, now it's on cooldown. He can't leech the mercenary that's coming for this rescue. So RC still in a good spot here.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's a very strong factor as well, because if the mercenary come in for the rescue, usually Dreamwish would have a leech ready off cooldown and leech the mercenary, so that when it comes, what?
First shot canceled out the Patroller drop and goes for the hit. This might be a double down situation. Flywheel is not ready for Ivory. Oh, it is. Can she go for it? But no. Gets the last effort. So in just one false swoop, Sprinter able to have a winning, well, I would say a comeback of the game here.
Yeah, I would say it's still because of the Embalmer, right? It doesn't matter if he goes down. This is why Embalmer, if you don't chase him first, he's gonna use the coffin. His positioning was so good. Everyone was running from the start of the game, going towards him to get spotted, so that he can embalm anyone that's in trouble. This is exactly what happened. Now Sprinter being resetted, because now he's spawned far away. He needs to bring his host. He needs to leech again. But the Cyphers are fortunately still going. Mercenary, just very unfortunate with the Terror Shot, but I feel like it's still gonna be a very strong draw at this position. Yeah.
Considering how well Ivory kite, I think, for the Dream Witch to get a draw here is pretty good. Goes for the flywheels, and Priestess able to eat that hit. Priestess now is actually the one with the leech. She also has the anti-curse, so I'm not sure if this is going to force them to switch targets. But now Blink, no one's there. Ivory's going to go to the basement to avoid things up, but I think he's just going to reside to just being chased here, folks.
That's so funny. This is like one of the spots, like I've seen people play around this spot in the basement. Like they just circle this area with a female dancer especially, but unfortunately there's no female dancer in this game to provide that slow box support. Ivory has already been eliminated from the game. Pretty good progress for Sprinter, because one survivor's been sent back to the manor, and the last Cypher isn't even primed yet. So very strong position for Sprinter to get a draw here.
Yeah, Priestess now has to kite out this leech, and Balmer also has a leech. Luckily, all three of them have anti-curses, so that in their downtime, they can actually just remove those leeches, like Soba is doing now. So while this kite is happening now, there is a Cypher that is moving at 60%. Let's see if this Priestess has the patience. Oh, no. Oh, I thought she was going to go. Yeah, she had no flywheel in sight, so couldn't even go through the pallets. And now Priestess is down, Mercenary is injured, and Balmer has a leech on him, and Balmer is actually working on that Cypher. So they have to make this rotation. They have to play this one right to push for that end game, but still up in the air for who's in advantage here.
Wow. I mean, yes, the Cypher is being guarded, but honestly, it doesn't really matter because Alpha can just keep decoding. Even if he gets hit, it's fine. He's at full health. So decoding in half health is definitely good. But Mercenary has to be really careful not to get hit twice before reaching the destination. City. Oh, the dash.
Yeah, and also note that the Embalmer is actually removing his leech. So now let's see if they time this properly. Priestess can go for full blood and now able to farm a hit off the Mercenary. Priestess gets rescued. Embalmer has no more leech, so now they can go for the endgame pop, and they do, Nell.
Wow. Yeah, typically here, yeah, you can definitely still get a draw here, but Sprinter has already moved on to Blink, so he's gonna use up. No, he's not gonna use up the Blink. He's just gonna down Soba straight away. There's no leech near Soba, so he has to. That's the thing. You hit it with the leech, you still have to go for. You have to move forward with the spawn forward to chair or leech. And now the gate has been opened. It's already open, and Balmer's already waiting at the gate. Mercenary, all Mercenary needs to do is just. He still has one more. Pad.
Elbow
he
pad.
Just, yeah.
Yep, there he is. So Soba is going to be sent out. Mercenary, he has to be able to get out as well. So I would have to say, with Alfar coming into the mix, the Embalmer, yeah, playing towards that tie strategy, since this was B4U's map advantage, choosing Lakeside. But I would have to say, sprints are very impressive, especially getting the Terror Shock of the Mercenary. That's no easy feat, especially if you're, if I believe it was City or, yeah. Yeah, on the Mercenary side, but yeah, their Mercenary is just really stable. But for him to get that was just one of the highlights for me. Noel, how about you?
Yeah, that's definitely the highlight for me as well, because of how proficient he was, like just canceling off the patroller, getting that hit. So you normally see a Dream Witch would try and use an emote, right, to bait out the rescue. Here, the patroller is the bait. So beautifully done. But you can see like how even those survivors that you got Terror Shock. It doesn't really matter, because they are still able to bounce back. So that means that survivors definitely have an easier time. Like they make mistakes, teammates can still cover. Whereas Hunter, if they make one mistake, it's over for them. So I have to say, Sprinter has done really well getting a draw consistently. Might not look amazing, but he's a stable one. So definitely a trait you want for your Hunter mains.
Especially in this meta. Yeah, you want to be able to get that draw, even though I think because we've seen him in previous COAs where it's like super dominant. But the thing is, it's like Hunters aren't necessarily the ones to bring in the points. It's really the survivors. And for them to tie this one out is really good. Again, RC was just trying to shoot for a little more, but they're settled with just the tie since they have map advantage in the next one. And since before you chose this map, yeah, I guess Sprinter was actually okay bring out the Dream Witch here. So hopefully maybe the survivors of B4U have something planned in Lakeside Village for possibly Aka or Shota to have a tough time in this match now, because that was a fast and I would say furious start against both teams. So now hopefully something is gonna break in this second half, because we're gonna switch sides.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question really is, you want to go meta or do you want to go off meta? I mean, Mad Eyes is still very strong. We've seen people, Mad Eye mains use. They're still comfortable in Lakeside. In fact, they're just blocking ciphers, and that's about it. I mean, the distance might be a little bit of trouble if you don't have teleport to catch up, but still pretty good. Or does Aka just want to go meta?
Standard,
Dream
Permit.
Yo, Permit. Yeah, I mean, it can work. I guess the most important thing here, I'm not really concerned about what Aka plays. I'm more interested in what B4U will play. Honestly, like in this map. So yeah.
So we've usually seen Paul Blems on the dancer. We've seen him also use it here. Schmitty has been kind of the acrobat / antiquarian. Roland as the Sable Rescuer, and we got My Leg as just the basic kiter / decoder of the team. So let's see if they're gonna change things up here, since they were the ones to select Lakeside Village. They must have something planned. Akka gracing the stage here. Let us know what you think, chat, what Akka is going to be playing. I know we're kind of starved of his Mad Eyes 2 days ago, but it got banned. Yeah, I was with Veronica there, and she got hurt. Yeah, she felt that. She didn't want it to be banned, but it did. And also Shota's Evil Reptilian. So we'll see if we're going to see some interesting Hunter plays from Akka at this point, and if Before You won't ban it in the second one.
Yeah. I mean, if he wants to bring it out, this definitely has to be it. But honestly, I just feel he can just go meta, like Dream Witch Hermit. Hermit is still good. Like the Cypher control is going to be good. And then he just has to ban all those Cypher Rush characters. That would be great. It would make the decoding even slower. But yeah, I mean, I share a lot of people's sentiments. We want to see something out of the ordinary. We want to see something we don't really see every day.
Ooh, okay. Tempt and Fate. I'm excited. I think they might cook something up here now. But we got to introduce the Before You survivors. Of course, you know him. Schmitty. He has an acrobat. He has an antiquarian. He also brings out the seer if need be. But yeah, he's been kind of positioned as the stunner / support. Has had amazing kites in his repertoire, so hopefully he'll have some in this match, because Akka definitely is not going to pull any punches here. He's going to, whatever chase target he sets his sights after, he will try to down.
Yeah, I mean, technically, I just love the fact that they're playing on equal grounds. Like, the ping's not going to be an issue. They're on the venue itself. As you can see, there's less pauses in between, right? So I definitely love the setting here. So I feel like this is where NAEU and many other regions, mainland Chinese region and Japan, can prove themselves here.
Yeah. That's why you gotta love Koa, right? It's we're all on even grounds, and you feel and they also feel the intensity of the studios, the fans that are there. And there's something, though, we were also offline in Thailand, right? There's something in the air when you know you're faced against your hunter and the hunter faces the survivors. It's a palpable tension that you feel that cannot be replicated. So I'm hoping for more. They're always doing pose. Let's go. My leg. He's a Joe bro. He's a Joe bro. He's doing the Josuke. Let's go.
Joe bro. Let's go.
Yeah, so My Leg, again, the main decoder, main kiter. He's brought out the mechanic. He's brought out the psychologist. He's very stable when it comes to kiting. Hopefully he'll have a good kite in this one.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope his legs will be able to carry him far. But, I mean, there's honestly like one game where he played really good. But honestly, I would just like to see him play mechanic.
I remember that game. It was an Arms Factory, right? I think he was up against the Hermit. He was like breaking ankles left and right. I forgot against who. If you guys can let us know, that would be great. Paul Blems on the Dancer, and also on the Toy Merchant. Again, he's one of the anchors here in Before You, with just taking the first kite. He's used to this type of pressure. I think the last time we saw him at Lakeside, he didn't have the best of kites, but hopefully he'll be able to have that redemption kite here at Lakeside, since this is the first map we'll be playing at. And hopefully we'll see that dancer of his too.
Yeah. I mean, if the dancer's being banned and everything else, he also has a priestess to work with, right? And it's a really big map. So, I mean, let's see what Aka's going to ban first. Because if he decides to go Antiquarian first or dancer first, hey, priestess is going to be out. And priestess, as you saw just now, played a really... played a rather huge role, because he got the heal up, he got the portal up, and he's able to support with the global portal heal. Like, hey, let me get over to you. I'm like the mobile healer. Yeah. But now facing up in the screen, it is Akka from RC, and with the rock on sign. I mean, I don't know, that reject sign.
That's the reject sign, guys. Please spam that in the chat if you want to see some chat eyes come out of Akka or Hermit or Dream Witch. He has captured a lot of mind, souls, and hearts with his performance, and I'm super excited to see how he's going to fare. I'm pretty sure the Before You survivors are also excited to see what kind of hunter he'll be bringing out in this match. Hopefully he'll be ready for the Before You survivors, because they're very wily. They're very cunning, especially since they picked Lakeside. to start off with. Usually that's round 2 or like just to set things up. Usually round 1 it's always Arms, Ever Sleeping, Chinatown. It's usually those 3 that rotate. So Lakeside, I'm open to it in round number 1.
Yeah. I mean, I would say ban the female dancer first. Like if he decides to go with wax artist or Clark, I would say ban female dancer first. Just so annoying breaking through pallets with the slow box going on,
Right.
and the pirouette as well, helping him to just transition. If he's at the broken toilet, he can go towards the shack. If he's on the big boat, he can help the teammates as well. So he can definitely do that. He can go that route. But honestly, I feel like he can definitely come try and gamble with a Chad Ice in this big map. I mean, for fan service, but yeah, I mean that's just a really small possibility. I still feel like he's just gonna go with a hermit is more possible.
Yeah, I'm excited if a hermit is gonna come out because I don't think B4U I don't think they faced a hermit yet in the global stage or at least in the group stage. So that would definitely test their tenacity and their resolve to go up against something like a hermit. So now we're gonna see what the first ban is. Seems like it's gonna be Priestess. So this is gonna allow the Dancer of Paulblems to come out and also the Mercenary of Roland.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going for the first ban of Priestess, well, I feel like B4U has this opportunity to just pick up Dancer first, right?
Yeah.
Dancer, Antiquarian, that would be ideal. And then Aka will probably ban Seer Mercenary next. Yeah. I mean...
Ooh, so Antiquarian, Psychologist. So now this actually leaves the Dancer to actually be banned by Aka. So very interesting that they didn't opt to. Yeah, this is good. I think B4U has something planned because usually, right, you want to with Roland being the stable rescuer, they secure that, or Paul Blems being a great dancer, he just wants to secure that Survivor. But now Survivor being banned are the dancer and toy merchant. So mobility is definitely, he's eliminating all the mobility here, Nell. So it's going to be hard for these survivors to traverse this map. So what kind of hunter would want to just gimp the mobility of the survivors?
I mean, Hermit, you can tell, like, if you play Hermit, you sort of have to build up presence before you can catch up with the Eye of Sauron, right? So
yes,
so the charge will be an issue as well. If you're a Dream Witch, you do not want the survivors to. I don't think you will really ban this. You probably ban the Psychologist first, considering how strong it was against Sprinzer's first chase, right? So that was really strong. But banning the Seer here, I feel like it might be a Hermit.
Yeah, because it's single hit, right? So you're nullifying the Seer's Owl. You've also canceled out all the main pivotal, I would say, mobility characters that can buff mobility. So now Entomologist just for the B support, I guess. I thought they were gonna go with something like Acrobat, but I believe Schmitty also plays the Entomologist. We're just gonna have to see how they're gonna rotate this around. And it seems like Schmitty on the Antiquarian, Paul Blems on that Entomologist, of course Roland on the Merc, and Myleg on the Psychologist. So seems like a pretty brawny lineup. I mean, I would say the survivors win if they're allowed to get Antiquarian on the board, because that's how crazy powerful she is. So Aka's gonna have to be very careful because an Antiquarian support on a Hermit is still pretty good.
Yeah. Not to mention they picked up Entomologists as well. I mean, typically it's good against Wax Artists and all single hit hunters, right? Or even to just deter the movement of the hunter. But feels like if a mechanic before you would be able to create more of a pressure, like the bot doesn't mind. The bot doesn't mind mechanics don't mind finishing all of the bot's energy onto one gen, because typically it will still transfer to other ciphers. But apparently Aka's gonna go with the Clark.
How could we forget? We're just so focused on Hermit. Now this changes things, and this actually makes sense why he banned the Seer. He's banning mobility of the survivors. And I mean, Antiquarian can still counter Clerk, especially, at least they didn't have a Thief to come in, right? Because that's just a direct counter. I would say it's still going to be a little tough because, it's going to take some time for you to down the Psychologist. Entomologist is really good with the Bees. You're still a single hit hunter. But Aka, we talked about this, right? He doesn't like... He likes playing the game in extra hard mode, so that's why he likes Mad Eyes, Dream Witch, and now the Clerk.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Aka is doing what is doing what Sprinzer should be doing in the first game. Like there were everyone. The thing about Sprinzer is he's good. He's really good, but he's predictable. Can we agree? He's predictable because everyone will know, like, yo, no matter what you ban, we know you're gonna go with the Dream Wish, and no surprise, like if we can tell, they can definitely tell.
We're professional fans, right? We told, like, yeah, it's Dream Wish, and he picked the Dream Wish. And also, yeah, shout outs to Eli also for agreeing with that sentiment, because the name of the game when it comes to picks and bans is for you to be able to outsmart or at least surprise your opposite faction. And yeah, they were able to ban accordingly for them to just get the tie, and that's what they wanted. Here though, now ciphers aren't gonna move as fast as they want because of the mercenary there.
Yeah.
Gate opening is not gonna be as fast, and to add, you have a clerk here, so this is gonna be a long match now. I hope you have some water ready and some popcorn, because we're gonna be in this for quite a while if Aka can play to how the clerk is super strong at. Again, we could be wrong. The B4U survivors could give him a hard time. It could be a quick game, but with how the survivors have been drafted, they're not gonna have the fastest of decoding progress.
Yeah. Not to mention Aka placed he spawned right beside Roland, right? So he's basically pushing everyone towards the big boat. So in open areas, you kinda don't have anything to help you to kite. So yeah, it's really important that the first kite has to be really, really strong. If the first kite, if you just get hit the first 30 seconds of the game, it's like, yo, you just
reset. We're resetting this. No, I wasn't ready. When you get hit.
Yeah.
I always tell that, like in rank. Oh, I got hit. I wasn't ready. Again.
For sure. Yeah.
I wasn't ready. But now we are ready for this, chat. Again, Poch Spice and Nello Mello on the mic for the second half, round number 1. And it seems like Paul Blems is going to take this first kite. Paul Blems being the entomologist, this could be a hard and tough down for Aka. He's going to have to play with his trait very well and get the recordings ongoing. At least, yeah, this entomologist, he can't be like an acrobat where you just jump through windows. You're going to get the block here. Oh, he tried recording there. Okay, the recording the hit. Mind game. Oh!
The attack, he recorded the attack animation. He should leave the bees here, just drop, and probably just rotate towards the middle boat. But Problem's just waiting. Oh my god!
That could have been so close. I was so scared to see a Terror Shock on the screen there. But Paul Blems, Nerves of Steel, still making this count. Paul Blems, he has a flywheel. Didn't use it just yet, waiting for the right opportunity to. But now you see how Aka, again, the mechanical precision on this man is just insane. He's monitoring ciphers, he's recording, he's leaving the bees here, but he's going to be able to actually get rid of some of them. And now just getting that window vault recording.
Roland's escorting Problems, so I don't know, man. Is he trying to? I mean, oh my goodness! And the blink's gonna be ready now. He can definitely just blink.
Wow.
And the hit, attack recovery, yeah. Problems could have used flywheel there, but I don't think it really matters. He can't get to the pallet in time.
That's true. Just to delay a little bit of the blink that was gonna happen, but let's see. Roland, unfortunately, unable to finish off this cipher. He's gonna get a recording of the hit. Aka again just trying to just monitor these ciphers. So Roland actually, his cipher is interrupted at 61%. Schmitty is here for the harass, and Roland is here for the rescue. So let's see how they're going to get this 2-person rescue going, Nell.
Yeah, do they really need 2-person rescue though? Because I feel like the ciphers are not moving as fast.
Mercenary got hit twice! And now the push happens. We're going to see Mercenary 1 chip damage away from falling. Schmitty going for the flywheel just to go through though.
Yeah, I mean, Schmitty could have just whacked. He still has one more stick to whack there, but he chose not to use it. But honestly, with all the supports going on, Posh, I'm really worried for B4U that ciphers are not going to be enough at all, and Problems has no more bees to work with. So, yeah, should they really commit like this?
Yeah, Schmitty is actually going all in, but now he just goes for a full 180 swing to Schmitty, and it seems like now who's gonna come for the rescue? It's only the Psychologist. Psychologist is healing up, but I like the point that you brought up now. Resources are dwindling slowly but steadily here at about to hit the 3-minute mark in the game. Mercenary still has his elbow pads, yes, but he is chip damage. Entomologist has sat on a chair, no more bees. Psychologist has used her stress to heal up the Mercenary. So now it's going to be a little tough because Akka has the recording, so he can spot out where the entomologist is going to be at. And Antiquarian still has some stick, but the rescue has to happen safely for him to be able to use that, and we're out in the open.
Yeah, technically, oh my god, Terror Shock! Roland! Oh my god, this is so important for Akka, because right now no one's gonna be able to rescue Schmidi. Psychologist is gonna make his way through, but this is such a dangerous spot to be, because this is where the clock can drop down as well.
Yeah, drop down,
God,
attack recovery, oh my goodness! And now, yeah, MyLeg has to hightail it out of there. It's too dangerous of the situation. They might have to sacrifice Schmidi here. Again, in just that one Terror Shock, Akka able to cement a more than a tie game here. 3 ciphers left, everyone's injured, and now Roland will sit on a rocket chair.
Actually, it wasn't looking that bad with problems running away, right? Because he could definitely just wait for MyLeg to heal him for the second time, but now everyone's at half health, and honestly I felt like the better route to go wasn't at that area, because I just mentioned it, like drop down hit, he could have went behind the, drop down through the ocean. That's where it's a safer route, but you know what, yeah, it's just a little bit missteps here and there, but the ciphers against a Clark with 2 survivors half health, it's very hard.
Luckily for the entomologist, she did pick up a syringe, so I don't know if she primed her heal, just so that you'll be able to kind of misdirect Akka. But at this point, yeah, Mercenary on this rocket chair, he's going to expire sometime soon. He knows that MyLeg is pushing the cipher, so he's just constantly guarding it. He's forcing MyLeg to actually come for this rescue or try to go away, because he's already signaling to him that, yeah, I'm going to chase you next, or maybe not, maybe I will, maybe I won't, but you can't touch the cipher. And yeah, IDV math does not dictate. This is a survivor-sided game. 3 ciphers left, 2 remaining. Mercenary about to expire with 2 elbow pads, and yeah, there's not much that the entomologist can do with the syringe since she's already used half of it, and now Akka can set his sights on MyLeg.
Yeah, I think the only hope for B4U now is if MyLeg goes down, let's hope that it's enough to deter. It's enough for Akka to chair. Enough of a reason for Akka to chair. And then if he chairs, problem. Oh my god!
This is huge. He missed that blink, and now we see that Akka going back and forth here again. Just monitoring that cipher. He knows he has a foothold in this match, so he doesn't have to risk too much. Yes, that was a missed blink opportunity, but Akka can still salvage this because both of them are injured. There is technically a detention clerk at this point, because it's like one hit, they're down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sorry, back to what I was saying just now. If he can convince B4U, oh, beautiful palette going on, but it's still delaying. Buying enough time, buying a little bit more time for problems to decode. But MyLeg, honestly, how far can his legs carry? But without a blink, might be quite far.
Yeah, that's true, but we do have, I think he recorded, yeah, he's gonna record another window vault here just so that he'll try and block out some of these jukes happening on the psychologist. So I have to say, MyLeg doing a lot of good work here. We do see that 2 ciphers are still remaining. He moves on away. Oh, he's gonna lift up the pallet and now goes for another terror shot.
What happened there? Lifting it up, putting it down. And then vaulting through.
That's just like the mix-up. Now I'm gonna open the door for you. Okay, I'll hold the door open. Let me close it and open it for you too, Fudge.
Yeah, no problem. And then I dropped it on your foot. Oh my goodness, yeah. He's not convinced. He's not convinced that problem is not healed up. He probably knows that he's like, yo, he probably is primed heal. So if he actually checked MyLeg, it might actually give problems a little bit more chance to get that one-man escape. But now Akka, yeah, he's like, yo, I got this. 2 ciphers remaining. You guys are going nowhere. I have all the time to spare.
Yeah,
so,
and there we go. Entomologist already healed up. We do see him picking up a recording here. Able to just snipe him out of the area. Gets a regular basic hit there. Psychologist is back up. Entomologist actually picking up some elbow pads. So now they're going to try and... Oh, being blocked out here. Paul Blems through the window!
Oh my god. My goodness, I mean, this is typically what happens, right? A lot of the times when we see 2 ciphers remaining, even with 3 survivors, it's so hard to get decoding happening, because the moment you touch decoding, you can be sure you're gonna get recorded and the hunter's gonna go through. He's just gonna rinse and repeat. It doesn't matter. He doesn't mind walking from north to south, south to north, because you know what, he he loves getting in those steps. So the clock loves getting in those steps, yeah.
His Apple Watch must be like blazing with, oh, you got your number of steps today. And the thing is, yeah, you know what, it's going to be a back and forth thing. And on a clerk too, he's monitoring these ciphers. They've been stuck at 79 and 28. So Aka just taking his time, blocking it, and the tear shot fell. Oh my goodness. Aka, yeah, he's on fire today, folks. He's gonna get that 4-8. It seems like he's just gonna carry the psychologist, or he's gonna chair. That's gonna be huge if he's gonna chair. No, he's just gonna bring him closer, I believe.
Yeah, he's not gonna chair. If he's not gonna chair before, he's not gonna chair now. Nothing has changed. Problems. He knows that Problems has no more self-heal. My leg is, you know, he's exhausted his self-heal as well. So if Problems goes down, I feel like before he's just gonna surrender at that point. But it just goes to show that yes, survivors can make a little bit of slip-ups, but in this case, it's just a little bit like we saw it coming, right? We saw it coming, and it happened just as we were telling it. So I feel like those mistakes might not be a lot, but it's really costly. And Aka, you do not want to make mistakes against Aka.
Yeah, they pile up, especially in pivotal moments like that mercenary rescue, that kite, the over support, I would have to say also. And you saw, like, when Schmitty was over supporting, it's like, all right, I'm just gonna switch targets, easy. All right, I'm a simple hunter. If you're gonna harass me, I'm gonna just go for a chair of this antiquarian. And that's what he did. Entomologist actually healing on up. So again, the Paul Blems here, able to prolong this as we hit the 10-minute mark. Again, we told you guys this would last for a while, and Aka actually able to, he's gonna be able to rescue the psychologist. He's gonna heal him up to full, I believe now.
Yeah, he definitely can, because Aka is all the way on the other side of the map. So I don't know, man. Might be. I think he could heal up to full, but no, they're just gonna split up again. I mean, if the kite was this, like this in the early games, might have been a little bit more different. But well, yeah, unfortunately, it's just like it's like delaying the inevitable, because you can't touch ciphers, and I mean, I don't know much. Yeah, but the one thing going on for them is at least Aka's trade is not off cooldown yet, so you don't have to worry about teleport so far. But if he does choose to go teleport, well, yeah, if Milet goes down here, it's kind of hard. Problem will be the target. That's it.
True. So for them to be able to get that backdoor heal was actually really good. Aka now, he's still technically not out of this, right? Now he sees, he's able to push that, and now he's just gonna teleport straight to go towards Paul Blems, the entomologist that unfortunately has no kiting items to work with. He's gonna have a pallet here, but now this is Aka's bread and butter. It's fine. He's just gonna keep rotating, looking at the ciphers here, and now trying to record Paul Blems. If he sees, he's gonna drop down a pallet, and now he's gonna go for a pallet slam.
Beautiful. Yeah, they're responding. They're responding to his Terra Shocks with a little bit of their own very own NAEU cheeseburger pallet slam. So
whoa. Speaking of pallet slam, Aka giving a receipt to Paul Blem there. It's like, all right, you slam a pallet on me, I'm gonna slam one on you and get this basic attack. And now Aka really zoning in on Paul Blems, because we know that the exit path is not on Paul Blems' side, nor the psychologist, and he knows where the psychologist is at. So Paul Blems trying to kite this one out, going for the charged up hit. Nice. Oh, flywheels through, but oh my goodness. Paul Blems trying to go for a play there. Flywheels to the wrong side, slams it down, and Aka's like, all right, sure, I'll take that. And now Paul Blems is down. My leg is the sole survivor that's up and about.
Yeah, I think he was just Aka was just pausing to see what exactly happened, because I'm sure that they all know that Aka has already swapped to teleport, right? He's already used it. So, not sure what the gameplay there was, but well,
I think it happens to the best of us, right? You're like, haha, I predicted, but then the hunter being so patient, able to capitalize on a little bit of overextension. So now Paul Blems is down. Aka knows where the psychologist is gonna be at, but let's see, because the rotation has actually happened. Psychologist could actually make it to Paul Blems, and they can actually go for a heal. But again, he has teleport ready. So by the time he sees Paul Blems get up, they're gonna be in the same area, and Aka could actually down them.
Yeah, I mean, the game's already gone past the 12-minute mark. They're definitely still trying their best. My goodness, gonna get the heal again. Aka's like, when's the torture gonna stop? Before you, fighting for their lives, never say die. They're still going on strong. They're like, my God,
never say die, right? Before you. So now he's gonna be able to lift this one up. Paul Blems, he knows he's already downed him. You know, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if they just bleed out, because like they've been downed so many times. Now we're playing the pallet mind games. Oh, going through and unfortunately unable to drop down the pallet. Paul Blems falls down once again, and now we're just gonna see a teleport happen. And now Psychologist is actually here, so Aka can end things. He sees that there are trail marks on the floor. He's gonna get the recording onto my leg, and now my leg has no chance of actually going towards the entomologist.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll just have to see. Like my leg, obviously all of them has no more self-heal, so if my legs goes down here, and speaking of, which he goes down, his legs finally gave up after 10,000 steps. I mean, the Clark prevails.
Yeah, with a number of steps, right? Jeez, that was a long one. It reached almost a 14-minute mark, but look at Aka, cool, calm, and collected, cool as a cucumber, or cool as the other side of the pillow, with that intense match. Because like, if you, I would say any hunter also that has not had their hunter's worth would kind of buckle in that pressure. You got to give it up to B4U for fighting till the very end there. Paul Blems and my leg really testing the patience of Aka there. But Aka getting the 4K. Congratulations with that, Clark.
Yeah, Aka's no gotcha. He's no Zen god right there going on. But proven that he's actually a 4K god. So, well, that's exactly what he did, getting that 4K against B4U, ultimately solidifying a 7-2 first round one win against B4U. So yeah, I feel like on the B4U's map selection, not being able to get the win, yes, it's not favorable to B4U, but I feel like they can definitely still try and come back in game number 2.
Yeah. I want to see the match stats. Look at these match stats now. Look at the time contained, and look at also the chart. It's just the last cipher, imagine, was decoded at 6 minutes, and the game lasted till 14 plus. So just that entire time, it was just the back and forth between Paul Blems and my leg. Roland already got sent out the 5-minute mark, so it's just B4U just fighting till the very end. Never say die attitude up against RC, and now I hope they bring that same type of energy, because like you said, Nell, map advantage will be going to RC. Survivors can still try to pull something off, but you have to admit that, yeah, RC getting the map advantage, they're going to come in with a game plan to solidify their 2-0 here.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely want to finish strong, right? They want to end strong. They've been strong throughout. I mean, just very unfortunate that neither one of these teams will be making it to the world's top 12. But yeah, definitely want to prove that they just want to show what they've got at this point. So RC already showing that they are able to get the round 1 win. Let's see if round 2 win. Let's see if round 2 will be a different case for them. Because I mean, I don't know, man.
I'm hoping they pick a Mad Eyes map, and
Ever
Sleeping could be, but then for sure B4U is gonna ban Mad Eyes unless they. I would say if they prepared for it. I don't know how you can prepare for a Mad Eyes like Aka. Yeah, I hope they prepared for it. If not, then just ban it if you're not prepared for it, because you do not want to deal with that. But the RC fan in me would want to see Aka bring out the Mad Eyes at least one more time. Pretty sure chat would also like to see that Chat Eyes, but we're gonna have to wait and see, because yeah, B4U, their fighting spirit is still there. And if you do bring Ever Sleeping Town, yeah, with Sprinter, yeah, you're definitely for sure gonna ban that Dream Witch from him.
Honestly, between Clark, like choosing your poison, would you rather play against a Clark or a Mad Eyes? I would say it's really pick your poison. Like, are you more familiar going up against Clark or Mad Eyes? I don't see a lot of teams practicing, the non-professional teams practicing against a Mad Eyes. So I feel like this might be something they have to ban. But just unfortunate. But it's so unfortunate because Aka has just 4K'd them with a Clark. So really, do you still not want to ban the Clark?
True. That's the way you paint that picture. Yeah, no, it's tough because You ban the clerk, you face the Mad Eyes. Ban the Mad Eyes, you face the clerk again. And Ever Sleeping Town's a great map for clerk, so you can make that case.
Yeah. And not to mention, we're going to a short break. So more discussions after this.
Okay. いやナイスナイス完璧100点。ダウンアスラック。ダウンアスラックマジ。
なんで？
今アスルに巻いたに来ている。
ダウンする前に
つけてよ。
あげるよ。
シティさん俺の。
Here we go, B4U, fighting B4U at Rex 2005T, hashtag COA Global Support. Yeah, you see my leg, I think that's Schmitty, and then you see...
Sprinzer.
They're Sprinter. Are they? Yeah, they're in the water. I guess they're in
the
Lakeside.
Yeah, they're enjoying the rivers in Tokyo now. I mean, man, I wish we could be there. But look forward to an impressive game. So at Tsukimi Games _art, hashtag reject, hashtag RC win, hashtag COA6 global support, hashtag XOXO, hashtag JoJo post.
Yeah,
just
you gotta
hashtags here.
Yeah, I would say if we go pose for pose, and I brought this up with Veronica, like I would say RC has the best esports poses because they got the JoJo references going on. You got the pro tag glasses, the push up going on by Soba. You got and thank you chat. I saw Kira. That's the Kira pose. The bites the dust. Oh no, not bites the dust. Sorry, the Killer Queen pose. So that's gonna be a good one. Hopefully we'll see Kairu come back on. Oh, that's why Kairu Kira. Okay, that makes sense now. Hopefully we'll see him come back on stage here. Again, this matchup is more of like an exhibition, more of just a showcase match because in the group stage, the teams have already been set. It's actually FPXCQ, GG, and GW that already will be advancing. So now RC and B4U, this is their last match, and they just want to give an exciting one for you guys. Again, we will be analyzing, we'll be hyping up this match because this is their, I would say, their last stand and their last cementing mark here in Call of the Abyss 6.
Yeah. I will swallow the heat in my body and definitely will be bringing on the heat for you guys. Yeah, so you guys better turn on the AC because the heat's about to come.
Is there a Hunter Hell Embers coming out? I knew it. Nell, you're teasing them. We're gonna see a Haka Hell Ember. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
But it's still so strong, man. Mitake made it work.
Yeah,
Mitake made it work against Wolves. 3K against Wolves with a Hell Ember, bro. Respect Hell Ember, man. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the Hell Ember mains in my rank sessions, they're crazy. All the S badges be flying left and right. They just know what to do, and if you get caught off guard, it's almost like you almost always have to go for a double rescue against a Hell Ember.
Yeah. And it was insane how he was able to down 487 so fast. So again, shout outs to Mitake, shout outs to Money Sweep. Get another team that I hope you guys can support because they are from the Korea region and they've played incredibly. Now we're seeing RC pick the Chinatown map. Aka is still on stage here, so I don't know if Chad Eyes is gonna get manifested, folks. And I want to see you guys spam the rock sign emoji, the one that you see them do with their hands for Aka to see, for RC to see. And before you, I believe, what's their emoji? Or what are we gonna give it? Is it carrots?
Carrots?
Yeah, I think so. Because Schmitty, yeah, it's the emoji. I don't know. I see in Schmitty fan arts, he always has like a carrot.
He has a carrot. Okay, fine. Let's do carrots then, because you know what?
I think so. I hope I got that correctly. Just let me know, chat. But yeah, carrots and rock signs.
Carrots and rock signs. Carrots for B4U, rock signs for Aka. The more rocks we see will probably manifest chat eyes on Chinatown. Yeah, but we'll just have to see. But
let's go. She gets it. She's doing the rock signs. Hashtag RC win, folks.
Woohoo! Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good going in. And I see you guys in the chat as well. Welcome back, guys, to our last day of the group stages. Shout outs to Princess Pasta, Snooty, EJS, Shovel Anatomy, Spoon Tatmins, and Giselle, always here. Hey, always here. Thank you so much. Much love. And Salty B, yes, I've been taking my medicine vitamins, but let's not focus on that. You know what? I don't even feel sick anymore. I just feel like, turning the heat on with Posh, my man there.
Yeah, I'm excited. Everyone's excited also here in the Japan studio. They're ready. And I just say they don't have fan signs, but they got like these masks on. Look at that, folks.
Yo.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, and she kind of looks like when she put it like that, she just knew how to pose with that. So
we should make a mask of all the casters, and then next time we cast, we should be like, hey, it's actually me.
Yeah, but we should try to do impressions of each other, right? That would be so funny. I'm trying to think of a Chocho impression. When she comes on for okay, asking about the match. Okay, she said, yeah, so she's very serious. So, yeah, she does say that.
All right. But yeah, that's the part of the charms of the casters team. Everyone has their own personality, right? So yeah,
exactly. That's variety you get once you get to English. Once you get to the English broadcast, guys. So again. Once again, we will be waiting on the picks and bans now. I will actually go on a limb here and say that they might ban the Chat Eyes, but in Chinatown though, how do you feel about Mad Eyes in Eversleep? In Chinatown.
I mean, it's still good. Like he can definitely still play it if he wants to here. I mean, if I mentioned that it's still okay in Lakeside Village. It's definitely still good in Chinatown, but I don't really think he wants to go for the Chat Eyes. But we'll just have to see. If before you bans the Chat Eyes, well, it sort of just dictates the pace for a Clark, or even a Wax Artist, or even a Dream Witch in this map. So, I mean, that's a lot of 4K hunters from Aka. Before you has, I don't know, man. Before you has to at least ban. Two, three hunters like
before.
Yeah,
I mean that's how good Aka is, right? He's using these. I mean, his Dream Witch is insane. Actually, yeah, he had a really impressive Dream Witch performance before, since the Mad Eyes was banned out. So now it seems like maybe Before You has to pull out an SOS in this one. So let's see how this one's gonna go.
Yeah, I mean they're already communicating. Schmitty probably deciding which of the first two characters they should go for. Aka has already banned out the Barmaid and the Priestess, so it looks like a Dream Witch ban at this point. But will he really go for the Dream Witch at this point? Like, I mean, it can cover the bases. Like, it sort of covers the basis of bans. Like, Before You has already decided to ban the Mad Eyes. It's like, yo, it doesn't matter if you bring in the Priestess. If you ban the Priestess or the Barmaid, well, we're just gonna ban your Mad Eyes anyway, just to avoid all of that support. But Before You, probably going with the first two picks, maybe an Antiquarian. An Antiquarian Seer would make sense if Aka decides to go for a Clark again. Yeah, I mean they should. The Mad Eye has been banned.
Yeah,
Aka can obviously still use the Clark here, right?
He can. I mean, if the first round is any indication of him using Clerk, chat, I think this is a great case study for him to bring it out once again. But you can also say that before you can find out another way to deal with the clerk. We've seen how Hunter has brought out the same type of I think it was also Akka who brought out the Dream Witch again. It didn't work out quite well, so they can try and target ban it or try to figure out a way. So it seems like they're really invested in, you know, first round pick, Antiquarian, Psychologist. So this is going to be an interesting one here, folks, because as the bans happen on the Survivor side, so it's still the Barmaid, Priestess, Entomologist, and Seer. And of course, Roland picking up his handy-dandy Mercenary. So last ban would have to be a Toy Merchant. So, and Akka just eliminating it. Nell, I just feel like, you know what, he's just eliminating the mobility ones. Unfortunately, the Dancer gets picked up here. He could definitely go for the Clerk on this map. Again, he's already limited the mobility from all the survivors. Decoding isn't the fastest, except with a Dancer, but she needs her box to speed it up. But Akka could just control the Cypher Rush with just constant recordings.
Yeah, I mean, Dancer nowadays, right? Yes, it can be a really great Cypher Rush decoder, but most of the time she'll be using the boxes to help slow down the hunters, to provide support, and most of the time she's gonna get chased. But what?
Oh my goodness! This is what you talked about. The crowd goes wild. The smiley face. Let's go.
Oh my god! I love the clown. I mean, not the clown is real, but clown, bro.
Clown, baby. Let's go. Oh my god. Installs. Okay, so Nell, and remember, our friendship started like, what, 2 years ago? And I heard from people in the community, you have an amazing clown. So tell me about, what is it about the clown that you like the smiley face? What do you like about this hunter?
It's fast, it's furious. What's there not to like? I like speed. So this character, before, I used to play him all the time in low tiers, of course, because my hunter's not that good. But he's just a force to be reckoned with. Like before the existence of Breaking Wheel, he's just okay. The one thing I absolutely love about Clown, and I don't know if I'm gonna go on and on, but he has this equipment where he equips and he can dash the entire map. So I absolutely love him because it's like, yo, I close up the distance really, really soon. And the moment I hit someone, usually you would go with a 3-9 or a 9-12 kind of persona. The moment you hit one survivor, your trait is unlocked. And then it allows you for another rocket. So that's where the danger comes in really, really quick. So technically, a lot of people who don't really know how to kite the clown, they're just gonna try and camp pallets and stuff like that, or maybe try and sidetrack a little bit. But I will tell you, professional clowns, they thrive. you gotta put down those pallets.
People call me a professional clown now because I make people laugh.
Not them.
There you go. See, I made you laugh. Let's go.
Let's go.
My professional clowning license has come on. But I'm no professional clown main here, folks, because my steering is not so good. But hopefully Akka, my goodness, this could be pure violence or not. It's a high risk, high reward thing. Insolence just to build up the entire presence. Of course, we're gonna see him pick up some parts just so he has the unlimited rocket dash just to find the best possible target. Detention and blink as well. Oh my god, detention clown. This is one of the stuff of nightmares for me.
Exactly. Yeah. Not to mention, right? The slow heal rocket parts also slows down the decoder so much. So Roland might have a hard time if he gets a double down here because he's gonna heal up so slowly. So that's why I love the clown so much. Akka already ready, trying to bait the red light. Oh my god, problems! He's right here. Straight away.
Okay, now destroying the God Palette here. Paul Blems, yeah, that could have been a different scenario. Look at the control here right through. And now, it's not even gonna matter.
Oh my god.
Hit. And the music box allowing him to pirouette, but this forces Paul Blems to go back up here. There's no more God Palette to work with. And now it seems like, he's just gonna try to rotate back into Hotel. Akka has his sights set on Paul Blems.
Yeah, and the skill is already up, so oh my god. Oh, he's just gonna gear up with another
install.
Yeah, he wants to make sure. But with the slow box, I'm not really sure if this is gonna pay. Like if you don't have a small box, this would be a much faster.
Whoa! Look at that!
My god!
Oh, he was able to chase him out of the pallet.
god!
The full 180, folks. Do you see? Oh god, I want to see a hand cam on Aka pronto. He's gonna go for the basement cam. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Not to mention the slow box actually slowed down his dash, but I feel like Problems was like, oh, this is too much heat to handle.
Too intimidating to handle. And now he's just gonna break the pallet, break the box. Oh, but hang on, Roland is here, so he knows that someone's coming in. He's gonna install once again. Here we go.
Yeah, slow drill to make sure Roland doesn't heal up soon. Not that it really matters because my leg can actually heal quite fast. But the first hit's gonna happen, and he's gonna dash straight away. You know, he's just gonna take his time. He knows that he can go for a double drop. It's fine.
Ooh, yeah, and just no. Oh, Dancer picks up the box. That's actually good, so he can still contain it. Roland actually being still in the basement here. That's good play. Waiting for him to actually be okay. Oh my God, Aka's actually gonna go down for the mercenary. He knows that Dancer is going down, and now it's a double down situation. Now the elbow pad did not work out in favor of the Hunter, and now double down situation. Schmitty is here at the door. He's gonna try to provide some support. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, he did. And now Schmitty is here. But the blink! Oh my goodness!
What a big brain play! Guys playing IDV in 4D chess, man. He's
yeah,
like, okay.
One step ahead of everything, and now Cypher progress isn't looking too good. Mercenary's down for a while because of that slow drill, and like it just takes a while to heal that Mercenary, so he's gonna be slugged for a while. Female Dancer still has that box, but at this point it's too risky to go for a rescue. So now it seems like Schmitty's actually here. He's gonna go for that rescue, and now he's gonna try to slug him with wow!
My God!
Control the hitbox like that.
Oh my goodness, that was such an amazing play. And I definitely love the fact that Aka used the slow drill on Merc. You can see, like, look at how slow he's healing.
Here we go, Schmitty. Oh, able to get to the rocket chair in time.
Yeah,
so Schmitty, unfortunately, amazing flywheel to avoid the hit, but now we see that Schmitty, getting hit by the rocket dash.
Yeah, I feel like Schmitty should have just vaulted with his skill, right? You know, the swipe down skill. Just to flat somersault forward and get the hit. But now, I don't know, man. The rocket still works. Even if it's
And you see that there. Schmitty now is the next target onto a rocket chart. Luckily, Roland is up. But, you know, I feel like Aka, he knew that the first match took so long. And now, yeah, he's fast. He's furious. He is speed. He's saying ka-chow at every chance he can get. Because now Schmitty's on that rocket chair. Roland trying to go for this rescue, and Aka is still trying to pressure down the Cypher. But yeah, he's just gonna go back and forth here, and he's gonna spot out Roland, who only has one elbow pad, so he's gonna have to use this wisely to close out the distance to rescue.
Yeah, I feel like he's just gonna hit. Oh wait, careful with the Terra Shock. Oh my God!
He got the hit, but the rescue did happen, so that's actually good. Antiquarian still has some stick to work with, so Roland doing an amazing rescue here. Schmitty's gonna just drop down these pallets, and Aka changing target, so now he's going to play super aggressive here. He's going to chase down Roland.
Yeah, he wants Roland down because Roland got hit by the slow drill, right?
Here we go.
Oh my God! I tell you, you cannot camp pallets like professional. My God, this is so hard right now for you. Like Roland's gonna stay on the ground. This is exactly what you don't want when you have a mercenary on the team with a slow drill. You're just gonna be sitting on the for the second time. You're just gonna be on the ground. The decoding's not gonna happen. Like. Who would have thought you are unable to Cypher Rush against a smiley face?
Yeah, this is unheard of. Aka really, you know, making his Koa moment a grand one with a clown, folks. Now just installing again. We're gonna see unlimited dash here. Now he's gonna just look for either the Antiquarian or the Psychologist. We do see that Schmitty is next to the Mercenary here, but Aka can afford this. There is 2 Cyphers remaining, but they haven't had decent progress yet. One is at 68, the other one is at 32. It's being worked on at the hotel part. And yeah, it seems like he's actually just going to keep rotating around. The controls here now look like threading the needle.
Yeah, he's collecting the parts as he goes along. Now he has 2 more parts. No, my leg's going to get hit. Roland, my goodness, I think the game plan for Aka is just like, you know what, Roland, take a sit. Take us on the floor. You know what? Don't decode. Just rest on the floor. And that's exactly what Smiley Face is so good at doing. The slow drills. And now Roland, my goodness, he can't even stand up. He has no more self heal to work with as well. No one is able to go and heal Schmitty. Look at how long Schmitty's taking to heal him up. And by the time he's gotten up, the clown is already equipped. He's just gonna go back.
yeah, he's back to, you know, rocket dashing here. He's picking up parts along the way. Both Antiquarian and Mercenary are actually injured. Aka, oh my god. I thought he was gonna go after the Antiquarian, but it seems like he has other plans. This is much more terrifying now than a breaking wheel on anyone. Aka is just on fire in this match, and B4U is just, I would say, a step behind with the pacing of Aka at this point. So now Mercenary has to go for this rescue, full blood. Oh, he's gonna catch him out. I believe he spotted him. The crash.
Oh, the crash. The first time ever. Like, the one thing bad about Smiley Face is when you're dashing, you can't really see. You can't really see. Oh, he does not have slow drill now as well. Oh my goodness, avoiding a tear shock, but it's still going to be another double down situation. So it looks like Roland might be going down the third time in a row. My leg, the charge is going on. He's putting down the pellets, but it doesn't matter because he's going after Schmitty.
Oh wow, fine. Able to, what's that, pressure down the Cypher. Schmitty having a stick to work with. Well, yeah, he could just try and go for that rocket dash, but now, able to get another push here and just tries to go for a swing. Schmitty going behind the pallet. We're going to see another rocket dash come in. Schmitty has to be careful. Baiting out a hit. Oh my god. Went for the stick, but Aka doing a full 180, just juking back and forth, making him whiff, and goes for the rocket dash. Schmitty is down again. Still has an exit path. But Mercenary, yeah, you're going to have to, you need to heal him up.
My god, RC is actually doing such an amazing job with whatever. Like, I know we talked about the Chad Eyes, I know we talked about the Lucino, but now with the Clown as well of 4K. My god, look at the guy, he's just chilling on the chair.
He is. Look at that. I mean, he had an amazing performance, and look at that. Yeah, he's being said, yeah, it's over. You're good. I see a lot of people spamming gas, like Initial D type drifting and steering. Wow. I would have to say, Aka, I'm not even mad that he'd bring out the Mad Eyes. It's totally fine. I'm so happy that Aka brought out a Clown. Who would have thought, Nell? Our final day here in the group stage, and we were treated to a Clown match. One of your favorite hunters, one of my personal favorite type of hunters, which, I mean, it's so deadly just going after it. And yeah, just the plays. Can we try to highlight how Aka played this? He had the blink pickup too. That was just, he knew that Schmitty was gonna harass. He just went for the blink pickup. He went straight down, and yeah, he was just a step ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he was basically, it seems like he was moving really fast, and he does. But honestly, all the time and the decision making, he was actually quoting YMM's toilet in the chat.
Go for it.
He was working smarter, not harder.
Yeah,
it seems like he's moving really fast, but honestly, it was just perfect decisions. Schmitty wasn't even able to land one hit to rescue the survivors at that point. And that sort of defeats the purpose of having an Antiquarian, right? He couldn't buy enough time. And Roland, basically, as the mercenary, the absolute worst hunter you want to face is the Clown with a slow drill. So when he got hit with a slow drill, Bro was basically, you know, laying on the floor, waiting to be rescued, used up the self-heal. My god, look, 68% decoding progress. That's how long he actually stayed on the ground.
Yeah, jeez. I mean, I think Roland needs, like, some time to recover from all those hits and all the recovery that it was so long. Like, him just staying on the ground and trying to recover. I mean, Aka, he just played that to perfection. He wasn't tunneling a specific one. He was keeping everyone on notice. Once he knew like ciphers were moving, all right, let me shift towards like shifting the mobility to actually get down one of these ciphers. If not that, all right, let me go back to pressuring down the Antiquarian. It was just a work of beauty. Again, chef's kisses go out to Aka. Potentially his last match in this group stage, and what a way to end his run here in the group stage with a Clown. Like that was an amazing showcase of his skill. And wow, can I just also highlight the down of Paul Blems in the hotel, the constant like back and how do you control that? That's insane.
And on mobile as well, like the screen's really small enough, and the twist. I mean, for PC, I feel like a lot of players they do this on a daily basis, but. I just have to say this was just a very wonderful show, a spectacle of what he's able to do, and not to mention, like, seriously, the Clown. Oh my god, I feel like there's just a lot of things going on, and like, man, I feel like the survivors, if they know the Clown's coming, maybe they would be more prepared with the flywheel, because technically before flywheel exists, The clown, you can't really stop him unless if you stun him with a prospector or something like that. But with a flywheel, you can actually flywheel the dash. Not sure why none of them are actually trying to do that, but
I think they were also caught off guard with how fast he was, because
they
even
were.
us, I know we talk fast now, but we were kind of catching up to the speed of Aka at that point. That's how fast he worked. So now you saw there, the wind conditions here, 0 escape. The round keeps going on, but Sprinter, tall task ahead of him. He's gonna have to 4K this just to keep this going. But at this point, I think he just wants to showcase the skill that he has. And who knows? Maybe same will go for. Whoa! Look at the Alfar and Ivory and City. Yeah. Just waving to the audience. I think maybe they also want to showcase the rest of their survivor pools. Who knows? With maybe they'll take a little inspiration from Aka and just try and give the fans a show here.
Exactly. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about, right? Like, for hunters, you cannot be predictable. You cannot be predictable. You cannot allow people to know what exactly you want to go for. You cannot make it as obvious as daylight. Like, Aka, why is he so efficient? Like, bro, he uses a clown. No one has ever prepared for it.
Yeah.
Like, who prepares to face the clown? Like, especially like, you know, like I'm sure before you didn't prepare for clown at all, because no one's expecting a clown.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And imagine a Mad Eye's mechanics on a clown, and that's what you get, right? This the mechanical ability that he has. And how can you? Yes, you can in theory kind of prepare. We talked about flywheel, don't drop pallets, kite in good areas, but when it's put into practice and how Aka brought it out, like that's a whole nother level of you have to be able to surpass. So again, before you did their best, folks, and they put up a good fight, but in the end, Aka's clown, folks. I feel like hopefully that makes it to the highlight reel here in Call of the Abyss 6, because that was a very fun match to watch. And I'm pretty sure I see a lot of people in chat also very entertained with Aka's clown, because you ban the Mad Eyes, all right, the clown comes out.
Yeah. Can I just ask you, like, what's your favorite clown skin though? Like, you've seen quite a few, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any favorite? Like,
I don't have them. If I'm gonna go with B tier skin, I like the sailor skin because it reminds me of Papa John's. Right? It does. The colors too. Hey, I'll let you know anything. If not that, the Nether Walker is really good.
Yeah, Nether Walker's really nice. He looks so buff. You know, sort of like when Eli flexes his guns and then like, yo.
Yeah, that's why he likes the Nether Walker. It reminds him of him.
Yeah, exactly. But we're talking about B tiers as well. The Dark Christmas seems kind of goofy.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, the Dark Christmas. But right now, I mean, Posh, all fun aside. I mean, we don't take away the fun, but all fun aside for Sprinter, he really needs to. I mean, I don't know, man. He really needs to. I want to say he really needs to 4K, but
I would say at this point, Sprinter just needs to give a really solid performance.
Yeah,
just give a great match for him to. This is his last match, or potentially his last match here in the group stage. So he wants to go out in a bang. Not necessarily a 4K, just give everyone a show and remind everyone why he's so heralded as one of the best hunters in NAEU and overall, right? So I'm just excited to see what he's going to bring to the table, and if we're going to see any variety come from RC here, because standard bans coming from Sprinter on that Dancer and Priestess. I'm sure RC might ban out the Dream Witch because, they have to respect ban that Dream Witch.
Yeah. I mean, no other choice. Dream Witch is also very terrifying to go against. Not that RC will have a problem trying to get 1 or 2 out, but ultimately they just want to have a better time. But now Sprinter can consider the choice of bringing out the Clerk in Chinatown. But he has to ban all those harassers though, and right now Prospector's already out, so I'm not
priority prospector in the first round picks, and also the Embalmer. So this is kind of it's already painting a picture of what RC wants. They just want to tie this up. They've I would say that it was an easy layup on the side of Aka. They just need 1 out, so now it's just the pretty much standard at this point. Just try and every man for himself this, or try to just have some support. Depending on what he brings out. And look at that. It just seems like Patient as well. Mercenary just in case for that first rescue. So either you chase the Patient, which has really good jump spots here and good hook spots, or you chase the Embalmer, which you have a risk of running all the way back. So Sprinter needs a hunter that has high mobility.
wheel.
Wheels, let's go. I mean, the wheels versus wheels can happen.
Ooh, okay. So before anything else, I want to give a shout out to Eli. He says Aka plays 4 hardest hunters in the game. He plays Dream Witch, Clerk, Clown, and Mad Eyes. He's like a chess grand master, folks. So beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eli, for that.
Yeah, and all of them are so technically different as well, right?
They're very,
They're very like if it's sort of like, oh my god, I don't want to bring another genre in, but it's
What's
sort
the
of
genre?
I mean, DBD is also a 4v1, but it's technically like a nurse player, and all the other hunters. Yeah, but you know what? This is so different because like Dream Witch, you need to multitask so much. You need to multitask so much at the same time. As a Mad Eyes main, you sort of have to. My God, you sort of have to have those dexterity with the
there's nothing similar with this, and we have a clerk coming out from Sprinter. So wow, here we go. So he's really gambling it all here. I really admire this because again, Clerk is no walk in the park here. We've already said he's one of the hardest hunters to use. So now Sprinter leaving it all on the line here. Again, it's not the 4K. It screams 4K potential. This is great. But then again, Sprinter just wants to cement really good moments here in this match because this is potentially the last match he will be playing. If he can 4K this, we're seeing that round number 3. But based on RC survivors, I think they just want to, just get that tie going on.
Yeah.
Luckily for Sprinter, having a clerk, if a well-played clerk and monitoring clerk, this is going to take a while. Like the previous one. We're probably going to see I don't know, 20,000 steps.
20,000 steps at least in one match. But yeah, I honestly agree. A lot of people in the chat as well asking for Sprinter Clown as well. But
that would be great if he brought it out.
Yeah.
But bring out the clerk still. And look at that. We see a Soba fan sign here, folks. And now the lights go dim. We're about to get ready for this match. Spawn points here next to Alfar, City, and Soba, while Ivory is just all the way on the other side of the exit gate across the umbrella exit.
Yeah, it's gonna help. Alfar has to really place down his coffin as soon as possible and make that rotation away. Sprinter is definitely gunning for him as soon as possible. I don't think he's gonna go for Soba at all at the umbrella spawn. So Alfar might get a little bit of support, I'm not sure, or he can just raw kite Sprinter. As long as the first kite lasts more than 3 ciphers, it's safe to say they can easily go for a draw at the very least to a 3-man escape. So Sprinter just needs to make sure that doesn't happen. Alfar does not have flywheel.
And that's going to be a little tough. You need a flywheel is so good up against. However, broken windows, you can make those transitions happen, but you really don't want to drop pallets or get recording down. But we're going to spawn straight into the match, folks. Again, Nello Mel and Posh Spice potentially at the last match of this series. We're at round number 2, second half. So let's start things off here, Nell, with a chase on Soba.
Oh my God. I was saying, Soba's not the best first chase. And then he decides to go for Soba after all. But it kind of makes sense too, because at the start of the game, Prospector only has 1 magnet to work with. But are you really sure you want to chase a survivor who has the stun potential to propel you away? And Soba's just going to make the rotation here, and there's nothing you can really do until you have a blink, or at least a recording of him vaulting. Soba's just gonna make that rotation, and he does have the flywheel to work with in the next 3 seconds.
And it also dropped down a magnet, so they have to be very careful. Look, this containment time, and able to get just a little bit of that box just for that stun, allowing Soba to kite near this pallet. Again, he's being recorded, folks, so now the flywheel might come in, and Balmer's coffin is actually in this area, so he's gonna try to go for a swing. Soba just dropping down the pallet, but flywheel's through and has another recording. Oh my goodness, he's behind the pallet and gets the slap now.
Beautifully done. My goodness, what an amazing play. But mind you though, Posh, like while all this is going, I feel like they definitely want to try and go for it. My God, Soba getting that first hit. Mind you, he doesn't have borrowed time. So I feel like RC is just going to sacrifice him, because you realize he has broken windows, he has flying wheels, but no borrowed time at all. So let's see if it actually works in favor of RC.
He's got another stun, push back to stun as well, allowing Soba to rotate another round in this route. So Sprinter, and he's really, like you said, you brought it up, do you really want to chase a Prospector? He's slowly building up those magnets, and he's building that distance.
Once again, the glaring issue with Clerk is that her first chase is going to be really tough to pin down, and you're going after the Prospector. Oh, drops another magnet. This is going to be another intense situation where the pallet could play a factor, pushes her back, and now Soba has to be very careful.
Oh my god, another pallet slam! But, oh my goodness, this is so hard. He's finally gonna use the blink. I'm not really sure if that should be the case, but yeah, it's gonna work here because Soba's finally gonna go down. But at what cost? Because 3 ciphers have been completed in that one single round without support. And the coffin is on Soba.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, he's just gonna rebirth here. Again, I think the objective here is just to keep Soba alive. Oh no, they're not. Okay, so they might actually go for a rescue because Reki said he has no borrowed time. So the end game, it's like, all right, it's cool. We can just you be the sacrificial lamb. We've seen this play before. We'll see if it'll pay off in the end. But now we see that the mercenary City is on his way to go for this rescue. I think once this rescue does happen, there is a magnet to use, and Flywheel is also about to be off cooldown on Soba.
Wow. Getting that one rescue, totally agree with you, Posh. Like, the rescue has to happen first so that the coffin might make sense in the later rounds. Because borrowed time, he has no borrowed time, so the heal's not going to happen. He definitely needs it now with a vault. Oh, that was so close.
So now Soba's job is just to get miles between him and that coffin, because no one's gonna save him anymore. He's just gonna rebirth right away. Oh, not really. He's just gonna sit down there, forcing Sprinter to actually waste time in sharing him. 2 ciphers still remain. Progress isn't looking too good just yet, so Sprinter, I want to see his next move here, because for sure he's gonna rebirth, and it's gonna be a tough walk all the way back for that coffin.
Yeah, not to mention it looks like a hermit decoding charge here.
Right? It's so much.
Yeah, but Sprinter's gonna just rotate away. He's gonna try and find the coffin. Probably knows where the rebirth's gonna happen, which is on the second floor. So Sprinter, he doesn't have blink to work with, and Sprinter has to waste all his time to just walk up.
He's
and
waiting.
He's trying to wait. He's trying to bait it. Yeah.
Trying to bait him from dropping, but we know Soba, he's just so disciplined. Yeah, he's gonna wait for the Clerk to come up here, and it's deja vu. This is like the 3rd round we've seen on this route. Prospector has a flywheel now, and they primed it. Yeah, I was trying to look at the thing.
Because they don't have any borrowed time on Prospector, so it doesn't make sense to wait for him to go down. So honestly, they're just gonna wait. Soba's just gonna take the fall. He's like, you guys, you know what? Best Kyler always goes down. No broken, and just take the sacrifice, bro. That's what they want.
Flywheel's ready. He's gonna drop another magnet here. City is actually here to try and body block, so they're gonna try to make this exit work. Patient has already opened up the exit gate. City is here for that support, and yeah, they want to go all out, but unfortunately the blink connects and City is gonna be chased out of here. He has some elbow pads to use. Yeah, it just seems like Sprinter might be contented to just go for this 1K. At least he's able to down Soba. It's a 1K, but what an amazing showing of RC survivors. Beautiful stuff. GG's to both teams. RC takes the victory today.
Yeah. Congratulations as well to RC. I feel like they definitely done the correct choice of respect banning his Dream Witch, because I feel like even if Prinzer plays Dream Witch here, he could definitely get a draw as well, because that's how proficient he is with Dream Witch. But unfortunately, he has to play the Clerk. RC knows exactly what he's going for after the Dream Witch has been banned, and ultimately they sort of just shut him down with the coffin play.
Right. Yeah. I think, and Soba made the right call not going for the... I mean, we have no borrowed time, right? It was him as the MVP kiter, but I would honestly want Aka to get MVP with that clown. Again, a show of respect here. They know Sprinter is one of the toughest hunters to go up against, and you have to give it up to RC. They didn't pull back any punches. They really tried their best to get to end in a bang, and they did, folks, because unfortunately this is their last of the group stage. They did not qualify for the top 3, but they gave us one heck of a performance now.
Exactly. And not everything's about the tournament itself. It's also about making connections with players, knowing people from other regions, and of course enjoying the venue itself, which is Tokyo, Japan. So I'm sure the fans are also very happy to have them here, the non-region teams here. And honestly, I feel like it's the learning experience that is precious that before you can take. I mean, if they are doing so good now, come back in COA 7, they might be way better by then.
True. I think each and every team that we're seeing Yes, if you focus so much on the winning, you're not focusing on the journey of these players. Again, we're just focusing on the chapters, right? This is just a chapter in their journey, in B4U's journey. It's a chapter in ZT's journey. The ones that aren't in IJL and IVL, right? It's so important because this is the tournament this is the grandest tournament of them all in Identity 5, and this is where the other regions can actually be showcased. So it's a shame we get to see them once a year, but again, if you guys like have resonated with any of these players, I mean, they have socials, you guys can support them. Tune into the I would say the grassroots tournaments in their scene, and see their journey from there, because I feel like this co-experience will just make them grow even further as a team and as players.
Yeah, regardless of opinions on each and every team in the tournament, we still have to give our respects to the skills and the value they bring to the game itself. So honestly, thank you so much as well for the supports in the team. I know that we haven't really designated a sign, but you know what? In the end, we have the Rock On side. RC is going to be going out with a bang. And of course, let's not discount the Carrot Boys as well, a B4U.
Yes.
At least they'll be going home with snacks and good memories.
Yeah, much respect, right? Because it takes a lot of courage and a lot of, I would say, courage and guts to go up on stage and leave it all on the line, especially in a game like Identity 5 where one slip up could cost you the entire game, either on Survivor faction or Hunter faction. So that deserves respect, right? I know we have our favorite teams, we root for them, but at the end of the day, we have to support all the players because we all play the same game. We want the best for this game, and that's why we need to support each and every player here, because they're doing this for us to be entertained and also to push the competitive meta of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Everything feeds off each other. Like they feed us with their enthusiasm. We get fueled by their enthusiasm and the entertainment's there. But of course, let's go to the match data, because honestly, Rainbow Cypher progresses throughout the game. But ultimately it was still quite a pretty short game, because the game lasted less than 5 minutes, around 5 minutes. So
yeah,
really fast game.
For a clerk game, right? It was really fast, and I think it was just the overall harassment that Soba did bring to the table. And here we have the match results, folks. Again, first round was really long with the clerk match on Aka's side, but I think Aka deserves MVP with 2 4Ks in round 1, round 2, a clown and a clerk. The really tough hunters to use, and he was able to get 4K out of him. Again, if you don't call him the GOAT, I don't know what else you can call him. A Grandmaster, Aka the Great.
Yeah, Akashi. I don't know, man. I don't know.
We're coming up with something, but we'll workshop it now. We'll find something to say. But here he is, guys, with the classic New Jeans "Oh My God" pose. If you guys know that song, I'm pretty sure Chocho's singing it as we speak. Aka, again, one of the greats of RC, and they're just very well rounded, right? Shout outs to the entire roster of RC for giving us their all. Again, that's Alfar, City, Ivory, Soba, Kairu, Aka, and Shota. And also, let's not forget B4U, Sprinter, Myleg, Paul Blems, Schmitty, Roland. I know Pit Stopper's there, and Aaron. Again, just shout-outs to everyone. And shout-outs to Chocho, too, because it's time for our favorite segment. We're going to get the translation of the interview portion.
Yay.
Congratulations to them getting the win.
怎么说呢？但是不得不提一下，在第2局的阿卡选手的小丑吧。
I have to say, second match, Aka's clown. The pick made the fans scream. Usually he picks the Mad Eyes, and he's very known for his pick as well.
当时怎么说？各位求生者阵营的选手们在休息室看的时候是什么样子的呢
？What were the reactions like by the teammates when they saw the pick?
阿卡好像本来就想使用小丑吧。
Since it's a Chinatown pick, Aka actually wanted to play clown already. Then we looked at the band pick, then we were like, it seems to be that he's gonna pick clown. Yeah, and then the fans also seems to be quite happy about it. Yeah, after seeing the BP, and also Soba told me about the clown being possibly picked as well.
第二局使用小丑的比赛的话，我们也看到舞女使用减速之后
，in the second match we could see the female dancer use these slow boxes
小丑吧，也是非常有意思。
to try to counter the clown, but
也是非常的精准。
and his propellers, his running thing is also very accurate.
在队内训练的时候，我跟他的小丑，我每次都真的是秒倒，所以说他的。
Oh, Soba said that against Aka's clown, even during 1v1 trainings and training as a whole, I always die instantly.
训练跟他1对1吧，然后。 怎么说？我也是经常会秒倒吧，所以说我也说他的一个实力真的是非常的高的。
Yeah, so I acknowledge Aka's ability to play clown because I also get instant down during trainings 1v1.
选手的一个救援的话。
So regarding CT's rescuing.
在第二次救援的时候，也是在离椅子很远的一个位置，你也是被发现了，也是。
You got found very even when you were very far away from the chair in your second rescue.
当时的话，你是怎么去选择的一个救援的呢
？What was the
被挂着。
So how was the rescue like?
那个离大门也是最远的，在第1局的时候。
In the first match, he hit me away from the chair. I think that's what he's saying.
寄生的那个闪现它还是有的嘛，然后
Because the leech's blink is still there.
掉这个技能之后再去选择。
So after I dodged out the blink,
好的，那
yeah, then I went for the rescue.
在第2局的话，我们看到你使用勘探员，
In the second match, we see that you play prospector.
没有回光返照这个技能吧？然后
回光返照这个技能。
出生点的话也是容易被监管者容易被追的一个位置吧？当时怎么去想的呢？ 因为
Alright, so that the spawn location.
已经拿了一个4抓嘛，然后当时我就心想，感觉我即使不带大心脏的话，也是可以去完成。
Alright, so he didn't bring 3 into the match. So in that spawn locations that he had, he was actually a very good target for the hunter. So Soba said that because our hunter already got 4 kill already, so there isn't much pressure and there's no need for me to bring a 3 and just brought a full kiting persona.
然后也是没有去采取这个救援的一个东西，也就是说从头到尾就是Soba选手一个人在牵制，其他3个人都在。
So there was no support or any rescues on Soba. It was just Soba solo kiting by himself. So yeah, so like the performance is very good. And then Soba said yes. Oh, so yes, there's no need for any rescues, any support. I can definitely kite from the top to the bottom, so. Alright. So I hope that hope that RC can still perform very well and perform even better in the playoff stage. Any words for the?
我们的 COA 就到此就结束了吧，但是最后一场比赛也能够打出比较亮眼的一个发挥吧，所以说我觉得也挺满意的，也希望。
So COA, that's the end of COA group stage for them, and yeah, and played this well. He's actually quite satisfied with it.
参加 COA。
This time participating in COA.
我们本来参加这个世界比赛、世界大赛，就希望能够让所有的粉丝看我们的比赛很。
Initially, we just wanted to join just so for fans to see us.
这一点我们觉得我们做到了。
And I feel like this point we managed to do it very well. And thank you for the opportunity, and we'll still work very hard and hope we were able to get the highest ranking possible in the COA playoffs. Alright, and thank you for coming for the interview portion, and back to casters.
Thank you so much, Cho. And thank you so much for the players on RC side. What an amazing performance that they had. And thank you, of course, to our lovely host on stage. But Nell, I feel like with that intense match, we need to take a short break. When we come back, more of the group stage when we come back.
Laters.
OK。
ナイスナイス。いい。
まだ伸びるよ。
はい、ナイス。
いいよ、全員3台が回して、3台が回し。
上げる。
上げていいよ。じゃあ1回ここで耐えよう。シティさん投げられてちょうちんげて走っていいよ。
瞬間もあるから一応それで。
いいよ、逃げよう。
オッケー、ナイス。ナイス。
いやー、気持ちいい。
ナイス。
気持ちいいわ。
ナイス。ナイス。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区 WBG 战队的监管者杨某人。那么我们的战队在第5人格已经成立了3年，参加过各个大大小小的赛事 ，IVS、IVL， 还有深渊比赛。我的求生者队友有回忆、大龙、魅克、小铁。我的监管者队友还有奇业。我们总共是6个人组成的一个战队。我们队的打法是比较偏向于狠。就是打团，就是造。那么我们战队要说的话就是，我们会夺回属于我们的一切，每一个人都等着吧。
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区 ACG 俱乐部的求生者医生。我们俱乐部成立了3年，有打过 COA4、COA5 和 IVL 等赛事，然后我们有求生者自闭、立三、领月、狐狸和我医生，以及监管者曲月和清欢。我们求生者的打法是偏稳重一点的，然后监管者就激进一点去拿分。我们是有备而来的，希望你们都悠着点吧。
And welcome back, folks, to more Identity 5 action here at the Call of the Abyss 6 group stage, day number 10. Pot Spice and Nello Mello, your commentators for the main event, the final main event of the group stage. And the stakes could not be higher, Nell, because we have a match between Weibo and ACT. Please tell me what is at stake between these two teams clashing.
Well, technically, if ACT makes it, if they pull one against Weibo Gaming, they will be qualifying as a third place. Because you know what? Special shout outs to Eli explaining the criteria as well as Zap in the chat. The criteria is in the following: we follow the wins to losses first.
Okay.
Number 2, we go for direct matchup. And then number 3, we go for net wins. So yeah, ultimately it's like, you know, it's a three-way thing going on. So yeah. But ultimately, if ACT wins against Weibo Gaming, they will be in third place.
Yeah, and what's important here is that another Japanese team hangs in the balance, because Scars is actually in that third place spot. If ACT wins, unfortunately, they will be replacing Scars in that third place spot, so the stakes cannot be higher. I'm pretty sure Scars is having a watch party as well, hoping or like thinking that their spot is secured. So Weibo Gaming, in theory, is the favored one here, but ACT has pulled off some wins here and there. We'll just have to see how this one plays out, because, I mean, yesterday, FPXEQ versus GG, it went to the wire, and FPXEQ winning one over GG was a big shocker, and now FPXEQ was able to qualify. So now, I would say all bets are off on this one with how intense this matchup is going to be. And I one thing's for sure, I think Scars is watching super closely and praying to all their gods that their spot is secured.
Yeah, I mean, all of us are pretty much watching as well, paying close attention, because with the new points calculation in place, it's sort of like opens up possibilities that never happened before. So let's just hope that all of the teams are going to be doing their best, especially Weibo Gaming versus ACT. They're going to be giving their best, so that, you know, at the end of the day, we can call out a GG, well played. We can call out a good game.
Yeah, and considering that, yeah, they are sharing the stage here in the China studio, for sure, you're going to feel the intensity of the teams as well as the audience members and, Nell, the mascots. I wish that we could give MVP to the mascots here, because I'm not going to lie, I feel like the best dancing mascot, who would that go to? I think it's the Weibo. The Weibo one is pretty fun to watch. He vibes. Look at that. He's gonna go. Look at that. See?
Giving the 加油 fighting 加油. But honestly, for me, I would prefer the panda, because the
panda.
Yeah, it's big, it's cute.
Yeah, the panda. You have to give props to the person inside that panda outfit, because it's a whole outfit. I mean, who was the one yesterday?
GG,
no, FPXEQ. It's like the one. Their mascot was okay, but it's not like a panda suit. Like, this is a legit panda suit. But now ACT's Rabbit is here, and we are gonna see Yue come in, I believe. Here we go. Oh, he's coming up. Oh, he's going for the high five. I did tell Veronica this. Every time a player high fives the mascot, they have like a 70% chance of winning.
Yeah,
statistically proven.
Yeah, and addition of 500,000 credit scores, social credit scores. So no, man. But right up the bat, we're gonna see Iron on WBG. No surprise there. The name speaks for itself. He plays rescuer. He plays the forward. He plays the first officer. Of course, he also has the seer if you want to play support, and not to mention he has the merc.
Yeah, he's one of the most reliable ones on the team here. When we talk about the new imports from Weibo, right? Iron, MK, Long. These are the three survivors that were imported from FPXEQ. And Huyi also in the mix here. But we'll talk about Huyi in just a bit, because we will talk about MK. MK, as you see here, does have an acrobat. He's also brought out the priestess, and a seer, first officer, embalmer. He has a plethora of survivors to utilize, and I just feel like that's like the winning combination of a good survivor team. Having 3 good kiters and 1 stable rescuer is definitely good.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's just quote an example. With Zeta, you can really see, like, if you ban Kazuneko's kiting decoder character, the prospector, he has forward to lean back on. Everyone has something to lean back on, and that makes for a very successful, balanced team. So with Weibo Gaming as well, I feel like that's the case also, because they can all support, they can all rescue as well. They can do both of these things. So speaking of which, the man in front of us, Hui Yi, Weibo Gaming, plays Antiquarian. You know, such a fierce character, but at the same time, he also plays Barmaid, a healing character.
Just all sides, right? The healing and the hurting side. He's able to do that. He's also played Patient too. Hui, also known to the OG Weibo fans as one of the OG members of Weibo Gaming. Him and YMM, right? And I think, initially when the roster shakeup happened, they were still trying to find their footing. And I feel like now this is the strongest that they've ever been. Now it's just building towards that consistency. So let's see how Hui is able to harass here now.
Let's see. I mean, having that composition is very good enough. But one of the players that I admire as well since the FPXCQ days, Long, the batter, I just keep remembering him as the batter who kited so long as the Bonbon.
I mean, when we were playing, right, we're trying to duplicate Iron Long kiting, right? It's the Iron Seer and Long's batter. The way they were able to just support each other, it was just crazy. And I'm pretty sure they had to come in a tandem with how well they do that. And Long with the entomologist and the toy merchant here, but he's also brought out like first officer, acrobat, embalmer. So he's just like like you said, those three survivors that are able to just be as versatile as ever.
Yeah. So people expect him to kite long because he's long after all. So.
Exactly. Is it wrong to kite long? That's what you gotta ask him. It's not. You get MVP.
I love that. Yeah, not wrong to kite long, but we still have to move on to Ye from ACT. Serious face going on there. He plays the Dream Witch. He plays the Naiad. I mean, he also has a wax artist. He also has a geisha. But honestly, his Dream Witch is to be feared, honestly. And since he's going first, I have a very good feeling we're gonna be seeing a very strong Dream Witch.
Remind me, they had this match where UA was able to get a 4K with Dream, which is it against Reborn? I feel like it was against another China team. I think it was, if Eli's in the chat, maybe help us out with that one. Just try to jog my memory. But ACT, known as like the not the strongest, not the weakest. They're like in the mid-level, but they're slowly breaking that ceiling, right? If they're able to get a victory over Weibo Gaming, that can cement their status and give confidence in a lot of people come playoffs. So I'm super excited to see how UA is going to start things off, because it's super important that he's going to set the pace for his team.
Yeah, I mean, after all, we've talked about this before the start of this game. That's a lot at stake for ACT. If they beat Weibo Gaming, they are gonna be they're gonna remove Scars from the third place positioning and set themselves, like all the China teams are gonna make it to the world's top 12. So it's a very important moment for them. But of course, they're not gonna be pulling any punches. They're just I feel like this is gonna be a really fierce battle going on. ACT with all to honestly, it's more of a high stakes kind of situation for ACT. For Weibo Gaming, they're pretty much secured, right?
Yeah, I would say it's more of them just playing to their strengths and just giving confidence in everyone that's watching. So we're going to Ever Sleeping Town. Weibo actually, ACT chose this one. So interesting. Oh wait, no, ACT, Weibo chose this, and it's ACT hunting first. So I like the confidence in Yue coming in first to set the pace for his team, banning out the Seer, like you said, now, because he is going to try and go for this Dream Witch pick to start off with, just for him to try and push for more than just a tie, but a tie would still be okay for his team.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that US not banning out the support characters like Barmaid, Psychologist, right? So not even the Priestess. So wait.
Wow.
He's banning out the Psychologist now, but he took out the Mercenary and the Forward as well as the Seer. So it still feels like a Dream Witch kind of ban.
Yeah.
But the Barmaid's out, the Antiquarian's out, so it's still gonna be a lot of trouble for you. if he goes through which.
Yeah, this is one of the fastest picks and bans that we've seen. Like
Right?
we finished 2 sentences and we already have our survivor lineup. Again, granted, we're not seeing a hunter ban, but yeah, they're really banking on UI to pick that Dream Witch. So hopefully they won't get swerved and pick another one, because this is a very anti-Dream Witch comp with the Barmaid, First Officer for the Stable Rescue, Antiquarian with the Harass, and you have that Priestess as well for the support. And the game we saw in Lakeside, the Priestess was so pivotal for them to be able to get that, for RC to get that win. And in a map like Ever Sleeping Town, like one of the best maps for Priestess, UI's gonna have, I would say, a hard time if he doesn't do some cleanups of the Holy Keys.
Yeah, I mean, you can see for yourself, Priestess is flexing that 100% win rate. Priestess definitely looking to make another win. It's been picked 2 times throughout the entire time Weibo Gaming has been playing. So let's see if it's going to be put to good use. Of course, having the First Officer is also a very hard target. Everyone here is a hard target to chase. Yeah, it's definitely going to have a hard time chasing anyone first. If he decides to go for a Dream Witch, well, let's hope he doesn't go for the First Officer again.
Yeah, we've seen how tough that is. I mean, Mitake had some good predictions of it, but now the swerve on the Naiad here. I mean, I don't hate it, because they're really heavily leaning on the Dream Witch, but this comp isn't so bad. I would have to say, yeah, go for the Barmaid first, but she can still kite out the first hit if Priestess is able to set up the portals well. It's a Naiad kind of, yeah, it's still okay. Like, he can still aim for that draw, but I mean, I'm just thinking every time an Antiquarian is in, it's like the Hunters already have his disadvantage, because that's how strong Antiquarians are.
Exactly.
So
like especially when it's Naiad, right? Like Naiad, the moment you remove, like you retract your harpoon, Antiquarian's gonna whack you. Priestess can run away, and Barmaid, bro, he has a heal to work with. No one can be chased at this point. Like, even First Officer, he can mind game you. How are you gonna circle something that you are not sure, when you are not sure where they are going? Where is their go to, like their direction? So honestly, I mean, you can only ban so much survivors, but Weibo Gaming, I have to say, they've covered all bases. Even if it's a Dream Witch, it's going to be quite a hard game for you. Even if it's a Naiad, it's also going to be the same. So good job on covering all bases. I feel like that pick pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's doing pretty well on Weibo Gaming side. And considering that Weibo Gaming, their goal is for them to be able to deny any points out of ACT UA, because YMM can actually, he's really strong round 1 with his Dream Witch or with his Naiad. He had a 4K Naiad at the start. So for them to be able to execute this properly, if they get the win, they can kind of set up the stage for YMM. So again, I would have to say, yeah, Weibo Gaming in this draft alone has performed very well. I'm excited to see how UA is going to try and respond. We see Insolence, Detention, Blink as well. Again, very conservative, very standard builds on the Naiad, while 2 flywheels and a broken windows on the Barmaid, since she might be the first target, just to cover their entire ground. And all, of course, Iron with the Tide Turner.
Yeah, I mean, Naiad, you have to have an exceptional game as a Naiad. 6-9 Blink. You gotta have a really good first chase. Next, you have to foil the rescue in order to get a win. Of course, a Terra Shock helps as well. A double foil rescue helps as well. But honestly, and Cypher Control with the wetness, the humidity as well. There's just so many conditions you have to fulfill. But looks like you guys gonna go for the Priestess first.
Ooh, and also the locked Cypher there. So that's actually a good chase here onto the Priestess. But Priestess has one more Holy Key to play with, and it seems like, yeah, she's just running the routes. I think she's making her way towards the middle part. Again, that's one of the strongest areas. And she probably wants to fall on the graveyard side so she doesn't disrupt Cyphers. So now you're going to see the retraction of the Harpoon. An excellent call out here just to go for just an Oreo portal just to move on away. He's got to be very careful. Flywheel isn't ready yet, and MK is going to have to just rotate accordingly. Still playing to the cooldowns of the Holy Key, and now he's at 84% humidity. So he's gonna have to be very careful kiting this out, since he's already built up that first skill.
Flywheels in it, but my god, gosh, that hit through the drop pallet.
Yeah, that was he's ready. I mean, we thought that he was going to go for the barmaid at first, but yeah, going for the priestess is actually good. So now they don't have map mobility. This priestess has to use the kite, the portals for herself, forcing Iron out of the cipher. So now an excellent start by Yue. Let's see how the survivors will try to answer back here, because it's looking very hunter-sided just in the early seconds, the early minutes, I would say.
Yeah, the free rescue gonna be happening. Iron even tanking the hit. So I would say, despite the rather early down, like it's not even 2 minutes yet, less of 2.5 ciphers have already been done. Honestly, they can still go for a draw and that will work. But the blink, is it gonna happen?
Hang on, he retracted the harpoon. We still have a flywheel. Antiquarian, gets the stun and disarm, but unfortunate timing there. First officer is gonna get the drink. MK is gonna be falling down. Yeah, that was close.
I thought he was gonna get hit.
I thought he was gonna swim through the trail. That'd be crazy.
That'd be crazy indeed. Yeah, but a big puddle of water. Plus, he's bringing into the basement, so this factor alone is already helping Yue. It's already helping Yue to secure his first kill. I don't think anyone's gonna go in for another rescue, because Cypher is. We don't really see this situation often. Like, Cypher's not even enough. It's only 2.5 ciphers from the chase until now.
Exactly, yeah. It's weird to see, because the standard, like 3 minutes, like you're supposed to be working on your last cipher, but I would have to say the excellent pick off of MK and the priestess, I don't think they were accounting for that. Clearly she had the flywheel going on, but now you take out one of the most valuable survivors here. Barmaid has already expended 1 drink on healing up the first officer, and now it seems like Iron is going to get this next chase. He's going to use the pocket watch just to avoid the swim. Will Yue actually commit to the first officer? Because yeah, he still has 2 pocket watches to use, so it seems like he's just going to force him to use it, and now he's going to rotate towards Long Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, Long, fortunately, is gonna be able to finish up that cipher, and that's the thing. Like, you don't chase Long first. He's gonna have a wonderful time just trying to cipher rush. He's already completed 2 ciphers. Long is probably just gonna take that hit. Yeah, but wow, what a 180 juke.
I know, that was an ankle breaking juke there. So now he's gonna force the harpoon to come out, or he's waiting for a flywheel, but he does not have flywheel. He has broken windows. Now he's just gonna use the drink, drop down a pallet, or probably vault a window just to get that speed boost. He's already in the swim form, so now this is going to provide Long with a little bit of speed for him to be able to hopefully get the drink off. But now the harpoon has retracted. Now can't get through the pallet and falls down here. The drink did not recover in time, and now 1 cipher remains.
That's kind of weird though, because I thought he would be running. Oh my goodness, beautiful support, but doesn't really matter, because Long's gonna go down almost instantly. I felt like he could have just went through the pallet, because he was practically kiting in open area, and with the heal on, if he went through the pallet, it might help him.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, could have been, right? Because he was just there waiting for something to happen. He didn't have flywheel. Could have gotten the broken window, or he to use the broken windows, but at least hide behind the pallet to buy a little more time. But no. Chair onto Barmaid. This is the first time we're seeing the rocket chair on the Barmaid. Hui has to be very careful. He has a flywheel to work with. He's just gonna tank that first hit, gets the rescue. Maybe the support's gonna happen from the Antiquarian, gets the disarm, but he can always go for that swim. Iron trying to push for that cipher at 2-story, but now gets the attention of Yue.
Yeah, he wasn't even trying to push the cipher until now, but well, good job on removing that one another
the pocket watch, yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, I thought the cipher was gonna be moving while the rescue's going on, but that wasn't the case. But yeah, you're just gonna be very aware of this last cipher. But fortunately, that opens up an opening for the Barmaid and Antiquarian to heal up each other. So.
The watch is gonna run out, and now out in the open eats that hit. This first officer doesn't have any items to kite with, and Yue is actually gonna target down this first officer. Barmaid has already healed up. Antiquarian still has some items to use. They might have to push for another cipher unless they can go to that second cipher now. And the blink was expended by Yue, so now Barmaid probably has to go for this rescue.
Yeah, I think just healing up Long would be nice, because now the last cipher will be done. So good job on Iron trying to bring the hunter far away from the last cipher. Hui is going to be on that last cipher. It's already at past the 80% mark. By the time Long comes in, Cypher's going to be prime. So
yeah. Just prolonging the rescue here, just making sure that the first officer doesn't expire just yet, buying time. Now we know that the Cypher is already primed at 98%. Long has just to be very careful he doesn't get watered down here. He's going to try to go for the swim around the area, 50% already on the barmaid. First officer has already been rescued. This is going to be very dangerous. A drop down hit, and they also have humidity. Nell, barmaid gets the hit, 98%. He's going to go for a double hit onto the officer. Yeah, you know.
Oh my god, this is so hard.
Yeah, officer is still sticking in this area. They're gonna have to time this pop very well.
Yeah. Oh, but Long, he was so close to getting popped by the water, but now I feel like he sort of have to go down and hit Iron, honestly, because the puddle would have popped Long. Even if Cypher was prime, it would have popped Long.
Yeah, Iron now, is the only one here. Actually, I don't know where if Long is at the basement and he made his way out. So it's Iron is actually the one at the basement just waiting. Probably this is actually giving the barm. The thing is, the cooldown though, the trait. So Iron just buying time for the rotation to happen towards the exit gate, and Yue is just playing the mind games here. He doesn't want to give. He has the high ground, as Anakin or Obi-Wan would say, and Iron is, you underestimate my power. So let's see if this game of chicken is gonna last, folks, because Yue, I think he wants to try to water down, and he has to give one up, right? If he's gonna go for the water down, he has to do that now, or he's gonna go for the drop down. Iron, he's gonna try to push. He's hugging the walls. Here we go.
Time. Oh no, he's gonna go back up. He's not letting Iron go. My god, this is like a game of will you do it?
I'm telling you guys, it's the high ground. You underestimate my power, Nayad. Watch me escape this. Iron, they want to push for a 3-man. Yue just sitting here. Barmaid is probably, I don't know if she can actually go for that heal. Okay, the swim happens. This is so important. First officer's time to make this exit happen. He needs to pop. The humidity gets the pop, and now they go for it. Unable to get it, but the pallet drop. Oh my goodness, Nell.
My god, yeah, Yue was just a little bit further away, but it doesn't matter. Yue, oh my god, Yue, will he make it in time? No. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the gate's gonna be open soon. Will he be able to teleport in time? He needs to do it now. No, the gate's gonna be open. 2 survivors from Weibo Gaming is gonna go up. Oh no, he doesn't teleport. He just wants to.
Insolence. Yeah, I also tried to remember, but the fact that he was swimming, it couldn't happen. So what an intense final seconds there. US saying that I have the higher ground, but Iron's like, that doesn't mean anything. You underestimate my power. I will try to get out of this basement. Forced him to go into the harpoon mode. Goes for the swim. That's his time to get out. Unfortunately, no, that could have been a longer kite, but in the end, I think Weibo Gaming settling for a tie is good because MK didn't have the most stellar kite at the start.
Yeah, I mean, this is after all Weibo Gaming's pick, right? This is the map that they picked. So still pretty good that he managed to get a draw. But honestly, the Cyphers were moving really, really slow, right? Like in the beginning of the game, the Priestess was already on the second chair, but only 2.5 Cyphers were done. So it just proved to say like, yo, bro, it can be like, you can get the earliest down ever. But as long as someone's touching the Cypher, as long as someone's working on the Cypher, the other 2 is working on Cypher, the 1 person comes to the rescue, they can almost always guarantee a late game pop.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
I just have to explain also in chat, that was, again, he was going for either the drop down hit, so there's no attack recovery, and just going for, if he downs the first officer and then they pop, he can actually go for another detention hit just to down him again. And Snooty there with the SpongeBob reference. The Naiad is standing there menacingly.
Free Iron. You have like so much to cook. Yeah. Unfortunately, they won't be having fish for dinner. Yeah, we'll be securing that draw. So
isn't it funny that like the fish had the high ground, and usually it's the fish that stays underwater, and it was above water. Well, the first officer was luckily for him, he wasn't drowning yet. So yeah, Iron, I think most containment time just standing there. It's like 182. I believe that was like 30 seconds of just MVP, standing there. Yeah, MVP. We're gonna get another MVP rescuer now, aside from Mochi. Could be Iron.
Could be like you just have to stand next to the hunter, and basically you have the longest containment time. But honestly, Yue was being really careful. He knows that 6-9. He's missed his chance with the last Cypher. Weibo Gaming could have gone for a 3-man escape. It's just unfortunate that the last Cypher, we were pointing it out, it was stuck at 65% while all those waiting and rescue was happening. No one was actually touching the Cypher, so very unfortunate there. Iron even had to use up one of his clocks the last talk. So yeah, I think a draw. I don't think Weibo Gaming was expecting a draw, but you managed to pull one off, and you know what? Not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah. This is, I mean, we've seen YMM also pull out more than just a draw, but they're going against ACT survivors here, and ACT is going to play with extra fire in them because they want to secure their slot in the playoffs here. Again, it's do or die for them. Weibo Gaming's already at the top of the list here. Yes, they can fall in placings, but the key to victory here is to get that, just get to the playoffs. No matter what the placing, at least if you're able to do that, that's awesome. And Weibo has already got that ticket.
Yeah, I mean, after all, this game is a game of strategy. Of course, everyone needs and should be playing all. But before we continue that thought, the man of the hour, YMM. I know YMM's toilet is among the most hardcore fan. I mean, you can tell when someone wants to be your toilet, right? So
yeah, I think YMM toilet or toilet was talking to Nayad in the chat. I saw Nayad in the chat. Oh, there we go, getting another morale boost by the mascot. And YMM, he knows what's at stake here. He wants to be able to show up and show out. But speaking of showing up, we have Liz of ACT, one of the rescuers of the team, folks. Again, just like Seiyun, mains the basically the rescuers, has a mercenary, has a psychologist, first officer, brought out the priestess also in the qualifiers. So I'm excited to see what Liz will be bringing to the table.
Yeah, girl power going on here. If you notice something, almost every female survivor in COA, they are dedicated to rescuing, and it just shows that, you know what, we believe, we put ourselves in your hands. We believe you will be able to get us out of the pinch.
Yeah.
Even Run plays rescuer.
Yeah, I think people in chat were also asking like, who are the females here to represent? And yeah, they're all rescuer mains, and you know what? That's a trend and that we've been seeing. And it's also such a crucial role. So shout outs to Liz and shout outs to all the rescuers out there, especially the female rescuers out there. But we're gonna move on over to ACT Shen. Nels, how do you pronounce it? Sen or Shen? Zen. Tell us about Zen.
Zen. I mean, Zen. What can we say that has not already been spoken? Beautiful supporter, a barmaid, steer, has all of that under his belt. He can also play harasser, prospector, not to mention kiter, acrobat, and patient. So yeah, very reliable.
Yeah. So now we're gonna move on over to Fox. I think, you know what, the rise of ACT happened last year, and Fox definitely being one of the players that they did import to ACT to give them that resurgence. I would say he's like one of the main shot callers here. Has played the Antiquarian. We've seen a first officer. We've seen also the professor come out of him. One of the main kiters and harassers of the team. So he's very stable, and I think the team looks to him for that support and those calms for them to be able to pull one out of the fire. And in this one, since we're still in a tie, everything's still up in the air.
Yeah, everything's still up in the air. You know what, Jiwoo, you're gonna get your shout out to. Shout out to Jiwoo! Woo, flower!
Let's go!
Yeah, let's go. But yeah, next up in the ACT lineup is Tsubi. And he has the toy merchant, he has the entomologist. Honestly, these two characters are already strong enough. Like one of them, toy merchant, allows for the catapult. That's such a strong tool, especially in Ever Sleeping Town. You want to be able to get those leaps away from the hunter. Like, oh, I think I'm gonna get him, but all of a sudden the catapult makes such a huge difference. So
yeah, you have to time that very well.
Yeah, but just don't bang the wall. Yeah, so
yeah, or not get hit.
On the street.
So ZB also has brought out a dancer. So again, those survivors that have to set up something, either a catapult or trap. But speaking of setting up, YMM setting himself up for a victory here, folks. A lot of people in the chat supporting YMM. Had a 4K Nayad, known for that Dream Witch, known for meta characters. Has also a wax artist, and now seems like, you know, when he's not smiling and he's not goofing around, he's all about the business, folks. And now he knows what's at stake. He wants to be able to get a win for his team so that come playoffs, they're going to be as confident as ever in their performance.
Yeah. Fun fact as well, he swapped to Listen, the Listen trade and still managed to get a win. So yeah, so that's like really, really amazing to watch. I mean, it comes with confidence, right? And of course, he and I, just a little bit of fun fact going on. He shares the same brand as me. He went to Givenchy as well. So
yeah, we saw him at backstage when he opened up that jacket. He was wearing that Givenchy drip. I can't even spell Givenchy or pronounce it, but you guys wearing that is great. Now we're gonna see some of the memes going on. Yeah, again, guys, if you want to send us memes, please go for it. We want to compile a lot for the playoff, so do send them over. It's at Nello the World on Instagram for Nell, and it's at Spicy Potch for me. Eli O on Instagram as well. IDV Chocho as well, and Fuel Agents for Veronica.
Yeah, Fueling Agents.
Fueling Agents.
With the S. She emphasizes the S. So yeah.
My bad.
No, it's fine. So right now, YMM gonna be banning the Seer.
Very cool.
Yeah,
No doubt.
Dreamwish is gonna be a possible a choice. I know how I'm repeating things, but
just to emphasize things for dramatic effect. And Seer and double rescuer ban on the side of YMM. So he could swerve as well, like how Yue played this out. It looked like it was gonna be a Seer, a Dream Witch usage, but they kind of outbanned him. Then he ended up using the Naiad. YMM also very proficient using Naiad. So we'll see if he's gonna bring it out. Again, banning out that forward, excellent call there. At least he probably did his homework knowing that there's no Prospector, and going with the Gravekeeper as the stable rescuer since First Officer was banned.
Yeah, regardless of whether he goes Naiad or Dreamwitch first, I feel like this is his opportunity to get a win. Because after all, this is the Weibo Gaming's map selection, right? So this map is obviously already it's supposed to favor you guys. So I feel YMM should grab this opportunity, should yank it down, bring out the strongest survivor and try and get a 3K instead of just going for a draw. Because I know next game is going to be ACT's choice of map. Now he has to get a point advantage. No harm in going for Naiad. Maybe he wants to show that he has battle control of Naiad. He wants to try his hand at a mirror match, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I think though, considering the choices that he has to go for, you only have. I'm trying to remember. So there was a First Officer, there was a Barmaid. Yeah, he can go Naiad here. I would say that the Psychologist can tank a little more hits, but you kind of feed a lot more presence. You just have to worry about that Antiquarian. But then again, he could go with that Dream Witch because, right, we talked about how with Sprinter, right? Yes, the meta has changed, but YMM, he really etched his name in Identity 5 with that Dream Witch. So he can go with that if he wants to, because I feel like, you go back to muscle memory. And he can use the Naiad.
You didn't use his Dream Wish. He chose Naiad. So YMM possibly, he's a very confident person. And he probably just wants to go I'll bring out Naiad too, and let's see who gets a better result here. But honestly, this team comp is really hard. It's quite hard to play against Naiad. You saw how the Priestess, even though she didn't exactly kite the longest time in the previous game, but was still able to maintain a draw. So I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll just have to see if YMM is able to do a better job at maneuvering the high oceans, avoid getting hit by the tram, and ultimately getting a win in the map selection of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and let's see also if the end game is going to be a basement Naiad, and if we're going to have that menacing stare off with the Naiad, the high grounds. Yes. Depending on this, we still have a Priestess to chase first. I don't know if we're going to go play by play exactly how the first round went, because again, that was an excellent pick off of MK by Yue. I don't think they were expecting that. It depends also how they pick the traits, because you pick the traits before the Hunter does come out, so they might expect a Naiad just in case, because they might go all broken window, so it's going to be hard for her to be able to water off the area. Sorry, what?
So sorry. They were doing it, I couldn't help it but say Kusi Bachai. Yeah, but honestly, the Kung Fu pose, not Kung Fu pose, actually it's a form of salutation. Looks like YMM will be spawning next to Tsubi and Psychologist. YMM should technically go for the Priestess first. Get rid of the portals. You do not want to deal with the portals in the late game. Liz, Liz with the Gravekeeper, I mean, not really much of a choice, right? I mean, the other rescuers have been banned, so limiting Liz's rescuer. But hey, ACT might pull a reversal. Like Gravekeeper is still pretty good.
Okay, so let's talk about the personas here, because YMM with a trump card. So now a little more aggressive here, not building that insolence. We have the tension blink and all flywheels now. So once again, folks, it's Nello, Mello, and Potch Spice, your casters for the second half here of the first round. All of them have flywheels now, so this is going to be an interesting kite. They're going to have to time it very well for the swings or to just get rid of that water.
Yeah. I'll be very surprised if SCT pull one over YMM here. Technically, YMM, even though he doesn't have insolence, he does have the trump card to work with for the late game. You saw that Yue wasn't able to capitalize on getting more than a 2k in the late game because he doesn't have trump card. But this time, YMM does have one. Maybe he's confident in getting the hit. But let's see if not bringing insolence will be a deciding factor on whether or not he can build up that presence.
Just getting rid of these portals, but this is buying time for the survivors to rotate, as well as just get as much ciphers done as possible. So he's got a pretty significant ring here because he went through the portal and now he's also watered out the entire middle part. Zen will actually be taking this kite at the corner house, but then again, YMM didn't bring insolence, so he's gonna have to try and get a feed off presence off of the psychologist.
Yeah, not to mention, the flywheel. Did it hit? Oh, it actually hit.
Yeah, he tried to time it well, but unfortunately for him, YMM was able to draw out the hit reaction more, and now watering off Sen. So this is actually a great area. The tram is also there now, so you have to be very careful. It stopped right in time. Psychologist is at 69%. We do have the swim trait already to go for the 50%. He's gonna go through, and this is a long portal. I think he's just gonna clean it up and go for the after image just to gain a little bit more presence here.
Yeah, but the Gravekeeper is already at the vicinity trying to heal up. You can see this trait, right? 3 to 6. So late game, he wouldn't be able to see where the survivors are actually at. A lot of the traits are focused on control freak as well. But Zen has already been healed up, so honestly, Posh, I feel like it's back to square one, because
because now he's chasing Liz, and Liz can tank well, I would say with that shovel, she can tank a humidity hit with it and hide under the tram as well. So now YMM has to be very careful. He's gonna try and give more humidity to Liz, and they're just doing a great job rotating, right? We're seeing like a hermit cipher progress here. Every cipher has been touched. They're really spreading their objectives. Why? Because of how YMM is so proactive in this game. They need to be able to push some objectives here just so that they can pressure YMM. And you gotta love it, Liz actually using the entirety of this shovel just to buy time for YMM.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Alright, as Gravekeeper goes up, has to be really careful though. Humidity is already at 79%, has to be really careful not to get hit. Oh my goodness. Liz! Dying to the...
Yeah, the humidity. He's already built full presence. He's already has like his water rings up. And in that time, 2 ciphers have been popped. So that was just... I would say YMM still a little bit on the back foot here since he farmed so much time off the psychologist. I mean, that was 3 hits that he was able to get, right?
Yeah.
And
not to mention he actually hit the psychologist's mirror before his press was over. So technically Zen can still tank 2 hits. So I feel like this is a slip up that he might not really want to do. Oh, that psychologist!
Double rescue support here. ZB able to get a backdoor rescue. Now he's gonna try to water off this area. Yeah, you just gotta want to focus on to Liz here. And now the harpoon pullback now. Beautiful placement of that. Downing Liz once again.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know if they should try and commit for another. I think they can commit. As long as the Antiquarian buys enough time for Liz to get under the shovel again, things will be looking pretty good. But YMM, might not realize this, but Cypher's not exactly going the fastest as well. It's 4 minutes, only 3 ciphers have been done. Gonna clear the portals first. Unfortunately, this will buy time.
Yeah, and I like the fact that he cleaned up that portal just so that Liz has no backdoor strategy. Liz is trying her best to be able to go through this. Antiquarian at the flywheel there, the Terror Shock, it's granted. Priestess pops from the humidity. So now YMM knows that these 2 ciphers aren't quite along just well. At least now he's got some injured survivors to work with. Antiquarian at 91%. They have to be very careful here not to fall for these humidity hits.
Yeah, I mean, it's still anyone's game here. Both ciphers are about to be done soon. But honestly, if nothing out of the ordinary happens, last cipher is only at 77%. If nothing out of the ordinary happens, it should be a draw. It should be a draw here. But YMM does still have the trump card trades going on. He still has to change for it. But we'll see if he can down the next cipher as soon as possible, because man, he's not finding anyone yet.
Yeah, I think he's spotted someone. Wow, look, surprise Antiquarian there. Wow, the jump scare. That got me now. I'm pretty sure that got YMM as well. He's still disarmed. He's trying to muddle down the Antiquarian here with the water. And we'll see if he's going to go farm a hit. Antiquarian is at 57%. Priestess actually uses the flywheel just for the pop there. That was actually a close situation because that last cipher is near the graveyard area. He saw that the flywheel was used, and now he's going to clean up this portal. I would say this chase of this priestess is actually good because Antiquarian could just kite you for days. He still has some stick to use, so now the back and forth continues of YFM defending these ciphers.
Yeah, not to mention these two ciphers are aligned so near to each other, so it's already covering, like one cipher is already, I think they should kind of try and force it. Antiquarian can try and force it, but YMM just patrolling. He's so well aware of the ciphers positioning. He's not tunnel vision at this point.
Yeah.
He just wants to play like, you know what, I'm gonna try and catch out someone who's out of place, and looks like Fox might be it.
But now see, he's triangulating these ciphers, now able to get a humidity hit off of the Antiquarian. So this is the opening that they can rush that cipher. Yeah, they're gonna definitely go for it. Psychologist can go for the rescue since Priestess is on cipher popping duties and she's already there. So let's see if YMM is gonna just camp this chair out. He's gonna try to water down this rescue. Luckily for him, oh wow, gets the hit onto the Psychologist, and now we're gonna wait for that end game pop to happen. He needs to time the humidity hit as well as the detention hit very well now.
Yeah, he wants to get the Psychologist because I feel like he's already, I mean, he cannot kite late game, so he will have a better time to chase it out. But my goodness, it looks like, yo, what's gonna happen here?
Psychologist 88%, 90% detention is in the air. Psychologist flywheeling a little too early, still keeping the 94%, but oh my goodness, unable to get the hit. It didn't register, and Zen able to kite longer.
My goodness, Zen. Yeah, YMM has to be really careful. Dungeon is just around it's just around the area. Has to be careful not to get popped as well. Oh my god, is the portal support gonna come? Is the portal support gonna come?
Oh my goodness, no!
Oh my god, the trap!
The trap! Oh my goodness! Able to get the hit, and now YMM can actually go for more hits, but the Antiquarian with the support! It's a 3-man escape! The trap was not on the side of Weibo Gaming. That was so close. The survivors knew the Priestess is almost done for, but the Antiquarian, that is the counter to the tram, Nell. Antiquarian.
How could we not predict the tram will strike again? Honestly, it targeted ACT. It was actually Weibo, but Antiquarian recovered in time just to hit the Antiquarian, just to hit the Naiad away. My god, it was supposed to be a very strong draw, but the 3-man escape.
Oh wow, ACT on top now. I have to say it. I think this is why they chose this map. I gotta watch that replay again because you were calling it as we were seeing it, right? Thank you for that, Nell, because I was like focusing on like him just going for the Psychologist, but at the glint of your eye, folks, if you watch the VOD once again. The tram was able to hit both of them, right? Or just one?
Just Antiquarian. Priestess was fine. I just saw the Antiquarian flew away because we were, because while the chase was happening, we kind of have to anticipate if there's the support gonna come. So when I look at the bottom, it's like, yo, someone flew off.
And I just have to say, the animation of you getting hit by the tram, it's not like the Hunter where they do a charge up hit and you fly away. This is like a whoa, and then you're like, stunned.
It's like, I'm in cloud 9.
Yeah, exactly. You see stars and you're not crawling. But Mike, can we just we're looking at the replay now, right? And the blink hit did not register, and I feel like when that didn't happen, YMM was kind of lost for a strategy here. and he was kind of forced to try and circle around this area, but leave it up to Fox. Zen. To be able to do something like that, and boom, there you see the
That's so funny.
Yeah, and Antiquarian able to recover in time. You see the Priestess here. I don't think YMM realized that yet, because we do get it highlighted, and boom, able to get the push off, and unfortunately for YMM, unable to get the 3-person the tied game and the 3-person escape. A lot of people in the chat already like, ooh, Antiquarian, how can we forget? This is the big counter to I have to the tram.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
the Antiquarian can stun the tram.
Yeah, he can if he has a bigger stick.
Yeah, boom.
Yeah, bigger bat. Oh, like a baseball bat. But honestly, right? I feel like even though the tram was there to sort of stop the Antiquarian for a bit, ultimately it still worked out well for Antiquarian, because who knows what will happen if Antiquarian actually went up a little bit more and try and stun Nayat, and all of a sudden YMM just whacks the Antiquarian instead. True. Maybe him getting hit by the tram is
a blessing on ACT's side. But we're gonna head towards a break, folks. We'll see you after this one. Weibo fighting at Useless Ratus. So again, very interesting user handle there. But Weibo fighting, let's hear it in the chat, guys. Use the hashtag COA6 Global Support. And yeah, Weibo has to be fighting now because ACT has gotten the victory. So they're playing towards their win objective here to secure their playoff spot. And it seems like the Tram Gods we thought wasn't in the favor, but as we dissected it, I think the Tram was just kind of tempering the Antiquarian's lust for violence. Which is like, oh hey, don't get too violent. You got the exit, just go for it. Let's practice some peace now. Let's no stuns, no harass.
Exactly. Tram reminding us that, you know what, take your public transports, especially when they're so good to use. But yeah, honestly, who is this?
Whoa! Guest caster. Crystal in the chat, guys. Can we get some dog emojis? Say what's up to Crystal.
Hello. She looks so
behaved.
She is.
She's like, what's going on?
She's like, why am I casting? I can only bark.
I could hear her scurry away. So big shout outs to Crystal. ACT. Oh my goodness, we were talking about this now. Now they have map advantage, and they could actually solidly take this game because now they're going with Leo's memory, and you see that the rabbit there is gasping.
Gasping because Leo's memory sort of has the nickname of cursed map. Maybe they thought, we survived the trend, we can survive the cursed map, right? So why not bring it to Leo's memory? I mean, Weibo Gaming has to be really, really careful not to get too old by ACT because again, Weibo Gaming, if they go down to ACT, Scars will be knocked off. Of course, Weibo Gaming will drop in rankings, but ultimately they will still make it to the playoffs. But so will ACT.
I would say this though, Nell, because the latest match we saw of Weibo Gaming was when they went up against Dowu, and they performed so strong round 1. That's when YMM was able to get a 5-man kill, a 5-point game for 4K. But as the rounds went on and the bans started happening, you ban away his top hunters. It starts to be it's hard for them to come back. Maybe because it was Dowu, that could happen too. But I think ACT off to a great start. For them to take round 1 is huge because Weibo Gaming, we've seen from their stats, once they're able to get round 1, they kind of landslide everything. So now it's like they kind of have to play with a little more desperation, with a little more, I would say, intent to try and go offensive. And this is where they can kind of capitalize. ACT could just tie everything out and they'll get the victory. So Yue getting his Dream Witch ban, and now he bans out the Toy Merchant and Seer. So we're going to see what Weibo's going to be picking.
Yeah, I mean, prioritizing the support is definitely good as well. Prioritizing banning out the supports and then just leaving the rescuers to Weibo Gaming, slow down decoding a little bit. But yeah, I mean, honestly, taking out the mobility and our support, maybe he wants to, I don't know, let me see. Maybe he wants to go for a Geisha? No, not Geisha for sure.
Geisha here.
Wax Artist, you think?
Wax Artist could be it. You know what? He could even go for a Naiad again if he wants to just tie things up. In this map, it's quite big. You see how the loop of the 2 story is going to be there, but that's why you eliminate Toy Merchant. So the decision's still ultimately up to you. Now, banning out the Entomologist, I mean, that's still pretty good. It counters Naiad, it counters people that dash through, especially getting to the factory area. And the Psychologist as well. So might be forced to. I don't think they're gonna go for Barmaid now at this point because Dream Witch is banned. But maybe they want to heal healer. So yeah, Wax Artist also makes a pretty good case here. Now Acrobat gets picked up by Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, they want a little bit of versatility going on. But I think the Patient would be nice. Not sure.
Yeah, Patient's great. Right, we were talking about how the Acrobat hasn't been prioritized as much. I would say, yeah, I think Acrobat in the right hands, and especially in Weibo's hands, can do really well. In this map, yes, there are a lot of good hook spots, and now topping it off with a Barmaid. So could make a case for Wax Artist, because that can heavily counter the Barmaid. Depending on how he cycles through his skills, just so that he won't be able to get the heal off. Naiad's also good here. Geisha, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the stats that we made. Yeah. Naiad, Wax, Geisha. That's mainly what he's brought out in the qualifiers, right?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I said, why are they not using Acrobat more? But the Leo's Memories Factory is such a good place for Patient.
Yeah.
Like, you can instantly just climb up towards the stairs. And with Acrobat, you can't do that. But hey, you can still jump off the stairs. Maybe that's the idea. Like, go all the way up to the stairs. When the hunter chases you, they just jump off the building, and the hunter has to make one big turn around. Let's see if that's how they're gonna try and play it. But US removing all the supporters in the game, even the mechanic, even the entomologist. I mean, I don't know, man. Bonbon, you think he has a Bonbon up for grabs here?
Yeah, Bonbon would actually. You know what's funny? We saw a meme, right? It's like every hunter has a Bonbon these days.
Yeah, man.
And Bonbon's not the easiest, guys. You can't spam bombs. It is so hard. Oh, and Anne. So Anne's gonna come out here now. I mean, one of our favorite hunters. We've always loved seeing Anne. Definitely,
nice.
He has not brought this out in the qualifiers, but this can play very well. Especially. Sorry, what?
Sorry, I was just saying. This looks so good. I'm so excited for Anne.
Yeah, go for it. Tell us. I know that you've been one of the greatest supporters of Anne, and also she can definitely like cut off tight kiting with Acrobat, just getting that stun going on. Also, if she's able to cut off kiting routes from the Antiquarian, the thing is he's gonna have to build up that presence. But how do you feel about Anne in Leo's Memory?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely love Anne regardless of which map she's in, because the ability to catch up with the cats, even if you miss the first cat, you can still use it to jump and move forward. So I definitely love this character. In fact, fun fact, I've actually done a 100 win wins with N.
Let's go.
Yeah,
100 let's go.
Yeah, 100 rank wins with N. Unfortunately, I DC'd once, and and it wasn't 100% win rate for N. But still, it's a very fun character to play. It can do everything. I'm surprised that it's not more of a 4K kind of hunter. It can you have the versatility. You can stun, you can block, you can stop anti loopers, anti pallets. You can silence as well. You can silence the characters as well. So if the forward decides to come and disturb you, hey, you can silence the skill, and you don't even need excitement for it. But he's gonna bring excitement. So.
I love the timing when you're like, oh, excitement, oh no. So I would say he's playing very defensively. I think he just wants to just go for that tie. The fact that he brought, excitement because the double stunners, right? But I do agree with you. Anne's super fun to play. I tried learning her. She was like one of my. Yeah, but I would say the level of entry with her is good, but the skill ceiling to be the best, like especially when you put your crosses down. Yeah, it takes a lot of patience and a lot of prediction of where the kiting routes are going to be. But anyway, we're going to see this first kite from Long. Yeah, he's going to get sniped out by the cat here. And now he noticed that he's there. Uh-oh, nice vault here. That was actually quite close. No cross yet to place down. So Yue is going to have to just go for that jump.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. This, even if you miss the cat, but technically the cat shouldn't have missed at that point. Long was at such a bad position. So missing one cat can be devastating. But let's see, he shouldn't be missing the second one, but he's missing the second one again. Oh, and another bomb! My God!
Silence. Oh my goodness! So an excellent kite by Long. He's living up to his name, folks. He definitely kites for 60 seconds, or what counts as a long time, but now he's just gonna go for the regular hit. We do see that the forwards here, excitement, and another farmed hit. He has his first trait up, and now they know that he has excitement, so the Antiquarian can stun accordingly. Doesn't get the cat again. We're gonna see the cross be planted down though. Yeah, so now he's gonna be able to at least try to go for the jump here. So he's gonna have to time this one well. Iron can still use the football to transition away.
Oh my goodness, he's gonna be able to transition, and they all know that he doesn't have blink anymore. He has excitement, so Iron can definitely make this work. And the the fast vaulting. That's not exactly like the best. Iron doesn't have the fastest hitbox.
The cat able to get to the forward. Now this is great. Able to down the forward this early on. And look now, the football isn't so significant anymore because for a rebound kite. So this is excellent. They're gonna have to go for a double rescue for it to be a safe one for this forward. And fortunately for N, no one has Tide Turner anymore. He was able to hit the forward, so his excitement trait has paid off already. Spotting out Long in the distance. He's gonna have to play to this cat's very well. And unable to get another cat bite here, but he's gonna plant the crosses down. You're gonna have to double cap this acrobat for him to get stunned twice.
Oh,
flywheel! Unfortunate. And now he goes for the silence here, but gets the jump and the down on the forward.
Oh my goodness, making it work.
Oh!
And a hit on Hui as well. My God, don't underestimate the Disciple, especially when Wuyet's playing it. Posh, only 2 ciphers have been done. The ciphers have come to a complete stop. Everyone is here trying to support. I don't know, man.
A standstill. I mean, this is the most productive Anne we've seen. He was so proactive in getting so much hits, injuring so much survivors. They're going for a heal, and someone else is going for a rescue. So no one is touching ciphers here now. We see that the barmaid is actually on the way for the rescue, but now he's just going to plant the cross here. So the barmaid has to be very careful before the cats arrive. He's going to have to go for the save. Gets the hit on. Forward is coming on in. The cross has been planted, but now this rebound kite needs to last long.
Yeah, both of them actually took the cat so that the cat wouldn't retract. But now, Iron doesn't have any more balls to work with. He's about to go down really soon.
Ooh, talent slam. So that's very important. But now the cats be able to give him that jump and dash. Now you have to play down to the cooldowns of the cats. He does have excitement to use, but now 3 ciphers are still at a are slowly moving along. How long can Iron last? This kite gonna drop another cat out in the open here. Just steps and goes for a quick down while everyone's still going for decoding.
My God. They decided to just heal up and then focus on finishing the last ciphers, because that's not how you want to play against a Disciple. But changing the trait straight to teleport, trying to stop the last cipher. My goodness, going against MK. Barmaid does not have heal anymore. Oh, a little bit too quick on the release, but it's still gonna lash on.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see him go for the hit, trying to make her run towards the cross, but now MK is being chased out of the Cypher, which is so important. He does see that the Acrobat is also here. He's trying to look behind if he can juke or see if he'll bait anyone from coming in. Cat is about to be ready, and we see that another stun. He's just slugging everyone. One Cypher remains now. As proactive as this Anne is, they're still able to make Cypher progress work, so it's still up for a tie here. So excellent for Yue. Wow. Now at the dash.
Yeah, this white bomb's not gonna slow him down. It's just a slow interaction thing. The hit's gonna miss. Oh my goodness, Acrobat. Long is gonna buy enough time. He's gonna be buying time. They're gonna be doing on 2 separate ciphers, but the stun gonna stop Long and his tracks. And that's the thing, you can't even flywheel the skill away. That's the thing.
So this is what's scary, because Antiquarian has to go for the save, right? He's already switched it up. He doesn't have excitement anymore. So this he's gonna have to stun this Antiquarian from afar. And let's see if he's able to find. Wow, look at the aggression here. He's camping away. He's gonna spot out the Antiquarian. Antiquarian with a disarm though, but so far away. It seems like, he's just gonna plant the cross close by for this Antiquarian to have to possibly get stuffed on the rescue.
But miss. Sorry, go ahead.
Flywheel though. Oh my goodness, Nell. Huyi gets the rescue down. They're both injured. The Cypher is not primed just yet.
Yeah. I mean, technically it's just playing into a draw at this point, because right now they're gonna try and heal each other up, and then once it's over, they're gonna go back and rescue the barmaid and then finish up the 63% Cypher. Yue being so close right now, Posh, silencing MK, but the kite continues.
Yeah, the thing is that the barmaid doesn't really have any skills, so unfortunately he didn't get that jump off. And now they're probably going to open up another Cypher to allow MK to just use this area to kite, since this is where the last Cypher is at. And now the down of the barmaid is going to be good. He just needs to play for that tie. Like you said, Acrobat now has the capability to rescue. While we do see him opening up a chest here just to possibly give to the barmaid, or at least just to signal to the barmaid that there's an item here, but everyone's so far apart. This is going to be a little tough, and you gotta admire Yue with the distance that he's actually far camping this chair.
Yeah, how does he... Yeah, he sort of knows that Long's direction is this area. Long has to be really careful not to get hit at this point, but the hit is gonna happen. No, it's not even gonna happen. The stun.
Yeah, the stun. Unfortunately there. So now Acrobat's gonna get a free save. We're already at the last Cypher pop here, and now he's gonna try and escort this. He's gonna have to play to his cat cooldowns, right? Now gets the drop. They go for the pop, and we see that the cat is gonna be ready. They're not at the exit gates yet, so MK is gonna have to make this kite last for a while. Gets the jump. Can he get the stun? It seems like he's gonna get it.
Oh my goodness, and the gate's not even up, and you can tell because you know what, Acrobat's the one priming the Cypher, but he has to wait for Antiquarian to open the gate. Both of them are slow.
Oh, you're right. And teleport is gonna be ready for him to use. He knows that's gonna be. Yeah. Oh my goodness, he's gonna go for it now.
Oh my god, so aggressive. It might pay off, but Hui gonna be stunning him away. He wants to spot. He needs to spot out the Acrobat, but I think he probably knows Barmaid's gonna go down before that even happens. Hui, another hit onto the Acrobat, but Long closing the distance in on the Barmaid.
Can he get the rescue? We're looking at the timer on the barmaid. Hui's gonna try and buy enough time. Barmaid is about to expire. I think Acrobat's able to get the rescue now.
Oh my goodness, back and forth, left and right. Unfortunately, Hui's gonna go down now, but they're still not out of hot soup, because even though this gate is open, now they are all rushing towards the back gate. It's really important that they don't get spotted out by Yue in the middle, because if Long gets spotted out, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, so Barmaid knows she's the fastest one to open up the exit gate. And now we're going to see the Acrobat actually at the 2-story area just to feed that tinnitus. Let's see if he's going to choose to go up. I think his hunter instinct is trying to see if anyone is in this area. Acrobat is going to be at the top part. He's still siphoning. Let's see. The Acrobat, he sees him. He knows that someone is here. He's going to wait for the Antiquarian to sort of expire. He's gonna try to cut him off. The Acrobat though, he's gonna run straight towards the Anne here, and it seems like the barmaid actually has to try and go for this rescue.
My goodness. I mean, barmaid definitely has to come, because if Long gets down here, it's gonna be so hard. But it has to be really careful though, because barmaid has nothing.
Flywheel too early. Detention hit now, and now Acrobat is down. MK is still on the chair. Barmaid is waiting at the exit gate. It's a 3-man kill.
Yeah, he couldn't risk it. He couldn't go and rescue Hui because he's so afraid if the teleport's gonna happen. And now,
yeah, wow,
Wind Queen going on there. Disciple
And
3K.
Disciple 3K, folks. My goodness,
God.
I thought UA was gonna go for that tie, but the way he played, he's super aggressive. Because usually a tie Disciple would just camp it out, but we talk about far camping, right? And he knew where they were coming from. That's insane. He didn't throw the cat down yet. Once he saw that the Acrobat, once he saw that the Barmaid or Antiquarian is going for the rescue, it's like he had that hunter instinct. Like, yeah, someone's coming in this area. I'm going to guard this radius. And lo and behold, he was able to really add the pressure onto them. So again, that was just the perfect balance of being aggressive and knowing when to play with your cooldowns.
Exactly.
I feel like we should have those predictions also with the cat jumps or the cat hits or the stuns.
Exactly.
Kind of like with the BQ. But we lost count again, maybe when we'll see another end. But
exactly. Yeah.
You can tell me and Nell love the Disciple.
Exactly. I mean, after the performance by Yue, what's not to love, right? But I have to say though, he made the right call as well. Because if he teleported and no one was there to actually go for the rescue, it would have been disastrous. So making the right call, he knew that Weibo Gaming was more than happy to take a draw. So obviously they will be at the same gate. And I mean, the dungeon's all the way at the Christmas gate. No way they're going to be there, right? So making that very accurate call onto teleporting to the back gate, to the front gate, just stopping them. My God, ultimately resulting in the 3K. My goodness. ACT!
And I like that you highlighted the point that Acrobat and Antiquarian, they're looking at each other like, oh, who's gonna decode the exit gate? This is gonna be so long. And and the fact that he actually walked a couple of steps before he teleported, it ended at 70% open, right? So you really felt the I would say the con of using Acrobat and the Antiquarian. So again, we say how Patient, if Patient was here, right? If Long used Patient, could have been a different story. With him opening up the exit, could have been just a tie.
Exactly.
But I would say, yeah, Yue able to roll with the punches, able to bring the right trait to this this battle here at Leo's Memory. And he knew, like, all right, my excitement's done. Let's just go for teleport. We got to go aggressive. And towards the mid to late game, he was really playing with the timing of his cats. That was really excellent. Certified fresh way of playing. Exactly. And here we have it now. Here's the win conditions.
Wow, one escape, and it's gonna be result in both teams going to round 3. But anything above 2 escapes, if ACT gets at least 2 escapes, it's gonna be GG. ACT is gonna win this 2-0. So wow, what a very favorable position going up against YMM.
Yeah, in spectacular fashion. Also, I believe if we were not informed, Nell, I was informed a while ago that there will be after this game we will be drawing lots, and I think we'll be witnessing that as well because we will see the playoff bracket. So I'm super excited for that. But then again, I might be getting ahead of myself. We could get a 1 escape, and that could lead to the round number 3. So we just have to wait, Chow. We have to wait for YMM to start cooking here because he's going to have to go above and beyond just a tie. Because a tie does not work in this scenario, folks. Yue was the one to be able to get the victory for his team. And survivors just need to get a tie. So that was a good layup on US side.
Yeah. I mean, I know I talk about like Patient being good and all, right? But honestly, it was the Acrobat that made such a long kite in the beginning. Remember, like the twists and turns at the shack. Without the Acrobat, it wouldn't be that long. Patient, yes, has the hook, but with Ant's cat, as long as you get the cat lashes onto you, you can't really short-term hook yourself away. But the Acrobat can. You can just jump through the window in short term. The cooldown's so much. It's slightly faster. So, but ultimately, it paid off for Yue. Acrobat caught up at the wrong place. He thought he was safe at the 2nd floor, but no. My goodness. But yeah, now that that's over in the first half, I mean, Yue has already done the best possible, has created the best possible situation. All that US Survivor needs to do, X Survivor needs to do is get a draw. That's it.
Yeah, and the thing is, what does YMM bring out that screams at least the 3K, right? They might ban his Naiad, they might ban the Dream Witch. Actually, the cards kind of lie in ACT's favor with how YMM has to play this, since they do get a Hunter ban. And YMM is the one that is pressured to perform above and beyond what is asked of him usually, because usually in tie games he'd go for in round 2 games he'd go for a tie.
Yeah, I mean, he still has his Geisha to lead back onto. He still has the Clark to play, so there's still a few more options which can result in a 4K potential. But honestly, it's just so hard because now that the survivors know all they need to go for is a tie, they have the exact composition in mind to go for a tie. They can draft it to give the best possible situation for a tie. For example, get an Embalmer, right? Get an Embalmer. Support, yeah, it doesn't matter. You ban the mercenary, you ban the first officer, doesn't matter. We still have the Wildling, we still have the forward. And if you ban the toy merchant, you get the patient. What's
these reactions? I swear now, like next time we commentate, we should have like a camera in front of us so they can see how we're reacting, because we see ourselves when they're like, it's like, the blink, the terror shock, all of that. So yeah, shout outs once again to the people in the China studios that are showing these memes, and shout outs to each and every one of you that's still joining us here. Again, high stakes for ACT. They want to be able to qualify for the playoffs, and for them to be able to get a 2-0 with Weibo, that's going to be huge. Again, ACT has been slowly climbing the ranks as one of the best IVL teams out there. And with Fox and ZB in the mix, as you know what, they're really strong kiters. They're slowly paving that path for themselves.
Yeah.
So now we see that YMM banning out the Seer, banning out the Toy Merchant, and we're going to see a Clerk ban. So now maybe they're just going to counter comp his Dream Witch and rely on him playing Naiad and just get that tie game that they were kind of gearing towards in Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. YMM can still play his Dream Witch here. I mean, he's already, the moment I say Dream Witch, he's already taken out the Psychologist and the Barmaid straight away, right? And without the Seer as well.
Whoa.
ACT's bringing out Embalmer. Yeah, they really want that tie. If they want to, they can even bring out a mechanic if they have one. But
they could.
I don't think.
I think Fox might be able to use mechanic, but we'll just have to see. You can, like you said, you shoot for the moon, end up in the stars. If they shoot for a tie, it could end up in a one-man escape. So I think maybe
aggressive.
Bring out the. I was gonna say patient again, but Acrobat. I guess China teams really favor Acrobat in this map. Like you said, there are some routes in the factory area where you can just jump in and out with a bomb. So we're gonna see. I mean, very confident picks on ACT side. They did not wait for YMM. I feel like also on YMM side, he knows that this is the lineup he's gonna go against. He banned accordingly, and they still drafted a pretty good lineup for them to just get a tie in this game.
Yeah, I mean, a tie is all that they need in order to throw the upset against WBG. Because honestly, I don't know, man. Weibo Gaming has nothing to lose. Maybe that's why they're feeling like, let's not put too much pressure on ourselves. Let's just recompose ourselves and just get ready for the world's top 12. And but honestly, they might not realize that this action, while it may be beneficial for they themselves to have a better time, like to just recompose themselves rather than going on full steam all the time, it might affect the rankings as well. So they have to be really careful not to let their actions indirectly impacting the overall rankings of the team.
Yeah. And it seems like, he's just going to bring out that Dream Witch, and Dream Witch doesn't have the same 4K potential or 3K potential that she's known for, that YMM needs. And with the lineup that they drafted here, Antiquarian, just such a big counter to Dream Witch. She can stun 2 followers. She can also stun the Patroller. And Balmer in the mix here is just going to have such a hard time. And Tomie coming in, so let's go.
Tomie skin. I mean, I don't know, man. I have a Tomie skin account as well. Not sure how much it's worth now, but I just honestly I just have a few accounts up. But Tomie skin, one of the most sought after. Yeah, I mean, you can't even get it anymore. It's not even gonna return. It's so limited. But well, YMM will be gracing us with the presence of Tomie, and let's see if he's able to bring out the 4K with the Terror Queen. I'll call it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say very unique mechanics, and it took her how many COAs for teams to figure her out, right? And also a lot of adjustments. And now she's at that point where she's kind of like a tie or stable hunter, not really necessarily like the 4K immediately. So here we go. The Terror Queen, YMM, is going to be spawning outside the factory. Again, giving the factory to ZB just to plant his coffin. Fox is going to be right at the center. Zen is going to be at the shack area, while Liz is just going to be all the way across, just in case anyone needs rescuing. She'll just make the rotations. Again, for those of you that just joined us, ACT just needs a 2-man escape for them to qualify for the playoffs. And now they seem to have prepared for this because they all brought Flywheel.
Yeah, Flywheel. Not to mention Acrobat as well can use the interactions to cancel out. They have so many things to cancel out the interactions. Antiquarian can sort of stun during the exact time when the bite's gonna happen. Has Flywheel, has Vault Window. There's a few things that you can do to cancel it out. But YMM, I'm pretty sure he's just so used to dealing with this kind of teams. I mean, he's confident enough to bring Tomie, the Dream Witch, so he definitely has some idea what's going to happen. But looks like Zen will be the first target of Leech.
Yeah, Zen has already received a Leech here. Again, Zen had an amazing kite as the psychologist. So YMM has, a good start, but you're going up against Acrobat, who can jump through pallets. Oh, but they didn't go for that one. Dropped it a little too early. So this is actually a great start for YMM. Main body hit and also kept the patroller. So Zen is off to a rough start. He's gonna have to kite this one out. He can't pick up an anti-curse, so he's gonna have to rotate to good spots that won't, or at least not be in the middle of YMM's main body.
Yeah, I mean, Zen still has Flywheel to capitalize, and still has the bombs to capitalize as well. But honestly, oh my god, the patroller, so timely, but he's gonna fight him. Oh my god, will he be able to Flywheel away?
Oh,
no! What?
Early down here. So now YMM has seized control of the start. So now here's the thing now. They could just sell. But they do have a mercenary here just to prolong the thing. But again, they want to go for that tie. YMM, he's not content with just this tie. He wants to keep on adding the pressure. That's why YMM's main body is at the center here, trying to spot out any rescuers from attempting to get this Acrobat out of the chair. He has to be very careful. Liz has to be very careful. She's crouching down, hiding in the grass. That's why this is one of the, I would say, the hardest maps to be at, because like, survivors can just hide. Even a mercenary can hide here.
Yeah, I mean, YMM is still trying to scout out the survivors, bringing along the spawn followers. But yeah, I feel like they're just gonna go for the full blood rescue while all that's happening. 2 ciphers have been done. Again, not the best cipher progress considering how fast Zen went down. But Liz is gonna be spotted out, and unfortunately, she's gonna be forced to make the appearance much sooner.
Yeah, goes for the rescue. At least Tide Turner able to carry Zen. This kite needs to last. Still on the patroller, goes for a slow bomb here. And now this is the problem, because he has a leech on him. He can just keep going back and forth. He also has a flywheel now, so the constant changing. Goes for the flywheel, but goes to this corner situation. How is he gonna get out of it?
He has another bomb.
Wow.
Another bomb, but oh my god, doesn't buy enough distance. That's the thing. Finally, it's gonna go down. And Zen will be the first survivor out. So YMM so far, so good. Sending 1 survivor of ACT back to the mana. And mind you, the ciphers, there's still 3 more ciphers, but fortunately the third has just been done. And 1 whole new 5th cipher. So ACT needs to be really careful not to get more injuries than they need to.
Yeah, Mercenary is already at the factory area. We're going to see another leech off of the Embalmer, who actually placed his coffin at the factory ground floor. So now 2 ciphers still remain. 1 is standstill at 87. They're starting a new one. So I think the Mercenary needs to de-leech here. But oh my god, dropping the pallet on the other side, and Mercenary's going to be falling down. YMM, folks, bringing back the Dream Witch of old, because now it seems like he's in a winning position here. Can't say too soon though, so now Embalmer has to take this next chase.
Yeah, I mean, he still has the leech up. YMM is just waiting for the leech cooldown to happen before leeching the Mercenary again. Mercenary has no more pads, so the rebound kite's gonna be hard. Zibi, Well, technically, Fox is finishing that last cipher now, so they can still come back to that cipher when needed. But Zibi needs to make this really, really count because he's so far away from the mercenary. My goodness, the hit! Oh, beautifully done.
Nice. Good discipline there. And look at that. Zibi is actually trying to remove the leech here. Mercenary's on the rocket chair, but now able to just juke around that corner for him to be able to extend the kite. Antiquarian is here, might have to eat a regular hit. Gets the hit, and now Mercenary is out. But like you said, now no elbow pads.
Yeah, but it's before half though. Oh, beautiful sweep by the way. But he knows what's up. He just wants to get Zibi off that cipher, because if that cipher pops, my goodness, there's only one cipher left at 47%. If that happens, yeah. But honestly, Posh, I feel like they just have to take one step backwards.
Yeah.
They gotta deleach and heal, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Mercenary needs to deleach, and then they need to heal up with the Antiquarian, and just get rid of the presence of the Dream Witch, because she's pressuring down the ciphers, and they can't afford that. Now he's gonna get another leech onto Zibi, and Zibi's actually kind of close to his coffin, so you don't want that. You don't want any jump scares. So I think now they just need to slow this pace down, kind of frustrate YMM into just rotating and moving the main body where you don't want it. Because again, this is a huge map. You can actually exploit the radius of that Dream Witch.
Yeah, I mean, a 6 cipher has been started, Posh. So the cipher's not going. Yeah, it's not going as great as it hoped for. But fortunately, the Embalmer cipher, someone definitely needs to remove it. Zibi's probably gonna go and pop it once it's done. But unfortunately, not gonna make it in time, I think. Patroller's gonna be unleashed.
Yeah, so now the Patroller Bite is gonna get onto the Embalmer while he was deleeching. That opens up another cipher. Luckily, the Mercenary does not have any more leech, so he can go for a support rescue, while the Antiquarian goes for the last pop. Zibi, gets the hit, and now he's down. But look, no leeches on the board for YMM, and now we're at the last cipher, sitting at 93%.
Yeah, I mean, considering how fast that went in the first kite, and full blood rescue is still pretty good. A Patroller's gonna be unleashed at the moment, gonna catch Antiquarian on the heels. My goodness, will Fox be able to run away? The leash is gonna be there. I don't think he minds using the leash hit onto Fox. But the last cipher, no one's there.
It is, and now the Antiquarian has to be careful, able to actually kite it out. So now an amazing performance by Fox. He has a stick to work with. He has to be very careful. Liz actually needs to be very careful. The main body is already rotating toward the shack area, and the Cypher isn't primed just yet. We do note, I'm not sure, he changed traits already, so I'm not sure what it is as of now. Or he's still on that Patroller, I'm not quite sure. But YMM still just shifting the main body. Again, when you're on that main body, you're actually giving survivors a chance to deleech, rotate around ciphers, and push for objectives. So this is going to be a very intense endgame pop, since the last cipher, Nell, is already at 90%.
Exactly, the 7th cipher is the charm. You know what?
There we go.
My god. And Zibi doesn't have any borrowed time as well, so it makes sense to pop it straight away. So Zibi is probably gonna be Mercenaries already opening the gate. Zibi probably should be going to where the Mercenaries, but Teleport's the name of the trait. My goodness, Liz has to run away, but the
perfume, she's got perfume, so now at least she can be able to tank a detention hit, because she is on that Mercenary. So that's actually a great thing to have. Again, you don't want perfumer if you're a perfumer and there's detention, but if you're a Mercenary, you can gladly tank that, so you have to time it very well. So now the gate is kind of standstill at 59%. Again, they just need to get a tied game, and they're able to qualify for the playoffs. And YMM, he's guarding it heavily. So the thing is, the Hunter, you think the detention, it swings in their favor, but it's only gonna last for a couple more seconds at 60 seconds, and now Fox is gonna take this kite.
Yeah, I mean, even if they get Fox down, there's so much pressure on YMM now, because now he doesn't have Blink to work with. He has to hit on foot, and not to mention, he has to make sure that the hose is not far enough. So unfortunately, he won't be able to use it. Wow.
Yeah, just Fox being possibly the sacrificial lamb here, because they are opening up that other exit gate, and now forcing YMM to move the main body to try and pressure down the other exit gate area where Liz is actually at. Can he open it up in time? This is the Mercenary after all, so she can take a hit, uses the perfume, and now this is going to be huge. And we see that, he spawns back and now opens the gate. Oh no, it's the Embalmer that opened up the gate. The other one's still at 88%.
Oh my god, as long as both of them goes out, they win. Like, even Embalmer's there, Antiquarian's already there as well. He's running towards the area. Liz, and the Coffin as well.
The Coffin is there, so now Liz can actually fall down here. Coffin is already there. Antiquarian and Embalmer already at the exit gate. We're gonna see a teleport here, and now they just exit. They just need a tie, and they're able to qualify for the playoffs. Mercenary has gotten back. And there we go, folks. A 3-man escape on ACT side for them to qualify.
A 2-0 sweep by ACT. Oh my goodness, that was so nerve. I would say this game easily one of the most intense game today. I mean, I don't know, man. It was so.
Yeah, it was. I was as well, and Firm also saying this might have been the most intense match of the day. There's a lot at stake. And you saw that Weibo Gaming gave it their all as well, and ACT I think they were just ready. This is a great. See, they're so happy with how well they played that game, and my goodness, the survivors consistently getting a 3-man escape from YMM. I think they drafted properly. They played it very well, and also turning a bad start into a winning position on their side is definitely something to highlight in that match.
Yeah, I mean, definitely mad respects for ACT. Like, going up against Weibo is definitely not easy at all. But we have to appreciate that Yue is not an ordinary hunter as well. He's definitely stepped up, powered up in this game, and played out of his mind. Even the survivors as well. So I have to say both teams have actually given their 100%. And I believe they do have this culture of like going all out, regardless of the matches, regardless of which region they face. So it's just a very good game. So let's just appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it. Give it in the chat, guys. Weibo Gaming gave it their all. ACT gave it their all. And what a way, I would have to say, at ending day number 10 here, the last day of the group stage, in a 2-0 fashion, ACT really cementing themselves in the playoffs. So now it seems like, Weibo Gaming, they'd want to get that revenge come playoffs. So hopefully we'll see another match between these two, because it had high stakes, it had high drama, it had a tram involved as well now. So I think what more can you ask for in this match, right?
Exactly. Like maybe a 3-man ram next time.
We saw that in Southeast Asia qualifiers. Remember, it's sneaky. Right? Oh wow!
It helped her get that kills as well. But honestly, speaking of ZT as well, like honestly, like even ZT has powered up and got a 2-0 sweep against AXZ, and I mean, it's unheard of, but honestly, anything can happen in a tournament when people power up, and when it's just like those chemical reaction moments when they face the correct team at the correct time, the correct composition.
We were saying like, oh, it's a rock type versus a water type versus it's a cycle, right? Especially with how they counter each other. There are those teams out there you think they're unbeatable, but then they face like a team like in Japan, or they face a team like in the same region that it's just their kryptonite. So tonight, Weibo Gaming performed very well in the group stage, but it's ACT to take a victory over Weibo Gaming here.
Exactly. So right now, I mean, I'm just so excited to see the drawing phase as well. Naturally, the top seed of each group will get a bye, so they'll automatically be qualified for the quarter. Quarter or semifinals?
Quarterfinals. So that's why it's also important to end at the top seed. That's why Wolves really went all out. They went super aggressive and got they were 4-0, I believe, in their group stage standings. They did not fall to any team. GG was replaced by FPXEQ, if I remember correctly, so they won't get that top seed spot. Again, we're gonna find out how the draft is gonna commence. But I feel like we're still going to see the match data, the MVP. We got to do the interview as well to see how ACT is feeling. Hopefully we see Yue on the mic, because I definitely want to get his thoughts on his An's performance, because that can lead. I would say, even though it's not a 4K, that's potential MVP worthy.
Exactly. I mean, if he didn't get the 3K when the team needed it the most, the draw here might not mean anything at all. They have to go for a game 3 overall. But honestly, I'm just really super proud that you had made the Disciple work against, not just against any team, against YMM's team, Weibo Gaming, but ultimately, just a very heartfelt congratulations to both teams. Qualified for the world's top 12, and we're just super proud of all of them.
Yeah, again, just give your flowers and shout outs to ACT and Weibo Gaming for giving us an intense match. And also we have to address the elephant in the room. Since ACT made it, unfortunately Scars is not going to be there. But you got to admit, guys, like that was an amazing performance on both sides. They really gave it their all. And it just so happens ACT really powered up here, getting the 2-0. And not over just any team. This is Weibo Gaming, and they weren't pulling back any punches. They really wanted to try and go for gold here. And the fact that they're able to get the 3rd place spot, it kicks out Scars. And we want to find the best of the best in this tournament, and that is the format we are playing with. So it's going to be, we're going to look at the group stage standings in just a bit, but we're going to look at the match data first now.
Yeah. Match data, only Liz has actually kited the longest because she was the last target. Right? So yeah, she kited a long time without the pads as well. But ultimately, it's just a beautifully done rotation. The leeching heating up, even going as far as to start a 7 cipher. So it was a 7. You can see the decoding as well. Like they couldn't touch certain ciphers. Zen. Ultimately, you saw 43 seconds, but in the end, as long as the survivors don't panic, they made the right calls. Even with a kite as low as 43 seconds, well, they can still get a tie.
Yeah, it was insane. I really feel like for them to be able to get this result, very well deserved. Especially not starting out the best with Zen falling down, and also didn't have the best endgame kite. They were able to salvage the situation very well. And congratulations to ACT. We got to give our flowers and congratulations to them. But shout outs to Weibo Gaming for taking it to the end. And we got the MVP. Now we got Yue here. I hope we get to interview him because like he brought out the Disciple in such a clutch moment for them to get the 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, mad respects again and again for the Disciple play, making this win possible.
Yeah.
Ultimately securing ACT a spot in the world's top 12. They definitely pulled through, both survivors and hunters. But right now, all eyes on Yue because he's done all he can.
He definitely did. Yeah, for sure. So now another best deduction, but now it's our interview portion, and we're going to introduce our best translator, Cho Cho, to grace the stage.
Hi. Alright, so is Zibi and the hunter Yue. Congratulations to the team. And also clinching your 1-way ticket to the playoffs in COA. So after winning, are you feeling a lot more relaxed? Oh, I didn't break my promise to my fans. I made it to the playoff stage. You say he's quite happy. This match is a very crucial match for ACT. What was the feelings of the members going against WBG? We went in with like having a must-win attitude. Yeah, the pressure will definitely be there. So how do you feel? I feel like today was still not too bad. Okay, so I'll be heading on to more of the match questions. The end game 3 people 3 men escape. BO1 was quite dramatic because the tram came and then the stunning the survivor. And then YMM didn't see it. So it was a lot of luck with it as well. In the second match, using N, you managed to get a 3 elimination. What was the chasing playstyle like for you? Like, what was the plan for it? When Anti-Korean wanted to come and OB at the 3-pallet area and got a free hit instead, he felt like that was kind of like the potential winning part for him. Then he said like there were a lot of the parts where he actually had to split the cats, right, and he didn't get a lot accurately, so he's quite disappointed with that.
因为也是面对到杨某人的一个梦之女巫嘛，其实开局节奏确实
And
不
then
是
for
很好。
survivors
那个
going
时候大家在
against
场上有
YMM's
什么样的
Dream
沟通
Witch.
和调整呢？
What was the communications like for that?
身体不舒服的，就1溜的那个时间没有牵制的特别好，但是没有关系，我们阵容选的特别好，然后后面慢慢运动就好了。
So the first character didn't kite very well. Apparently the first character wasn't feeling well.
开门战好了，因为开门战我觉得整体来说打的也是非常的难分难解。开门战的时候要不要来复盘一下？那个时候大家的心路历程会是什么样子？我看到你们开门战还是打得很细节的，有吸取前人的
Alright, so for the Dream Witch endgame, it was very detailed and wanted him to explain.
就我们慢慢磨掉门，走出2个就算胜利，后面吸取前人教训还多走了1个，就挺好的。
非常棒。
Alright, so because late game they felt like they couldn't get killed easily, like with the kind of because of the perfume and machinery and everything. So they just decided that okay, we're just gonna go set up for the tie first, and then if we can go for more, we will go for more.
那面对接下来即将到来的杭州线下之旅，大家有
Alright, so moving on to the Hangzhou, which is where they will be playing the playoffs for the Chinese mainland regions team.
不知道杭州有什么好玩的，尽量都在杭州玩一会儿。
Oh, so he's yeah. Is it like if there's anything that is like fun to play at Hangzhou, we'll try to do it and have a lot of fun over there.
ACT 可以听到震耳欲聋的欢呼，还有看到恢宏漂亮的舞台了。
Alright, so he's Zibi is anticipating more of like the grand stage and how it will look and.
那徐总讲到这里，有没有想要来一段的这个冲动呢？
Oh, okay. Yeah, has this signature meme where he's dancing, so I think he will be doing that special
The dance? Let's go.
Yeah, the one with the memes.
Oh,
So he's a bit shy right now, because the host asked him to do it.
Here we go. He's gonna hold the mic. Cho, do
Here's how
play by
you-
play.
Let's go.
Oh,
Hey, he's not gonna dance.
Oh man, you don't put him on the spot, guys. You just got a 3K with the disciple. It's all good. It's all good.
Sounds like the end. Let's go.
Alright, so the ACT fan will be coming onto stage for this fan segment.
激动的小碎步都在尖叫，对不对？来到舞台中间。那今天见证他们拿到了这张线下赛的
After
门票。
seeing them win in real life, real time, how do you feel? I'm very excited. Very, yeah, very 激动 means.
Emotional.
激动 emotional.
Emotional damage. I'm kidding. Just kidding. No damage there.
总决赛最后一天的粉丝一定要看到他们在舞台上特别好的表现。
而且一定要大声的为他们
Oh,
加油，对不对？
okay. So 总决赛 is like, yeah, watching them play this last match is yeah.
加油！有机会我们下次线下赛再聚怎么样？我相信 ACT 还是会拿到下次线下赛的门票。好，那也是有请我们的2位队员把我们兔宝手中的这个吉祥物小小的邮差送到我们粉丝手上。
Alright, so this is the postman plushie.
来让曲总代劳。
Telling her to to the fan. And now will be the photo taking session.
好的，谢谢，再次感谢这位粉丝，有看到粉丝眼中是有一点点泪光的，真的是辛苦你了。
Alright, so saying that the fan has some tears in her eyes.
是 ACT 拿下了今天比赛的胜利。最后，让我们再次恭喜今天获胜的4支
Big
队伍，
casters.
把镜头交给解说席。
Thank you, Chocho.
Thank you, best translator, best caster, bestie, Chocho. Yeah, thank you for not being on a jet plane and being able to translate that. I feel like Chocho should have translation content as well, so she'll be able to do translation to IVL, and if she learns Japanese, oh, another dog comes into the mix.
This is the licking monster. Oh my god. Yeah, he's Toto, by the way. So he's a Toto. Yeah, he's a big boy now. He likes to lick. Oh my god, no. Okay, but anyway, just thought I, just have to be fair, right? Like we want to bring in we want to let both doggos audition for the doggo casting.
So here we have it, folks. Today's results. It was actually a jam-packed day. A lot of 2-0s actually for match 2, 3, and 4. Match 1 actually very intense. Wolves going unscathed. Here, ZT getting the first win, the biggest win of Southeast Asia, able to take it over AXE. And you saw also accordingly how the others went. And now here are the group standings: FBXCQ, GG, and GW. We have AXE, FL, and ZT. Dowu, ACT, and Weibo Gaming. Wolves, Zeta, and GR to line everything up. Nell, how do you feel about it? How are your apples doing?
My apples are doing really badly for some reason. Yeah, it looks like out of all the groups, only one Chinese team, which is Reborn, will not be making it to the stage. But of course, on the side of the Japanese team, AXZ, FL, Zeta are still making it to the top stage, so that's still good.
And Southeast Asia ZT represent here, so that's going to be huge for the Southeast Asia team. This is like in this type of format, right? This is the furthest they've ever gone. And this is going to be incredible. And for them to get a 2-0 against AXZ, that's got to be a sign of confidence for Southeast Asia, because we can confidently say that they're the underdogs amongst the giants out there, because the rest of the teams that are playing are league teams. They're IJL, IVL teams.
Exactly. Like all these pro teams at one place, some has to give, right? You cannot expect everyone to go rise to the occasion. It is the grand title of world's top 12 after all. But honestly, I'm just glad there's a lot of representations from various regions as well, and just a celebration of all the diverse hunters that we got to see. I definitely appreciate seeing the Mad Eyes, especially the Mad Eyes,
the clown too today.
Yeah.
that was Mad Eye. I mean, just Aka. We just had the gift of Aka, and I'm glad that we were able to experience that group stage with Aka and the rest of the teams and hunters, survivors and hunters. But I mean, let's try to digest what we just experienced here, because this was an incredible showing of heart from other teams. We're gonna say goodbye to some of them, but you know what? We're gonna move on to playoffs. Any highlights from the group stage aside from the Mad Eyes for you?
Mad Eyes is one. Apart from that, I would say D-Ming's Terror Shock started this Naya Terror Shock and a lot of these Nayas coming in. D-Ming's Terror Shocks. Even the Bonbon's Terror Shock. I can't remember the hunter though. But honestly, I have to say a lot of highlights going on. But if you want to point out the surprise, I would say the Clown and the Mad Eyes. That's like the biggest surprise one can ever have.
True. I would say also, if we're gonna go survivor sided, the Rise of Thief, the Rise of Lawyer. We also saw. What else were the surprise survivor picks? We're gonna just go for a break first, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it's gonna be the draft.
Graceful and serene in the face of adversity. Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
真理は果てなき暗黒の海。人間は無知という名の島に生きている。もしも扉の向こうの狂気の世界を知っていたなら、未知の探求に出たりなんかしなよ。
今度はホールジーが死んだって。
むごいありさま。小文字は星々がよみがえる街プロビデンスを指し示したけれど、まだ見ぬ導き手はすでに殉死してしまっている。あの夜とある夢を見たわ。新たな手がかりが突破口になったわ。私の願いが届いたのよ。ホールジーの背後にある組織に。やっと分かった。彼らは狂ったのではない。ただ探求し道を開き、あの方を召喚したいだけ。あれから毎晩落ちていくあの無限の夢は少しずつはっきりしてきたわ。彼らは私の良き理解者。彼らと共にいられたら。
過去を過ぎ去ったのだ。神帰りの
無限に続く闇。山の頂で最後の召喚の儀式が行われる。 いい
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lane. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth, so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes, so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face that is so like my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried.
淘汰赛阶段的抽签仪式。
哎呀，小小，我第一次抽签，非常的紧张啊，因为我们其实现在离各支战队的选手不是很近啊。
对，因为
不是很远，不是很远。
对，因为他们现在就在我们面前，是在观众席上，而且他们手里还拿着荧光棒。
对，拿荧光棒，这个。不过我觉得今天最紧张的肯定不是咱俩，
是今天的抽签嘉宾。
是的，是的。
因为马上激动人心的时刻就要到了，我们要来给大家带来我们这一次。
All right, guys, we're back with the brackets here. We're gonna be drawing lots here with our colleagues over at the China studio. They will be settling it. So we saw the top 3 for each group, and we will be drawing the brackets in this one now. I'm excited. You've been to 2 COAs, I've been to 3 COAs, and this is the biggest it's ever been. And this is what's gonna cement how the brackets are gonna be. And ultimately, you know what, matchups can be favorable or they can actually be not favorable. But we're just gonna have to find out and see because everything is randomized here.
Exactly. So they're just explaining the rules here. Talking about the first few rounds will be best of 3. Going into the finals will be best of 5. But yeah, honestly, it's just a lot of things to take in at this moment. Like all these teams from group stages, like you get to play against so many rounds against different teams. But here, it's do or die. It's like you only get this one chance to play before you get dropped off. So yeah, really excited to see how the randomizer goes, and let's hope that not all the teams are facing each other right off the bat.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. It could be a bloodbath. Imagine if Wolves and Zeta first. Oh, good lord.
Yeah,
that's gonna
there
be
used
tough.
to be a rule, right? But there used to be a rule like, yo, the teams that are in the same group cannot face each other again.
Yeah. So
Right?
that's why
So-
they've separated things, and now we're also, you know what, the first seed as well is gonna be very important here. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how it's gonna be drawn. We already have the fish bowls out now.
The fish bowl.
LPZ. Okay, he's the one that's gonna be going for the draft.
Nicely done.
因为据我听说啊，好像是他一个人抽完全部的签啊。
He's letting him pick up all of the names.
So blame him.
Yeah,
The teams
yeah.
are gonna.
Yeah, but obviously we're not gonna see Zeta versus Wolves right off the bat because they will technically be separated into different buys. So yeah, all those top seeds are gonna be separated into different buys. Even Wolves will, Zeta will be separated to a different one. Wolves will be in a totally different one. So now they're gonna do the first one.
Yep, here we go. Again, randomizing things. LPZ.
ZT. Just kidding.
Here we go. Who we got?
First seed, right? Is this first seed? FPXZQ. Let's go.
Oh, it's ZT. You're correct.
Oh my god.
Oh, ZT. Nell gets the free skin of ZT.
God,
The seer. Nell
Yeah.
calling his shot here. So ZT, the first one to come in. Is ZT here? Oh no, this is the China studio. They're in Japan, so they won't be able to be next to it. So ZT over there, top left, folks.
Yeah, so we can be sure that
Okay,
that's
okay.
gonna be the first
All
match
right.
we'll watch.
All right. Now,
block.
next. Who do you think? Who are you feeling, Nella? I feel like. Wait, no. Yeah, you're gonna.
GW.
GW.
I feel like I'm just gambling here at this point.
Don't worry, nothing. Oh, Weibo.
No.
Okay.
Oh, because it's from a different pool.
From a different pool. So it's gonna. Yeah. So now you know the rules. Like, we're gonna keep going for. Actually, no. It's still in the same.
It's the same. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So it's the third. Yeah. Same pool, but they're gonna be drafted to another bracket, I believe. So they're gonna be below ZT since they.
Yeah.
Or are they next? Yeah, there. See, so that's how it's gonna go.
I feel like technically that's how it's gonna go. The second seed's gonna fight out against third seeds.
Yeah. So now. So now it's gonna be GW or GR for these two.
GW.
I'm gonna go GR. Let's see.
Oh.
GR.
Oh my god. No, I jinxed it.
No, it's fine.
Yeah,
So we know. Yeah. So the last bracket is gonna be it's gonna be on a GW. So they will be at the lower right side. And now I believe the second seed. So it's gonna be GG, FL, ACT, and Zeta that will be being called out here. So yeah, they're just gonna see here for just for fairness sake, we're gonna see GW get drafted to the top lower right side. So it's again, placement is very important here, folks. You really want to get the top seed because you get an immediate buy-in already in the. You don't have to qualify to the playoffs. You're already at the semifinals.
Yeah. Actually, anyone who gets Zeta and GG, the second seed, is gonna have the best time ever. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Here we go. Who's next?
Oh my god,
this is gonna be for ZT, I believe.
Oh my god, if it's Zeta, Zeta.
Oh, it's Zeta. No, FL. It's FL.
Okay,
wow.
Okay.
So it's FL versus ZT. Didn't they face each other before? They're in the same bracket, right?
Oh,
no, it's AXZ. It's AXZ. FL and RD. That's the one.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Not too bad. Zeta, I would have to say. Oh my god, it's gonna be so hard. But yeah.
Oh, actually, FL being going down there. Okay, so Weibo is actually going up against FL.
Oh, I think FL is also in the same team as ZT.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, but Zeta's not. Oh my god, do not be red. Maybe that's not...
Wait, it's not red.
Oh,
it's gonna be GG. Oh.
Oh my god.
ZT versus GG?
I think so, should be.
It
Oh
is.
my god.
Wow. That is a tough one for ZT, but hey, again, it's this is GG actually had the first draft, but FPXZQ getting the first seed was huge. But now, yeah, they're gonna try to run through ZT just to get to the second one. But now we're gonna call again. Who's the next one?
GR. I would say getting ACT would be good, but technically, I don't know, man. If GR gets ACT, GW will get the worst end of it.
Yeah. Oh, and they do. ACT is gonna get drafted, so now Zeta is gonna come in.
Yeah. GR is not the same group as ACT, right?
I believe not. Yeah, they're not in the same group. So yeah, there you go. ACT GR. So GW, my goodness, Golden Wings. I believe this is one of their first COAs that they got to the playoffs, and they're going to go up against Zeta. Big test for them. So this is huge.
This is hard. Zeta obviously is gonna go against GW. But again, the first seed is equally important as well because round one and then facing who's next is very important as well.
So Zeta Wolves can't be on the same one because they were in the same group, right?
Exactly.
So yeah, they're gonna get drafted somewhere else. But now here we go, the first seed, guys. It's gonna be such a tough road ahead for either of these people because again, these teams, AXZ, Wolves, Do, FPXZQ, just very strong powerhouse of a team. Again, we have 3 from Japan and we got 1 from Southeast Asia. The rest are from Chinese mainland. Just a room full of killers here with when it comes to the game of Identity 5. So let's see what the next draft is going to be. Hey, PPX is there.
Yeah, PPX is there. He's there to support. First, versus ZD and GG. AXZ.
AXE?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's one out of 4, so. Oh my god, it's Wolves!
It's Wolves!
Oh my god!
My goodness. Actually, if AXE is there, AXE has faced ZT, so yeah, so Wolves coming in, first pick here, the first seed. My goodness, again, this is going to be a handful for Wolves already. Going up there at the top left, that's huge. Can you imagine GG Wolves? That's going to be IVL Autumn Finals.
Exactly, like, my god, and it's not even to make it to the final.
It's gonna be brutal. Yeah, that's gonna be a bloodbath. So, oof. So I mean, Wolves and Zeta are definitely like across from each other, right? So that could potentially still be. We were telling like in the group stage how that could have been the finals, but now that can draft. We're gonna get FPX ZQ. So this FPX ZQ versus either Weibo Gaming or FL, the winner of that.
So far, the pool's pretty good. Those like, oh man, we're gonna have to face it. Let's not face Zeta first. But
so this is what's interesting. If Dou being drafted at the top there means if AXZ goes at the bottom, it could be a potential Japan versus Japan match with Zeta versus AXZ. So this is gonna be a big draw here because it's gonna finalize the entire bracket, folks.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's gonna happen here. Which team is gonna be facing off the winner between ACT and GR? AXZ?
It's been drawn.
The red color or the yellow color?
What is it? Oh, it's red!
Oh,
AXZ! So now this is, again, I think this is great. At least the Japan teams won't be facing against each other, and they could potentially meet in like the finals or the semis. Or, sorry, they're not going to meet in the quarters. They're going to meet in the semis, if ever. So at least they're all spread out. But now that leaves Dou versus Zeta. Oh my goodness, that's so scary.
He's like, yo, bro, we're gonna tank this first. Honestly, it's so good. It's so good that Wolves managed to face up against Zeta first in the group stages.
Right.
Now, you know, at least they're not gonna be facing each other that early on. So this is done so far.
Yeah, they do. And the fact that they're like across each other in the brackets is great. And just again, it was drawn by LPZ folks, and it was definitely randomized. They don't want like the same type of matchups in the group stage, and that's why the draft ended as is. So hope you guys took a screenshot of that. If not, follow Identity5 on the socials for you guys to stay updated on the brackets. And playoffs is gonna be a bloodbath now. I'm so excited for this week. And Zeta, the Southeast Asia representatives, going up against GG, the COAVI winners.
Exactly. This is so hard to see. But actually, in the first buy, Wolves should be making it through. Weibo Gaming, FPXZQ. I mean, those two are really close. I feel like FL might have a hard time against Weibo Gaming, but yeah, I think ultimately, I mean, not being biased, but I feel like it's gonna be either Weibo Gaming or FPXZQ alongside Wolves. What do you think about the next one?
The other one though, I just think that I'm just glad that AXZ they're gonna have a handful either up against I think it's gonna be GR versus ACT. ACT did really well, right? So I would favor them a little bit more. It kind of depends because Yue is so strong now, and unless PPX comes in super rich, I don't know if he can provide as much support because he really just goes for those ties and numbers don't really show. So we're just gonna have to see how that goes. And the last, I'm just glad Zeta is not going up against Wolves just yet, but I mean they're going up against Dou. So that's gonna be another. That's potentially also another grand finals because Dou is just so strong. So I think this was well drafted. Again, it's for sure. Eli just saying he's gonna make a prediction video. Again, you can base your apples off Eli O's YouTube channel, but I would say it's definitely well spread out. Again, you're gonna have intense matches from the get-go with GG versus ZT. And I would say Zeta versus... Wait, let me just try to bring it back. Zeta versus who is that?
Do.
GW. Yeah, then Do's gonna be next. So here we have it, folks. A clear photo. Again, it's gonna start. Mark your calendars, okay? We're gonna start at April 30, all the way up until May 3rd. The first match is on April 30. We're gonna have 4 matches: GG versus ZT, FL versus Weibo Gaming, ACT versus GR, and Zeta versus GW. Then on May 1st, Wolves versus to be determined, and yeah, they're all to be determined. We can't really say anything else.
Exactly.
But a total of 12 matches, and it's going to be a best of 5 as the as it gets to the semis and onwards.
Yeah, so we'll be expecting at least 3 matchups a day. Maybe some days with 4. I mean, I don't know, man. 12 games in 4 days. Put the maths. Yeah. Honestly, I agree. ZT, out of all the brackets that they could have, ZT, it doesn't really matter. I feel like every other bracket will be equally tough as well.
Yeah.
None of them are pushovers. I think all of them are just equally hard. Yes, they did pull an upset over AXZ with a 2-0 sweep with Lefenshun, but you know what? More to the goal.
Yeah, and with that being said, folks, we are going to end the group stage here, but we will see you on April 30 for the first day of the playoffs. That's Nello Mello. I'm Poch Spice. We'll see you guys at the playoffs. Good night and have fun playing Identity 5.
Bye.
I was born above the stars with iron in my heart and steel inside my blood. I was made to be the match that strikes and starts to catch, to spark the rising up. Fear is afraid of the dark.